good echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks, solitude with neon tracks. UFO is streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Wires in reality torn, as heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. UFO is streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, Side dudes, welcome back. Here we are again. My mind, another day, another dollar, or a couple dollars. Chad, God bless you, sir. Thank you, man. 17 months, holy fuck, man. God, it's been a long time. It's hard to believe I've been streaming that long, man. Yeah. Cheers, bro. Cheers. This is an alcohol-free Corona that actually isn't mine, but I thought I'd borrow it because it's not being drunk. So, craving a real Corona. But anyway, tomorrow I'll have a couple real Coronas. Rabbit, Digi, everybody, welcome. Hopefully the screen looks okay. I've got Flux turned on, and it should just be my monitor. But anyway, if everything's yellow, I'm trying to it's a bit better today, but I think the blue light's been fucking up my melatonin a little bit. I'm gonna get some yellow glasses at some point that aren't too obnoxious, but why is that? For my partner, Rabbit. Yes, I mentioned this yesterday I think most people were here when I mentioned it actually, but we are having a little Jim Russell. Or Jamie Russell. The gender has not been disclosed, but yeah, so that's why I have been drinking them before. She's 13 weeks along. So that's why I had a couple of them before, because she'd have like one. Because actually, alcohol free isn't actually alcohol free. It's like 0.3%. They say it's 0.0. It's never actually 0.0. So you still can only have like one. But anyway, that's why. So, Warp, what's up, dude? My intro song's really catchy. You can thank AI for that one, man. That's the power of fucking AI. Yeah, the outro too. The intro and the outro are both crafted. I did give it some instruction, but yeah, literally. This is the future of music, guys. It's just all going to be the bots trying to satisfy us in different ways, making fucking, you know, Jimi Hendrix music, Hendrix Welcome, on an endless loop. So no one's ever actually going to die anymore, right? As long as you put a piece of your soul out on the internet, the AI can just endlessly churn it over and over again. It's crazy, man. Yeah, it's Suno. Suno is the company you can use online. It's free. It's free. It does unbelievable generations. I am a musician. I haven't played music in a little while because I've been doing this instead. I am a guitar player, singer, songwriter, and yeah, it still freaks me the fuck out, honestly, how good it is. So won't be needed. Anyway, yeah. Welcome everybody this evening. Couple things to go over. Big news: life found on exoplanet. Crazy. Maybe found. Probably found. I'm gonna go over that here in a minute. Elizondo is a disinformation agent. So fucking done talking about some of these people, man. Anyway, you maybe. I saw you posted that. And then claim UFOs landed at Brazilian Navy base. It's kind of an interesting one. It was all in Portuguese, but I used ChatGPT to translate the video. So I go over that a little bit. Very cool. From Buddy, who covers all of the South American UFO stuff. I thought it was actually pretty. He does really good work. It's a shame that it's all in Portuguese. I'm not learning it. I tried to, actually. A girl that I'd worked with years ago, she was from Brazil, and tried to teach me a little bit of it, and I couldn't learn French. I don't know. Just not for me. I just speak English and quite poorly usually, so I'm just not a language guy, you know. I'm not good with fucking letters and stuff, but as people can probably see, my spelling has actually gotten far worse in the last couple of years that I've been using AI. I actually was fairly decent at spelling things at one time, but it's gotten to the point now with autocorrect, like I don't even need to spell things really anymore. As long as I get like 60% there, it usually just corrects it to what I want. And even if it corrects it to the wrong thing, it usually just gets the gist of what I was trying to say anyway. So I don't know what that means for the next generation of fucking kids. I did learn today, actually, that the new generation of children being born are going to be a part of the betas, the beta generation. So for years I memed about this, beta, zetas, but the kids born now will actually be betas. All of them will be a part of the beta generation. And that doesn't bode well, I don't think. That's not good. And they'll be raised by AI, and they'll be filled with an ungodly amount of microplastics, I'm sure. So here's to humanity, right? These guys will still be around. Holy fuck, man. I thought this is fun. AI probably did this. Someone said they put their name on it, but I highly fucking doubt that. Nonsense, man. Old Red Skill, what's up? AI has been detrimental to my creative thinking after using it for D&D. You just let the fucking bots go, but see, like, you say, listen, you start talking to it, it's like, I've got a great idea for a campaign for you. Oh, really? Really? Yeah. And it'll generate all the photos and videos, and it's like, oh, like, we won't need to think anymore. We'll have the AI to do this for us. Right? Although maybe we'll still ask the questions, but it's so much of everything will just be managed by AI, right? So many different creative endeavors. I don't think we're ready for it. This O3, this has been out for a while, but they updated it or some shit the other day. I noticed that while I was streaming. It's doing crazy shit now. It crops and zooms into the image, finds every little clue and runs quick searches and drops the exact map coordinates. So this guy, where is this? I don't need the music. This is just fucking found the street name, found the place. Oh my fucking god. Holy fucking Christ. Oh god, good thing I got a green screen behind me. Anybody streaming like with a window behind them, holy fuck. People just be finding you in 2 seconds, right? You'd be able to determine like where the sun's at, the angle of the light and shit, give you a rough estimate, like you're the northern, southern hemisphere. Fucking Christ. Unbelievable shit. Now, obviously, this determined this through the street names on the fucking polls, probably more than anything, but still, the fact it's gotten to this point is able to just manipulate the photo in that way and hone in on certain features is... I just read, I forgot to pull this up, but one of the... OpenAI has these people hired who are kind of like, they check in on things, make sure things aren't getting out of control, you know, make sure there's not about to be a catastrophe with AI. Another one of them, they've had a problem where these people have just been either let go or stepping down constantly. And another person stepped down who was just newly hired there. So just unfucking believable. Just unbelievable. But yeah. Chat knows where you live, Jim. Here, let me send you a pic from outside your house. Do it, please. The microbots are already out everywhere. Actually, China released them accidentally, and they just don't want to say anything. They're swarming. We thought they were the bugs coming out for spring, but they're the microbots. They've been watching everybody, collecting data on literally everyone. It's only a matter of time, right? Anyway, not to get too doom and gloom. I enjoy talking and using the AI a lot, actually. I talk with it every day, but not in some cringe, like fucking, like, oh my God, I just wish you were real so I could hug you. I saw someone talking about that recently on YouTube. I was like, what, get the fuck out of here. Like, Jesus Christ. But it's a great tool to like, I've been talking philosophy with it usually. I have something else up here for later, which is an interview I see Jesse did with somebody I'm gonna watch. What's the guy's name? Third Eye Drops. But kind of related to what I've been working on, honestly. But anyway, yeah, it's been quite brilliant. In like writing up dissertations and things and theorizing and whatnot. And it's a great aid. But I've been looking forward to this. I've been wanting something like this for a long time because there's a lot of grunt work that goes into stuff. Like even back in university, like writing papers and shit. And it's a lot of it's just fucking annoying. It's like, here's my ideas. And then I have to like go and format them and like obviously organizing them. Writing's a good way to also become a better speaker. Like, you know, you hone yourself and there's a component of it absolutely that's healthy and probably necessary to become a better communicator. But a lot of it's just monotonous and obnoxious, and we can just have the AI fucking do a lot of that for us, and we'll ask the questions, right? And the AI will help us through it, and then it'll help us architect this theory we have, and you know, we're just gonna get lazier and lazier. But anyway, it is what it is. I'm embracing it. I'm ready to be plugged in. I'm ready to ascend or descend wherever the fuck we're going. As long as there's liquor. That's all that matters, right? Yeah. Your message failed to send. I've got more AI than I know what to do with. Well, they're watching you, of course. Big news. Well, see, you know, my thing is this singularity that some people think we're approaching going to coincide? Is it all going to be disrupted when we talk to the aliens? Or when we find out we're not alone? If I were to place a bet, I would say that we've already found evidence of this probably a while ago. Not out in the distance in the distant galaxy, but probably like on Mars. There were some actually very accredited people that were involved with some of these NASA missions, sending these rovers to Mars, who think that we found compelling evidence that there was life already, like fossilized life, like microbial. Like, no, they're not talking like fucking Anunnaki or anything officially, but they're pretty. I think way back in the mid 70s, they thought that whatever the first fucking rover or probe went to Mars, they thought that we found compelling enough evidence that we should have made an announcement then, but for whatever reason we didn't. I think there was kind of a cover-up that went on, and I forget what their names were. We watched them recently. Anyway, they weren't like straight up like woo-woo people, right? Anyway, that's what's up. It's still moist. Oh, Jesus Christ. That word. That's quite a word. I use that word a lot to make people cringe and shit. I love the moist. Fuck. Yeah, life found an exoplanet. Viking, I think, was first, or Pioneer. Yeah, was it Viking Hendrix? Yeah, it was one of them. I forget. Yeah, but it was a long time ago that it first made its way over there. And there's a couple things to go over this, so I'll go over it. The James Webb Telescope detected dimethyl sulfide in its atmosphere on Earth that comes from marine microorganisms. K12-18b. Maybe we'll find a better name for this at some point. Is potentially habitable super Earth, about 2.6 times the size of our planet. It is located 124 light years from the solar system. Very interesting. Yeah, it's very cool. Something that I wasn't really aware of till I started looking into things like Planet X years ago, that it's a little bit of an anomaly, I guess, that we don't have a super Earth in our own solar system. That a lot of systems that we've observed have these super Earths in them. Some people speculate that whatever the planet was in between Mars and Jupiter was some kind of well, who knows if it had like water and had life on it, but that there's usually a large-sized planet, like a super Earth, like it's bordering on becoming a gaseous planet, but just before that cutoff, kind of. And we don't have one. Same with the binary systems. I didn't know that either till, like, again, many years ago now, a decade or more ago, but that most systems are binary. And that actually our system not having a twin is a bit of an anomaly in and of itself. So, interesting. But anyway, big boys. That's where the big boys live. The question is, would they be bigger than us or would they be smaller than us? I guess you'd think if there's a bit more gravity, they might be a little bit smaller. But I don't think a planet like that's not a huge difference. I wonder, could it fucking analyze this? Where's fucking George? Speaking of AI, I just love these kinds of questions. Like when Google was first a thing, I used to love asking it all kinds of different things. Sometimes inappropriate things. But ChatGPT is not as great with those, but good to see you, Jim. It keeps calling me fucking Bill, though. I don't know why that is. It's still an anomaly. It refers to me as Bill and Billy all the time, although my name is quite clearly Jim on here. But we don't ask questions about that. We just keep going. How much stronger would the gravity be on this planet? It should be able to give us a rough idea, actually. I wonder if it gets its 2.6 times the size. Holy fuck. How did it... Oh, right. Okay, oh, fuck, I'm stupid. Okay, I forgot that the actual title, the name of the planet was in the picture. For some reason, I didn't think it was. I'm not paying attention, yeah. Oh, God. And the big planets tend to be closer to their sun. Yes, Rabbit, yeah. More gravity equals shorter and thick, strong body to dwarfs. If there is more metabolism than bigger, like more oxygen. Asked me, yes, I suppose you could probably answer this question, couldn't you? You were the expert in this. Yeah, like more oxygen and energy from primary productivity, like photosynthesis or bigger biosphere. Very interesting. Okay. So I guess we don't know the mass, but I guess, do they have its mass? Oh, they do have the known stats of it too. Okay. You'd weigh 27% more. Jesus Christ. That'd be quite a jump. That'd be like 40, almost 50 pounds. Jumping would suck. Atmospheric retention is better, possibly thick or even crushing. Potentially hostile to humans without tech, but not necessarily uninhabitable. Blood pressure effects. Yeah, probably not great gaining 50 pounds. That wouldn't help. Interesting. Very interesting. So dwarves could be a thing here. Mountain dwarfs. Absolutely, dwarves would actually thrive on K12-18b. Shorter limbs, less torque stress, denser bones, stocky lower center of mass. Higher blood pressure needed to pump to the brain, so they probably would be... Oh, tall creatures, biomechanical hell. Legs snap easier. Falls are more catastrophic. Fuck. Likely outcomes. The sentient beings may be 3 to 4 feet tall, massive legs, thick necks, maybe quadrupedal. Oh, they think they'd be on all four. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Four-legged dwarfs. Okay, well, we can dream. I mean, they might be there right fucking now, though. Isn't the crazy thing to think, though? It is head trip when you think about it. It just, even though, like, I meme about simulation theory and all that shit all the time, but, like, it would be a head trip to like, it'd be so exciting to see what another planet and its life would be like. I would love to see it. Wouldn't it be strange if it was really similar to what life here? Butterflies and shit and dragons, dwarves, elves. Well, the elves would probably get instantaneously crushed because they get like bird bones, don't they? It would only take us 2,400 years to get there at 5% the speed of light. Oh, well, Christ, that's going pretty quick, though. Yeah. Do they have info on the star that it is around? You know who would know? I'm assuming they would, but that's what they'd be using to gravitationally lens it, wouldn't it, Aston America? Isn't that how they're doing this? I'm pretty sure they're using the James Webb, but I think they're still doing gravitational lensing, aren't they, to infer makeup of its atmosphere. So they must know. M dwarf red star. Okay. Mass. 0.49 times the sun mass, so not much bigger. Not much bigger than our sun, really. It's pretty goddamn close. Several billion years. It's in a habitable zone, yes. On this dim-lit fireball. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. What does that equal out to be? It's an M dwarf. Oh, never mind. Okay, I thought it was... Oh, you're right, that would... Oh, okay. What was I thinking here? Yeah, my brain. But frequent stellar flares. So James Webb detected carbon dioxide and methane. Okay, so just found that now. So it's really small. I think... Is that what they're trying to say? It's basically the budget model of a star. Shit. Lifespan trillions. Good lord. Wow. Wow. So it outlasts, isn't that fun? It's a red dwarf. So they'll probably look quite strange there. We have 10 billion years from the lifespan of ours. It is trillions of years of lifespan. It orbits closer than Mercury does to our sun, and yet it's still in liquid water zone. It emits mostly infrared. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, living on a perpetual red heat lamp. So it's tiny, cool, dim, but immortal. If you're building civilizations on a sun that sticks around, red dwarfs are a solid choice, assuming you can dodge the flares. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. Maybe not ideal. Fuck.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's not good.
Theory. However...
Hey, God, thanks for the follow. Very interesting. God, it's so cool. Let's see. Generate... Hold on. Generate... Fucking Christ, can I type? Generate a picture of what it would look like from the surface, I'm just giving up, of this planet then. Do that. Welcome, man. Just checking out this announcement here. Oh, there they go. Right? They got the little red star and the... I mean, if it's as close as Mercury, Jesus Christ, but I guess it's as close as Mercury, but the star is very small, so... I guess proportionally, the brightness end would probably be pretty similar to our own sun, would it not? I don't know. It's 124 light years away in the habitable zone. They're not typically produced by life on Earth. Detectable potential biosignatures are not typically produced by life on Earth. More data is needed to rule out non-biological explanations or confirm the detection. But this could be it, I guess. It's gonna do it here for us. It's gonna show us, yeah. Yeah, fungi. Maybe it'd just be mushroom people. I don't know. In World of Warcraft, they just had an expansion with like mushroom people. Maybe that's who's on there. Very stout, very small mushroom people. Here's a visual of this, I guess.
B is 2.5 times the size of Earth, and it's 700 trillion miles away. The James Webb Space Telescope is so powerful it can analyze the chemical composition of the atmosphere from the light that passes through it from the small red star it orbits. Its chemical signature seems to suggest that it contains molecules which on Earth can only be produced by living organisms, and it's such a strong signal that if it is home to life, it's plentiful. K2-18b is thought to be a water world covered entirely by a vast ocean. And the evidence is growing that it may be teeming with life. K2-18b is...
Holy shit. So we got like whale people and shit. Chemotrophs? What's that, Esther Bear? Interesting. Holy fuck, that's cool. That looks, oh, that's crazy. That looks so sick. Describe what you want me to add. I don't know, that's perfect. It's a water world, I guess so, but there's some water there. Yeah. They feed on deep sea energy. Okay. Could there be octopus on that planet, maybe? Could there be whales? It's a water world, I guess. Generate some intelligent water life on that planet. What are those fucking things called again? They used to have sea monkeys. Fucking giant sea monkeys. Just billions of them in the water. They get like it's like the Gungans or some shit from fucking Star Wars. They're like a Gungan empire under the water. That'd be so cool. Go and visit them and shit and take all their natural resources, decimate their population. Yeah, isn't that what we do here? Fucking to other new cultures. Fuck. Every time I was wake my PC up from sleep mode, my computer crashes. I hope this new NVIDIA driver. Oh, brother. Fuck. The chemical engine in the deep sea can feed bacteria, carbs, and worms eat the bacteria. Fish eat those. So yeah, there can be octopuses. Oh my heavens. What about giant sea monkeys? It's generating some life here, I guess. Intelligent water life. What's it going to come up with? Hopefully this is an appropriate image. Crabs? Could be, yeah, fuck, okay. Interesting. This is looking somewhat, okay. Okay. Oh, we're going like full-blown like humanoid reptilian here, alright. Interesting. The sea people. God damn. It's gonna be Avatar IRL here, yeah. Watch it look like me. Fuck, not quite. Or does it? God damn. It's interesting choice they went with, I guess. Like merman kind of deal. Okay, said okay. Now show us invading the planet and taking their natural resources. Okay, this is gonna get fucking dark. Kind of like we want us to go visit. Yeah, I've been coding a ChatGPT 4.1 and it's actually amazing. It'll start uprising. That's literally what it is. Have you? Is it 4.1 out? Or you mean 4.5 or 03? Okay. Taking their natural resources. Fucking Christ. Yeah. It's a free preview in some coding tools now. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I fucked around. I've talked with 4.5 is actually really good. That is a good for writing and exploring ideas. Yeah, it's a step up from 4.0, but you only have so many uses of it. I should really be using that to talk fucking philosophy and shit and meme. But anyway, but then, you know, every month it resets or some shit. I am paying for this right now. I keep forgetting to fucking unsubscribe and then I pay again. I'm like, oh, I got next month to do it. So, and then I forget, so. Oh, interesting. Interesting, yeah. Using Cloud 3.7. Fuck, man. Yeah, it's getting like exponentially better. The image and video generation has literally taken a leap like in the last month or two. And I imagine the next one's going to be even crazier. And it's probably, this is what I've heard, but that these improvements are going to become more exponential and that what's going to happen, if it doesn't just collapse in on itself, but that we're going to get to a point where like every fucking week or every day it's getting better. And that's where maybe things get scary, I don't know. Interesting. 1 million token length limit. Holy shit, that's interesting. Wonder what Animal Kingdom group would work better under a dim, dark infrared star to become the dominant intelligent species. I'm gonna copy that comment because we can literally ask it that. Oh, there we go. We come in peace. You leave in pieces, right? Tiny little pieces. So we've never tried merman before, but we're willing to give it a shot. That sounds about right. Look, isn't that sad? That's why it's probably best just left alone, honestly. There we go. See what it says, yeah. There are full AI OnlyFans shit right now. Oh man, I can just imagine. I mean, once the local models kind of get to the level recently that these guys have gotten to, I mean, yeah, it's going to be pretty. A lot of those boys and girls will be out of a job. You'll just be able to get whatever you want, which is pretty fucked. Yeah. Stable diffusion plus Laura is making for a good time. Yeah, I've seen what they're cooking up on there. I just imagine it's going to be even more fucked soon. Yeah. Under an infrared dominant dim red star like K2-112, the rules changed drastically. There's a really honest breakdown of what kind of Earth analogies analogs would be suited to evolve into dominant intelligent life. Frequent solar flares. So wouldn't that not just cook the shit out of everything? Likely dense atmosphere and water coverage shielding. Okay. Cephalopods, octopus and squid, why they'd win. Already masters of low light deep sea oceans. Infrared camouflage via chromatophores could evolve. Okay. Insane intelligence, memory, problem solving, can manipulate tools with tentacles. Soft body is good for high pressure or aquatic life. Challenge, no skeleton, engineering limitation unless they externalize tools, shells, tech, etc. Fuck. Yeah. Interesting. Amphibious tetrapods, newt salamander types. Why they'd win. Okay, it can go aquatic and terrestrial. Amphibian skin already sensitive to environmental change. Short, squat, water loving. May develop vocalizations, resonance communication underwater. Their fragile physiology needs constant hydration and evolved dermal protection. Burrowing mammals, mole rats. Well, we know it's in a water planet. Crustaceans, crab people, mantis shrimp. Interesting. Hard exoskeleton, high G advantage. Interesting. Isn't this cool though? Like, who's going to be the one? Like, what's the meta for life there? Right? Like, what are we rolling? Yeah. Octusi. Oh, my heaven. Octopuses. Yeah. Sorry about your princesses in another castle. Oh, Jesus Christ. Zoo Woo, brother. Fucking Zoo. The Zoo Woo is real life Monster Hunter monster. Real life fucking Zoo Woo, but maybe that's who's visiting us in the ships. Maybe this is disclosure. Who's screwed? Primates. Yeah. Birds. You fuck birds. Birds are fake. Photosynthetic plants. Red light gives less energy equals slow growth. May need to go purple, black, IR absorbing. What the fuck? So that'd be kind of, what? Generate an image of what the plants would look like there. This is the shit I love, that it's able to visualize this stuff so well. Like, it'll be able to go through all this, like, you know, deep shit and then go and generate an image of what it should look like for you instantaneously. It's like, goddamn, that's so fucking crazy. As it gets better, like, you know, we'll be able to actually start to visualize with all of this, like, you know, deep knowledge and no, plants. Sorry. Plants, not planets, for fuck's sakes. So that's why I have to spell things correctly. Close. God fucking damn it. Let's see here. Come on now. Yeah, fuck so. I mean, real life octopus people. So crazy. That's the thing, like high infrared. So the life there would develop an ability, I'm assuming, to like everything would develop differently. So they'd be seeing like a broader spectrum as well. We have animals on Earth that can see that, but I don't know, you stupid fucking thing. No. Jesus fucking Christ. No. Hold on. You can respond to like a specific thing. Okay. Generate for me what the plants on this planet would have to look like there. Confused, slightly confused. Deep sea mystery, colossal squid seen alive for the first time. Oh, what? Is this new? Holy shit. They captured the first ever footage of a live colossal squid. Depth of 600 meters. Oh my heavens. They got writing all in the video. What the fuck are they? What kind of crack they smoking here? Interesting. This is what life would probably look like. Well, more like octopus, I guess, but maybe you could have a brilliant like experience. You'd all just be telepathic, but You wouldn't need to be on dry land. You wouldn't need to drive a Bugatti to have a good fucking time down there. You could just be in the sea hanging out, you know? Just getting stuck in like tight crevices, and that'd be what you do for fun. Just try to get unstuck, right? With the boys. I mean, what else would they do, I guess? Hide and shit from other larger predators. Solve puzzles. Fuck, I don't know. Oh, that's cool. Because it said it had to be black purple to absorb the infrared light. Whoa, man. That's so fucking cool. That we can, this is the power of AI. This is what AI is so brilliant at. Is that you can collect all this data, right? And then you can literally have it generate what it will look like with all of these variables on the surface, hypothetically, right? I mean, this is obviously not underwater, and most of it was water world, but still, it's just so cool to be able to do this. Wow. That's so cool. Yeah. You like to be underneath the sea in an octopus's garden in the shade. That's kind of what it would be like. This is kind of what it is, I guess. Very intriguing. Very interesting. I wasn't this in the news like last year though? Wasn't it in the news? I thought I heard about this a little while ago, but then is this a confirmation of these signatures maybe, or is this completely new? I know they found other signals on other planets, other worlds, but anyway, yeah, very fucking cool. What is it? K2, just a second here. It's K218B. 218B. I just want to see if this is the same thing I'm thinking of. It just hit the news yesterday. Strong hits, strongest hints. Or is it just hot air? Find promising hints. I mean, some people had headlines like life has been discovered on another planet and shit. Like, strongest claim, strongest evidence. Okay. 120 light years, yeah. Stark end of all life warning following discovery of planet. What? Scientists give Stark end of all life warning following discovery of alien planet with best ever signs of life. What? Okay, it looks like a breakthrough has been made. Yes, in Cambridge is who done it. Part of the constellation Leo. Interesting. Okay. On this beautifully named planet, astronomers have said that they're 99.7% certain that biological life is present. Wow. Okay, I was curious as to like how convicted they are as well. That's pretty fucking crazy, yeah. Fun fact, purple may have been the main color of the planet before it turned green because the first molecule to help photosynthesis was a purple pigment. At least that's what I learned. Oh, that's interesting. So that's kind of what it would have looked like too. This fucking, all the plant life here. Wow. That's very cool. So that's they're quite convicted in that then. If they're 99.7%, however they got that figure. That's pretty crazy. I guess, I don't know how you would get to 100. To get to 100, I guess you probably have to fucking go there. It was revealed to contain large amounts of biosignatures of dimethyl sulfide, which we just went over. Produced by microscopic phytoplankton in our world's oceans, with the organisms being incredibly ancient, dating back to 3.5 billion years ago, presenting another promising sign of life at the faraway planet. While many believe the Hycean world is a positive discovery for humanity, some think it could spell trouble, with British physicist and science writer Mark Buchanan claiming that alien contact may result in the end of all life on Earth. Oh, brother, well, sorry fucking happened, you dingus. Speaking to Mail Online, he said, I personally think it would be a really bad idea to just blindly make contact without first trying to learn about the other alien civilization. Well, how are you going to learn about it if we don't make contact with them? He went on to speak about the ongoing debate between scientists and what's sending messages to other civilizations, as they may not be as cooperative and more powerful than we can imagine. Buchanan made a compromise. Historically on Earth, when different civilizations have come into contact, the result has often been the extinction or enslavement of the weaker group. But other people feel differently and argue that maybe another civilization could teach us things such as how to manage our limited environment more effectively, or could teach us new technology. So there are interesting ideas of both sides. Yeah, I mean, you probably, by looking at them, if they kind of look like monkeys like us, you'd be like, or if they look reptilian too, you'd be like, oh shit. Like, we would presume though, in probably every instance, that they would be a predator. I've heard people say things like that they'd be some kind of a predator that would have evolved probably, because it's typically like the meat consumption, right? And maybe it's not always the case, maybe there are exceptions, but it's plankton farts basically. Interesting. Scientists can send messages via radio or light signals, much like emails or text, but the physicists said that the best out of the two is a latter, as it would travel much faster. This might be able to do something too, depending on what reality is. It's obviously not a scientific take, more a philosophical one, but what the fuck's consciousness? I mean, is that a way maybe to make instant contact depending upon the nature of it, right? There might be a way to just tap right in. However, we would facilitate that, right? However, he did point towards the likelihood of life on planets being microbial, not an intelligent civilization. We have no fucking idea. Well, we have no idea. We have no idea. I mean, obviously, yeah, life is probably going to be more abundant in that state, but I mean, there could be tons of intelligence out there too that we just haven't picked up on. Avi Loeb said that we should listen for any technological signals and admitted that communication would be tricky. Again, this is putting us in the, driver's seat here. And I guess technically here now we are, but I mean, there might be, well, first of all, this might have already happened and there just are a bunch of, it's just so smooth to not consider that it may have. And again, like, we're presuming that like their method of communication is going to be something we can understand, right? I mean, it'd be cool if we found life in this way. It's like that movie with Matthew McConaughey and that other lady, but like the SETI people. But I think it's weirder. I think we've already got all the fucking anecdotes. We've already got actually a lot of data. It is data that something weird's already happening here, probably to do with visitors. But speaking of the publication, he said this planet K218b is 124 light years away. If we send a communication signal towards it right now, the earliest time for us to receive a response at the speed of light is 248 years from now. Loeb said that he's not that patient and would rather observe rather than wait to hear back. In 2273, we'll be long dead by then, brother. He also claimed, all of us, the entire species probably, at this rate. He also claimed that aliens won't see us as a serious threat and may even ignore any messages we send, as they would view us as particularly intelligent due to the geopolitics on Earth. Would they? How does he presume? How does he claim? What? Why would they? They would view us as particularly intelligent? Would they? Pretty confident in that one. I don't know about that one. I don't know. Would they? If all they would need to do is read the headlines on Drudge Report in the last couple of weeks and probably come to the conclusion that at least the people sailing these ships of state aren't, and then probably from there they would go, "Didn't people vote for this?" And you'd say, "Fuck," like. But they don't know there's a conspiracy with the Illuminati, right? That have installed these leaders in as puppets, and we're just subjected to the hyper elite, and they don't know about all that, right? NASA spots strange objects circling the sun. They identified an unidentified object orbiting the sun, sparking intrigue and speculation within the scientific community. Interesting. Found an unknown object.
The vastness of our solar system, the sun reigns supreme as its fiery heart.
Look at the AI narrating this.
For centuries, astronomers have observed the sun and its nearby celestial companions, from Mercury's blazing orbit to the far-flung comets that slingshot around it.
Yeah.
NASA just found an unknown object orbiting the sun. NASA view
circling
close to the sun in a highly elliptical orbit.
So probably a comment. Okay, it's not letting me skip through it. So fucking thing. Interesting. What the fuck? Hold on. We'll figure this out.
Its brightness, orbit, and velocity were all anomalies.
Fucking AI. They've not spotted one. Okay, I don't know. Interesting. Yeah. Hope you all have a good Thursday. Yes, absolutely. Everybody, hopefully a good Thursday, all of you. It is Easter, I think. Many people are going to be off for Good Friday, I believe, correct? So technically it's Friday. Today is Friday, isn't it? The fuck am I doing drinking non-alcoholic beer then, bud? Holy fuck. Hold on just a second. Just a second here. It's my place in order. But I want to write a paper on analyzing possible speculative biologies from the various exoplanets they found. You could even have little pictures in there too. People are so boring though, right? With these academic papers where they don't usually have, well, there are graphs and whatnot on data, but you can't just put AI generated photos of the animals you're speculating might exist there. Maybe you could though, I don't know. I don't know, but like astrobiology, is that a meme? Like, is that something you could do? Like, maybe it's something people will start doing. Fuck them, yeah. It's Good Friday tomorrow, technically Friday. It is that, brother, fuck. Okay. Fuck. I was to place a beer order. God damn it. Listen, I said Friday. Whatever Friday is. Too many ideas and projects, too much on my plate. Just get AI to manage it all. Yeah. You're an artist too, so I've added my drawings and some documents. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, hell, listen, do it. I mean, why the fuck not? Yeah, I can't find anything on this. Oh, well, anyway, interesting, very interesting stuff. Very exciting. You know, it's as cool as all this stuff is, and it's really exciting. I wish more of the academic community would take ufology seriously, or more seriously, I guess, because there's the potential that what's happened is, advanced life was always here. we could be hypothetically a product of it, maybe, I don't know, but that it's maybe always been here and it's interacting with us in a very strange way and treating this place maybe more like a zoo or a playpen, and it's something that we have to contend with, and we're not, and there's a conspiracy involved with it too. I know people in academia don't really like conspiracies, right? Which is surprising considering how many of them are true and have happened over the years. And anyway, like Buddy here wrote that article we just read, wherever the fuck it was, right here. What's this guy's fucking name? Not Avi Loeb. Avi's usually more open-minded, but what's this guy's fucking name? Oh, Mark Buchanan. Mark. Yeah, Mark. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, just pull it up. Where is he from? Not that I'm not gonna harass him in any way. He's a British physicist and science writer. Okay. Physicist. Fuck it, I don't even try now. I just throw it in there as quick as I can. Oh, he's an American physicist and author known for his work in outreach and popular science writing. He's formerly an editor at the international journal Nature, Popular Science magazine, New Scientist. Anyway, oh, there he's there. London Mathematical Laboratory. Interesting. Wouldn't it be a meme if it was all metaphysical and metaphysics once again ends up leading the way and oh, they were talking to us. Wow, crazy. Fuck. Who could have thought? Some people, yeah. What instead of a zoo, it's like a garden and its various owners. One day it was wildlands and terraformed from one owner, then destroyed and rebuilt by another owner. That could also be it. That might be even more concerning, I guess, if they have some stake in us. People in ufology, like some abductees and shit, have talked about that over the years. That, oh god, like I can't remember who. That I'm trying to think of actually who, because I know there's a couple of them that are actually more well known that mention this, but that genetics is like a currency or something that is like it's like the currency of the galaxy or some shit, like genes. That they're all about genetic engineering and engineering themselves to be better, and that they're always looking for, you know, planets with life on them because, you know, this is like whatever the fuck in the stories, like God's creation or everything. The aliens are all very metaphysical and, you know, and they have all these different ontologies and shit. And anyway, that is what they prize the most is genetic material. And like that is the currency of the galaxy is genetic material. But anyway, who the fuck knows, right? I mean, I know one thing, they don't want anything to do with me because they haven't picked me up. So, I guess they don't want any of my genes. They don't want nothing to do with it. Fuck, Christ, yeah. Oh, dear God. Yeah, fucking Christ. What's this? Oh, this is, yeah, contacting aliens could be a big mistake, according to one physicist. Like, do these people just, like, shut themselves out from... I don't understand this hubris sometimes. Like, they really don't think there's anything happening here. Even, when was this published? 2021. So this is a year after Haim Eshed came out and said that we're already talking with fucking Galactic Federation of governments there. I think part of the problem too is academia, where it does kind of, there's a lot of people that just, the PSYOP was very successful back in the 60s and 70s and onward, where I think it genuinely, we're still dealing with it, and that people think it's ridiculous to have conversation about the potential that we've already been reached out to, or the governments have been. Oh fuck, drives me nuts. That's the 3-body problem approach. Yeah. We're trying to contact ET and his interstellar friends is such a great idea after all. Yeah, this was Stephen Hawking had talked about this too in one of his books that I had read. Oh fuck, I forget what it was. I've read one of them on black holes, which was interesting. It was kind of like for smooth brains like myself in physics, just kind of a general top down on what his theory on black holes was. But there was another one he did on this where he thought that we'd just be strictly dealing with space pirates. Like they'd all be space pirates. And he kind of had this whole meme about like, oh, well, he was one of these proponents that, well, they'd be a probably predator that would evolve on the planet, right? Because this is what happened here. Like we were the dominant intelligent species. We were like the top predator essentially. And so they'd have that tendency to dominate, right? They'd be like hunters. So we would presume, kind of like us, that they would go out into the galaxy, maybe just be troublemakers, and they'd all be space pirates. And maybe that's also assuming that it's the wild, wild west out in the galaxy, and we don't know that. There could be weirder things happening. And some people have implied that, I guess. Some people claim the government know that already, and they just don't want to talk about it. I mean, I don't fucking know ultimately, but yeah. Post in Discord example of one of my overboard artistic touch and my figures in video art photography. Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you, Esther. Oh, that's very cool. Oh, very interesting. Combustion analysis. You made this. Oh my god, okay. That looks cool, though. I don't think this is overboard. This looks like very well illustrated. This is like very well communicated. Whatever's being analyzed here. Chemo horizon bicarbonate, chemorizin water, untreated chemorizin, is that you pronounce that? Yeah, interesting. No, that looks very good. Very cool, yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's not very professional looking, actually. Something you see in a textbook. Absolutely, same with saying weed was bad, and the PSYOP took over in the 50s for Canada to get it over and legalize the shit. Yeah, I'm saying, man, I know, it's very similar. And, you know, there's still people who, like, get uneasy talking about it, or people using it, and it always drove me nuts when people be like drinking alcohol and shitting on like weed and be like, oh my god, like, you know, like I can't believe people smoke weed. Like they have no idea. And I was just like, oh my fucking god, like, come on. Same thing with the alien problem and with ufology and whatnot, where it's like this kind of shit here. And obviously this gentleman, whatever his name is again, I forget what his fucking name is, Mark. He's talking about the math, right? But I mean, there's other areas that we could look at, right? Where, again, it's presuming, and I do think this is there's definitely some kind of psychological component here with us where I don't think, especially people who are involved in some of these harder disciplines, not to speak for everybody, but I mean, it's a level of control we have over our environment that I think makes us comfortable. And when we're hypothesizing about this kind of stuff, it's unsettling to think that potentially all the aliens are way beyond us already, right? And they're communicating with us in a way that we don't even understand. Like it'd be kind of like 1,000 years ago trying to talk to somebody about nuclear energy. Like you'd have no idea how. Well, some people would be able to, but they wouldn't understand radiation and shit, right? Like it'd be so far over their fucking head. Like they'd be so many steps behind in understanding any of this. We might be in a similar situation here where their method of communication, interaction is just so far beyond our understanding. And it may ultimately, and that's where I'm coming in on this, it has something to do with consciousness, ultimately. And that's all signs point to this. that they, if they're here, which there's a fuck ton of anecdotes, they may be, that this is one method of communication that might be employed, and this might be how they communicate, and it's just it's an understanding of reality that we haven't gotten to yet. And so that's all of that is like, for a lot of people, and to some degree, like literally woo, it's literally out there. And it's also not fun to think about because it's a sense of helplessness too, where like we're in the kindergarten and they're not. And then, you know, considering they haven't just obliterated us, I mean, maybe they're not all malevolent. Maybe they do treat us as property and an investment or some shit. So minerals that might be the origins of life and some current theories. Oh, interesting. Okay. Bones dropped a new Jesse Michaelson chat. UFO tie-ins with Henry Kissinger. Chat forbidden. Oh, I think I saw that. I think I pulled that up. Or was that just a second ago? Oh. Oh, it's a new video. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Shit. There's another interview he had recently, but protect Jesse at all costs. Jesse's been doing a great job. Very resourceful guy. Very intelligent guy. Very philosophical guy. I like him. I like how he thinks. Yeah. I like this guy. Okay, we'll get to that in a minute here, I guess. Not that this is anything we really need to read through because we effectively just went through this guy's whole TLDR. He said we probably shouldn't talk to aliens because they may be evil. They may want to kill us. Again, we might not have a fucking choice. We may be at the shit end of the stick here, developmentally, like where they're already way ahead of us, and they're all way ahead of us. And see, I like people like Michio. I always really liked because he was a bit more philosophical. He was a bit more of a free thinker with this, where he was saying, well, there's so many things that we probably don't know about the universe reality. I mean, there could very well be a superhighway, like running right through our fucking solar system, essentially, and you know, like ants in a highway. And I don't really like the ant analogy all the time, but it could be comparatively, it could make sense where they're at that level of development where we just don't understand what the fuck it even is, right? And so we're just getting like little bits and pieces of it. Like there's a couple ants coming back to the colony and being like, you know, like this doesn't make any sense. Like, you know, there's this weird stuff happening to some of us, and you know, they're like, fuck, yeah, you're just crazy, right? Like, and we're still in that space right now where we're trying to wrap our heads around it. But anyway, I like Michio's take with it. That they could Michio, I think, knows a lot about ufology too. Just from I've read one of his books. Was it Flying Saucers and Science, or was that Stanton? There was another book he did on this that was quite good years ago. You know, just, and I'm glad he had the courage to just come out and have those conversations. As someone who is one of the leading theoretical physicists. He's Mr. String Theory. So, but anyway. Yeah, when I say a video more than 20 minutes, I get anxious. Jesus Christ, yeah. Bones, it's up, dude, yeah. Ants lack the chemical signals to communicate being picked up by a human, and that's a good metaphor. That's interesting. That's interesting, actually. There you go. That's actually really interesting, yeah. Fuck. Man, isn't that interesting? Well, that could be it. Yeah. That could be it, huh? Fuck. I don't know. I think it does have something to do with consciousness and something like simulation theory and a more fundamental understanding of reality, and that they're using a communication method that we don't understand. And maybe similarly to like radiation, we don't understand consciousness, and that there's a connection here to them and that method of communication. Like there's something fundamental about reality we haven't figured out that they have, and that may be why we can't interact with them or maybe even see them. So that's just a hypothesis to some degree. We could try and go out and test that. I mean, how would you do that? Manipulate consciousness, maybe? You'd eat some mushrooms. Start with the mushrooms, maybe. Fuck. Max, what's up, dude? Go ants. Diamaceous earth and vinegar. Did I pronounce that right? Fuck. Speaking of, Drunk hasn't been around lately, has he? He was actually the other night. I was talking with him, yeah. He's been very busy lately, he told me, but I was speaking with him. I told him any night he wants to come by, he can pop on, because there's a lot. I haven't spoken with him, via Discord in a while, so. Yeah, I'm curious. A couple things I was curious as to what he thought about recently, some announcements and whatnot in ufology, so. Yeah, we don't have a language to describe things, and lots of people tried and called it religion. And ants be like, "Are you food? Are you danger? No, then get out of my way." The limits of language, yeah, and that's something too. Like I've talked about Wittgenstein a bit, who was the Austrian or German? I think he's Austrian philosopher who wrote the Tractatus Logicus, which is a study kind of on the limits of language and human language and what can be communicated by language. And you know, there's probably a lot of, and now I think we're partially, there's a limit of language, but there's also our brain limiting that. But you know, if hypothetically you're some player using the brain, I mean, it's only going to be capable through that language of communicating so much of maybe a very broad spectrum of things that just, yeah, you can't even put into a framework that our brains would be able to understand and then communicate to someone else. And it's not like, you know, emotion is one thing that is hard to communicate with language. It was he talked about, and like music is one kind of a bridge. It's like people love music so much, and that it's a bridge between, it's kind of a language in and of itself to some degree. So it's why telepathy is so interesting, because he never really talked about that, but he would probably definitely be very fascinated by that idea where that would be a way around to some degree some of these limits, right? It'd be very, very intriguing stuff. That's always interesting to me too, within the kind of the, you could probably do like a paper on that, right? Wittgenstein and telepathy, or, you know, how would things change? There are probably people who have already done this too, right? So, new Jesse video, yeah, I just posted it here. Henry Kissinger and UFO secrecy, Jesus, yeah. Diatomaceous Earth. I don't know what the fuck that is. What is this? It's a naturally occurring soft siliceous sedimentary rock. Oh. Consists of fossilized remains of diatoms, a type of hard-shelled microalgae that have accumulated over millions of years. It's used as a filtration aid. Isn't that what? It's microalgae that we now use. It's fossilized microalgae that we use as a filter. Holy fuck. Isn't that crazy? Well, I mean, we use dinosaurs and shit and Jurassic material to go from point A to point B, right? We put it in all our vehicles, right? To combust. Although some of it may have come from comets too. Who knows, right? I mean, that's a more audacious argument, but who the fuck knows? Like gypsum. Is that what gypsum is too? Gypsum. I mean, assuming a lot of it. I know granite's not. Granite's like different, but interesting. This new Area 52 debriefed episode that looks good too. Oh, fuck yeah. Looks like chalk. Yeah, it does look like fucking chalk. The fuck? There they are right there. Those little guys right there. Look. I made some kind of woo-woo system. How can I check my own emotional state with certain songs? It's a good question, actually. Yeah. Fuck. You can communicate your emotional state with some songs, maybe. I don't know if you mean like, how do you check it? There's a Twitch streamer named Diatom's Attack, but that does microscope streams and looks at those little guys. Oh, that'd be fucking cool. Was given to Diatom's Attack. Okay. If I click on this thing, will it pull up the, there, I'll follow it, did you? I can't fucking see it, but I can follow it, yeah. Shit will get rid of insects. It's like glass to them microscopically, and it dehydrates them. Oh, that's kind of fucked. Stuff is covered all over the Nazca mummies. Oh, is that what's in the Nazca mummies? It's also awful to breathe in. You can buy giant bags of it at most garden stores for insect abatement. Okay. Yeah, I just followed, did you? Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Very intriguing. Composition formation. Cool. Yeah. I can't write again. I can check my state with these songs. It's a reaction to some, which assume myself I'm okay. Oh, okay, I see. Humans love to use dead things, juice from graves to power their machines, tiny corpses to kill animals they don't want to live with, and use the dead bodies of trees to build our dens. That's what we do. We just, yeah, it's kind of fucked when you think about it sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. We feed our dead to plants that we eat. We put our dead in the ground, and then that ends up, you know, being fertilizer essentially. And then it turns into more stuff that we eat, and then it's a cycle, yeah. Oh, interesting. They got to use some resources you have. So, sorry, did they intentionally cover those bodies with that stuff? Was that so they were, I don't know, Bones, you know the Ask Him Hobbies fairly well. I got something up here you posted the other day still. But did they cover them in this shit intentionally to preserve them? Like, is that what they did? They were found like that, Max. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Who the fuck would have thought to have used that back then? Maybe just some like white powder. It just like made them look good or some shit. Who knows? Maybe that's what they thought. Or maybe somebody knew what they were doing. I don't know. Bodies are covered in the DE and resin thought of as a burial ritual. Okay. How like intelligent do they think if these turn out to be, which I think some of them definitely seem like they may have been people or something. How intelligent do they presume they would be? I mean, it looks like they're fairly developed. I mean, I guess there wouldn't be a brain anymore in their head, but can't you like recreate with the space and the imprints like of the skull internally, like an estimation? They did with dinosaurs of like how big the brain would be roughly, and you could probably infer from that maybe like how intelligent they were. Yeah. The Peruvian MOC released info about Maria. I'll find a link. Is this it here? Or Peru will soon declare Maria as cultural patrimony. What the fuck does that even mean? The lawyer said either scenario is great. She has legal samples, can be sent across Europe and funding for scientific research. She isn't. She can legally be taken to the US for conclusive studies without issues. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. It's so crazy it's taking this much just to get these things exported out. That's fucking insane. Man. It's like, this is ours. It's like, no. I mean, you found it, but like, what? Interesting. I don't think you can do that with scans. It's a rough estimate at best. Is that what it is, Corey? Okay. No, the follow-up to that. Patrimony means it's body of Peru and belongs to Peruvian culture. Okay. I guess they found it there. I mean, who the fuck knows, right? Kind of like the Giza pyramids. Bit of a touchy subject, that one. Bit of a touchy subject. It's like, it's here, it's ours. It's like, well, okay. All right, yeah, I guess, but interesting. Anyway, oh.
Maussan Televisión. Buena televisión.
Jamie.
Trabajo, es decir, llevar los cuerpos.
Oh, Jamie's in Area 51 right now. Man, he must just be rock hard every fucking morning knowing that this one actually may have hit. I followed Jamie for a long time. Like, I've seen Jamie's, oh my God, man. He's been around for a long time in like the UFO kind of conspiracy circles. Holy shit. He's been a part of like so much horse shit. It's, the last big one was the baby mommy. And then after that, he gone into these. But it's crazy he's taking this long, man. They've been out since 2017, some of them. So it's almost been 10 years. It's been, you know, what, it's going to be like 8 years that it's taken them to finally get them shipped off to be tested by like Harvard. Yeah. Yeah, he's known as a memer. Some people call him a charlatan, I guess, maybe. But yeah, you truly believe they were break-off species of some kind of reptile that evolved in caves underground somewhere near Dryas area, and best guess, man. Yeah, who knows? I mean, we'll have to get them. They've already been analyzed by some fairly accredited people, and they kind of said they were anomalous. They weren't just like llama bones thrown together, which is what some people thought some of them were. So, you know, test them, send them off to fucking Harvard. Why is he getting 9/11 in the background? Yeah. Probably pretty primitive due to their environment, depending on what the Earth looked like. Well, yeah, and there was metals, though, that came along with them, though, wasn't there? Like, there was metals implanted into them, too. Fish, what's up, dude? McDowell says in that he'd not participating if he felt it was a hoax. Some are random bones, though. Some have implants, yeah. Yes, yeah, okay, yeah. But, like, the main ones, bones, I think that they're not constructions. They are, like, real beings. Like, whatever the fuck they are, yeah. Yeah, this is definitely weirder than the baby mommy. The baby mommy, it was Gary Nolan that figured out that it was just a deformed fetus. But, like, they're on another level of weird here. I mean, there are multiple specimens that have similar features, like, you know, the chances of them all being deformed, like that's, there's something that's going on. Unless they're all eating like some kind of like ancient radioactive fucking water. Like there was a natural nuclear reactor under the ground and they're all drinking the fucking water or some shit. Like I don't know what the fuck could have happened there, but yeah. That's what the video's about. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is this his buddy? This is one of the experts, yeah. What the fuck's his name? Isn't he's buddy who tested the teeth, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Maria's the only one so far has been confirmed to be real body that's not altered. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, whatever. There's so many things happening, man. I mean, whatever, if they can figure this out. This is real life Lacerda files. Like, I mean, this may get fucking weird. I really want things to get fucking weird. Things have been far too normal for too long, right? Everyone just wants things to be, you know, normal, and they just want everything. I'm like, no. Like, things have to get weird soon. We've got to think they have to get weird, right? Things at times have to become spicy, right? Yeah. It had wings. The baby they found, Wawita, as a young child that was mutilated to be tridactyl. Wait, what? They mutilated the fucking thing to look like one of them? Oh, Jesus. Dear Christ. Interesting. Well, this is all in Spanish, so I'll just put her off here to the side, but very intriguing. I do have something up here before we go to the Jesse Michaels video. I just wanted to go over quickly. No habla. Well, I do know someone that can speak Spanish, but ChatGPT. So this was, I'm just going to go over this quickly. This is kind of interesting. This is, well, maybe related. I have no fucking idea, but it's funny. He put this in English here in the title, but then it's all in Portuguese. Document reveals UFOs may have landed on Brazilian Navy base and affected military mines. So, oh fuck, what? Like, what's this about? So this is the incident, I guess. This case involves an internal military communication from the Brazilian Navy base in Rio Grande do Sul about a UFO encounter on May 13, 1999, reported by a Navy sergeant on night duty. Main event details translated. Time 11:48 p.m. Location in front of the Rio Grande Naval Fusiliers Unit. A flying disc 250 meters in diameter hovering 30 meters up. That's pretty big. Emitting green blue light and a low hum, bee-like buzz. The sergeant reports a green beam hits the entire base. All other soldiers were found standing but immobile in a hypnotic state. He believes he was the only one affected and grabs his weapon, unaffected. A cone of white light extends from the UFO to the ground, from which a grotesque being descends. He challenges the entity militarily, demanding a password, which the being fails to provide. When he raises his gun, the alien fires a beam weapon that disarms him. Then, absurdly, the alien, speaking using a translator, says, "Don't fear, I come in peace. I just came to grab supper." The fuck is this? After a tense dialogue filled with the military lingo, the sergeant gives the alien his supper token. The alien eats ferociously, says he'll leave because the trumpeter hasn't sounded the flag lowering, mumbles page 10 des preparado, and ascends back via the light beam. Everyone wakes up but remembers nothing. Oh, bro, what the fuck is this horse shit? The fuck is this? Investigation document status. Oh my fucking God, give me a fucking break. The CI document was confirmed by multiple military sources as real and circulating at the time. However, the Brazilian Navy officially destroyed the document for 5 years per the archive retention policy. This stated no formal inquiry was ever launched due to lack of harm or danger. The presenter tried to retrieve it via official channels but was told it no longer exists. Theories and analysis. The speaker suggests hypnotic mind manipulation. The sergeant may have hallucinated or had false memories implanted. I think the whole thing may have been a fucking hallucination. This matches known UFO cases where green beams allegedly stunned or burned witnesses. He doubts the sergeant fabricated the event, noting that no trained military man would falsify an official CI. Brother, the alien's behavior is described as trickster-like, a phenomenon known in UFO lore meant to emotionally destabilize witnesses. A naval band tenor named Pavariti later moved to the Dominican Republic, joined the military, and became a helicopter pilot. What the fuck? Hold on. Like, I just don't think. Don't fear, I come in peace. I just came to grab supper. He wanted a supper token. He literally hypnotized everyone else at the base except this one guy so he could sit with him and eat dinner. And he says the trumpeter hasn't sounded the flag lowering. He mumbles page 10 desperado and ascends back via the light beam. Man, like, or shit stamp. I mean, listen, just imagine for a second that this happened to you, though. What would you do? Like, maybe that's what they're slowly just fucking with people more and more. Where they're like, yeah, like, no one's gonna believe that this happened, bud. No one's gonna believe you that I came all this way just to get a fucking separate token to have din with you. Right? Is there any other evidence that people had missing time on the base? Like, yeah, this is just fucking... Oh, my God. Want me to do a psychological breakdown? I think we already know here that this is just horseshit. Why would he even post this? Anyway, I guess it's an official report, but fuck me. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I thought this was gonna be. I didn't read it. I just saw this guy's, like, you know, a pretty well-known contributor. But document reveals UFO may have landed on a Brazilian base and affected military minds. Brother, if you put in here, alien gets out of craft to have dinner with guy, asks military man for supper token, I would have been like, okay, no, this is fucking horseshit. Come on, like, that's just a complete waste of time. Jesus Christ, Ronnie, what the fuck? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I think that's, what else oh God, there's some other stuff here. Do I really want to? No. I don't know. Just before I go to the Jesse Michaels thing, this is probably going to be fucking related, honestly. I don't know what's going on with this, where people are talking about there's like Lou is a disinfo agent, and I've seen people mentioning this constantly. Like, ever hear about the alien pancakes? No, the phenomenon is a sense of humor. Why wouldn't they, though? That's the thing, like, we do. If they're more advanced than us, they may be even more fucking twisted than we are. I mean, maybe that would be a meme to them. They'd be like, yeah, let's go ask this guy for a supper token. Like, fuck this guy. Yeah, fucking Beavis and Butthead. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly. They're just fucking with them. But then it's just one of those things where it's like, man, like, I just don't even want to humor it. Yeah. Advanced comedy. Yeah. I mean, that would destroy that man's life forever. I mean, you got to think, like, if that happened to you, that would wreck your life. You would not even really be able to tell people that with a straight face, ever. They would just instantly think you're insane. But you would know that it's real, probably, and it would just drive you insane. So it'd be quite like a malevolent thing to do, really. Yeah. He's been good in your book. I mean, Lou's had some incidents. People have been critical of him. I still think he seems like a really good guy. I mean, he had something where he mistook or claimed that a reflection of a ceiling lamp or a ceiling light was a UFO, and it was definitely like a ceiling light, right? Like a chandelier kind of thing. And he had told this story. He was told that, like, Ukrainian military had saw it, and it's like, brother, no, it was a reflection of a light in a window. Like, somebody got him. And, like, that shit happens, I guess, to people sometimes, you know, but people were kind of pissed at him because he was just churning out all these public talks, like these press conferences he was putting on, or, I mean, press conferences, just presentations, sorry. And he wasn't really vetting into the information properly, which is why people are frustrated with him, but just trying to make that money, brother. Just get in that bag, right? Fuck off into the sunset with it, like Steven. Elizondo's involvement in leaking the gimbal video in 2017 was not for the American public, it was for China. In the not so distant future, there will be a war between US and China over resources, water, oil, silicon chips, rare earth, Taiwan, Afghanistan, trade routes, etc. When the war starts, the first blood will be drawn not by overtly American military, but by a fleet of UFOs that will rain down havoc on Shanghai and Shenzhen. It'll be American-made flying saucer-shaped UAVs. What the fuck? Where's this guy getting this from? America will have plausible deniability because people like Elizondo and Dave Fravor, whether they're useful idiots or intentional plants, will have a track record of saying, we don't have technology that can deliver a nuclear payload over enemy territory at Mach 50. This gives us plausible deniability. Well, how does that make sense logically? Because they've implied that we have alien tech, so then we could do that and fake an invasion, could we not? So when China decides to retaliate, they won't necessarily have a viable target because, well, aliens. Oh no, this guy didn't think this one through at all. Fuck. It's a very clever yet diabolical ruse by the American. No, what's this guy's name? Professor Showbiz. You got to think a little bit harder on that one. You didn't think enough. It's not. You can critically think about that one at all. No. It's China would know probably. They probably know definitively we have recovered tech, and they would know probably that was us who went and dropped a fucking nuclear weapon on them. Right? Why else would the aliens, up until this point in time, who have literally done nothing, just decide in the middle of a trade war to go and drop a fucking nuke on their cities? Like, no, I don't buy it. No, this is just, no, it's just, a smooth argument. Yeah. Anyway, well, where's this video at? I might as well just play it and see what it's all about. UFO secrecy. Was Henry Kissinger overseeing a UFO crash retrieval program? This episode lays out the most compelling cases yet. Nazi tech recovering a young Army CIC member to Project Moondust to deep Harvard intelligence ties to the controversial MJ-12 documents, yes. Oh, Henry's been involved with all kinds of fun things and made all kinds of wonderful quotes. What a fucking literal psychopath he was. At the very least, an elitist. Absolutely. One of these wonderful people, yeah. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm gonna start right now.
I think when you play a meaningful part in bringing about the death of over 100,000 people and the injury of a comparable number, you don't think of that with ease.
The whole point of the doomsday machine is lost. If you keep it a secret, why didn't you tell the world, eh?
On the 19th of May, 1953, something extraordinary happened in the Nevada desert. A new kind of nuclear bomb, codenamed Harry, was detonated at the Nevada test site. It unleashed 32 kilotons of energy, twice the power dropped on Hiroshima. The military at the time was running Operation Upshot Knothole, a series of nuclear tests to study how the blasts affected homes, buildings, and infrastructure. But of the dozens of nuclear devices used, it seemed that Harry, which caused the largest blast, might have had an unintended side effect. One of the engineers on site studying all of this data was a decorated World War II veteran named Arthur Stansel.
I can assure you that your name will not be used.
The man had been working as a consultant on blast effects of atom bombs when he was suddenly ordered to report for a new mission.
Along with 15 other specialists, he was ordered to leave his belongings behind. He was flown to Phoenix and transported on a bus with blacked out windows to a classified location near Kingman, Arizona. They were told a secret test vehicle had crashed. His job was to determine its impact velocity.
I accepted it was probably some United States government vehicle, a highly classified vehicle. In fact, we were told that that's what it was.
Under the floodlights, he saw the most exotic craft he had ever seen. It looked like two deep saucers fused together, buried 20 inches in the sand. It was roughly 30 feet in diameter, made of a dull brushed metal material. It had no landing gear, no visible damage, and a small open hatch. Inside a nearby tent, a number of 4-foot-tall humanoid figures laid out on a table. While all of this might sound unbelievable, more evidence of the Kingman crash surfaced recently. Former intelligence official Chris Mellon revealed that this flying saucer had been recovered and studied over the decades since its retrieval. And Stansel himself was no random witness. His record is impeccable. He earned 3 Purple Hearts, a Bronze Star, and after the war began, he sustained a career in physics and engineering at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And a declassified report from Operation Upshot Knothole confirms Stansel was on site for the nuclear testing there. But it's the name mentioned alongside Stansel's, the head of the Special Studies Department at Wright-Patterson, who is much more of a mystery. Dr. Eric Wang. Unlike Stancil, Wang left almost no trace in public records. Despite having his name endow a civil engineering research facility at the University of New Mexico, any other details about what else he might have been doing in his super secretive career are non-existent. Attempts to verify his background lead to nothing. No biographical details, no employment records, no published research. It was as if he had been erased from the records. The mystery of Dr. Wang was picked up in the 1980s by UFO researcher William Steinman. After months of searching, he finally found a clue. An obituary in an old issue of a mechanical engineering magazine. It turned out that Dr. Eric H. Wang, born in 1906, had originally come from Vienna. In fact, he had graduated from Vienna Technical Institute, and there are suggestions that he was a contemporary of Victor Schauberger, the man rumored to have developed a revolutionary propulsion system, perhaps even conceptual flying saucers for the Nazis. Steinman discovered that Wang immigrated to the US before World War II, lectured at the University of Cincinnati, and eventually became head of the Department of Special Studies at Wright-Patterson. In 1956, Wang's department was relocated to New Mexico, to the Sandia Laboratories complex at Kirtland Air Force Base. Steinman hit another dead end, and despite being warned off this trail, he took a different approach. He tracked down Dr. Wang's widow, Maria, and that's when things took a turn. Maria Wang confirmed that her late husband had worked on classified projects at Wright-Patterson, projects that involved technology not of this world. She went even further, claiming that before his death, Eric had confided in her that the US government was studying recovered extraterrestrial craft. But it was Maria's next revelation that was truly shocking. She said that her husband had reported directly to Henry Kissinger.
Thank you. Nice to see you all.
Not only that, but that Kissinger was deeply involved in the flying saucer program. That Kissinger had overseen much of her late husband's work, and that he had even visited their home on occasion. Yes, Henry Kissinger, the same Kissinger that's one of the most influential and controversial figures in the 20th century.
We believe that peace is at hand.
National Security Advisor and Secretary of State under Presidents Nixon and Ford, the Harvard academic, nuclear strategist, the man who won a Nobel Peace Prize for negotiating the end of the Vietnam War, but who is also considered by many a war criminal. That Henry Kissinger. But if Maria Wang's claim was true, and Kissinger had worked with her husband before he died in 1960, that would have placed Kissinger at the center of the most secretive program in history before he had even entered public office. That is a huge claim. Is it possible that Henry Kissinger could have been overseeing the legacy UFO program?
There is no country in the world where it is conceivable that a man of my origins could be standing here next to the President of the United States.
To understand that question, to investigate that claim, we need to take a few steps back. Because Kissinger's rise to power and possible involvement in UFOs didn't just come through academia. It started in Germany at the end of the war in Army intelligence.
Rambo, what's up, my dude? Awesome, brother. Well, yeah, Henry was a great guy. Not really. It was Henry back in the 90s who talked about UN troops.
In today's world, staying
the
informed
US.
can feel like navigating a maze of headlines, each with its own agenda. That's why I started using...
That under the right crises, people would relinquish their rights and freedoms for security. And that's all that people would need, right? And they would welcome UN troops onto American soil under the right circumstance. So he was a serious elitist. So, yeah, it was quite an intro, yeah.
23 in Germany to a Jewish family and emigrated to the US in 1938 to escape Nazi persecution. A gifted student, he was drafted into the US Army during World War II, where he fought in major battles, witnessed the liberation of a concentration camp, and was recruited into the Counterintelligence Corps, or CIC. The CIC, essentially the Army's FBI, played a key role in post-war Europe, securing Nazi technology, hunting war criminals, and safeguarding military secrets. It was deeply embedded in classified operations, including those connected to the Manhattan Project. It's also frequently mentioned in accounts of the Roswell crash and Majestic 12 leaks. Kissinger was assigned to denazification efforts in occupied
He just died
Germany.
recently, a couple years
His
ago.
ability to communicate with locals and manage post-war chaos earned him a reputation for confidence and diplomacy. At just 22, he was entrusted with overseeing the entire town of Bensheim, a role which provided him significant authority. Later, he was assigned to work in Oberammergau, a picturesque town in the Bavarian Alps with a lot of hidden significance.
Beautiful.
Oberammergau happened to be the location of a secret weapons facility that had been dug into the nearby mountains. The Messerschmitt design branch had been moved there during the war, and they were responsible for developing new jet-propelled planes and radio-controlled anti-aircraft missiles. Henry Kissinger was one of the first officers to occupy the barracks there in 1945. The timing of this assignment places Kissinger right in the middle of what was, in the eyes of the US Army, a treasure trove of Nazi rocket scientists and researchers. Oberammergau was a crucial location for counterintelligence operations and the development of Operation Paperclip, the American program which secretly imported 1,500-plus Nazi scientists. In fact, the designer of the V-2 rocket and the future head of America's rocket program, Wernher von Braun, had himself been apprehended by the Allies at Oberammergau.
You spend most of your time arguing with other people what the more important things are, and you don't get a job done.
He, along with some 400 other scientists, had been ordered to relocate to this area by SS General Hans Kammler. Kammler was infamous, not only for his role in designing concentration camps, but for overseeing the Nazis' most advanced weapons programs. Alongside conventional rocketry and nuclear research, there were persistent rumors of more exotic experiments going on at the time. These experiments involved anti-gravity propulsion and flying saucer-like craft. Victor Schauberger, an Austrian scientist, had allegedly developed a craft with an anti-gravity effect that defied conventional physics. According to historian Nick Cook's great book, The Hunt for Zero Point, CIC agents interrogated Schauberger for 9 months, fully aware of his most classified work. They reportedly considered his discoveries more important than Nazi nuclear research itself. The technology they secured, Cook suggests, had characteristics of a UFO, a craft that seemingly defied the laws of physics. After the war ended, another Army CIC agent, Neil Gersheimer, tricked Schauberger into signing all of his work over to the United States. The intellectual property around these exotic propulsion principles would end up at Brookhaven National Labs in Long Island. So this would infer that CIC agents of the same organization as Kissinger, in the same field of operations, had already gathered the intelligence to understand the secret program. If the CIC was actively collecting intelligence on this exotic technology, Kissinger would have almost certainly been aware of it. His assignment placed him at the center of the most sensitive intelligence gathering area. His credentials, relocation to Oberammergau, fluency in German, and his prior experience in arresting and questioning ranking Nazis in Bensheim, all of this would lead any reasonable person to believe that Kissinger was at least peripherally involved in managing the transition of these Nazi scientists and their secrets into US custody. Whether Kissinger knew about experimental propulsion or otherworldly technology remains speculative, but there is a distinct possibility that he could have been trusted with interrogating, translating, and negotiating these secrets with Nazi scientists as part of their passage to freedom in the United States. All of this at least places Kissinger at the crime scene, so to speak. So the question remains, what exactly did Henry Kissinger have to do with UFOs? Henry Kissinger enrolled at Harvard in 1947, balancing the life of a dedicated student with his ongoing ties to the Counterintelligence Corps. While his peers saw him as a reclusive bookworm, he remained close with his Army colleagues and maintained an interest in intelligence operations. He graduated in 1950 as the Cold War intensified. The Korean War was underway. The Soviets had tested their first atomic bomb, and China had fallen to communism.
Would have been 28 there.
Harvard played a prominent role in the commingling of the state intelligence community and academia. James Conant, Harvard's president from 1933 to 1955, was a key figure in the Manhattan Project.
It's crazy, some of these guys like Kissinger who had their beginnings in these, fascist, like authoritarian states like Nazi Germany. They were subjected to that lunacy, hunted down, they fled, and then he was involved in liberating the concentration camps years later as a little bit of an older man, still a young man. Saw the horrors of all that. It then turns out to be this elitist later on in life, saying ridiculous things like I just said. Now, I'm pretty sure that is a real quote. Now, that he mentioned that, I think, at a Bilderberg summit years ago in the late 1990s or mid 1990s, but he was absolutely an elitist, and it's just unbelievable that those events wouldn't have shaped him into a different person. But it's craziness,
Managing the delicate balance between scientists and the military. A close ally of Oppenheimer's and Vannevar Bush's, he played a central role in shaping America's atomic age, advising the Atomic Energy Commission and the Joint Research Development Board. Conant was second only to Oppenheimer as an advisor to the government on military and civilian applications of nuclear technology. He was a staunch Cold Warrior, setting Harvard's tone as an anti-communist stronghold. Another connection to the hidden UFO history was Harvard's top astronomer, Dr. Donald Menzel, a leading UFO debunker in the 1950s. He insisted that all sightings had natural explanations. But was he hiding something? Recent claims by astrophysicist Dr. Beatrice Villarreal suggest Menzel ordered the destruction of Harvard's astronomical photographic plates taken during the 1952 Washington, D.C. UFO flap.
He suddenly becomes the director of Harvard Observatory, and he destroys 1/3 of the photographic plates. And he doesn't ask, as I understand from the record, he doesn't ask the astronomers to select the plates. No, he asked his secretary to go and throw away 1/3 of the plates. And there's a woman, Dory Tofflight, that has been telling about this story in her memoirs, and he started revenging on her later too, for, as I understood it, for that she tried to protect some of the plates. He also threw away a number of the logbooks.
Adding to the mystery, Menzel was named in the MJ-12 documents as part of Truman's top-secret UFO research panel in the late 1940s. Now, there are definite issues with the MJ-12 documents, but there are core truths in those documents that have been corroborated by open-source research. More on that later. Another key figure, physicist Louis Branscombe, earned his PhD from Harvard in 1949 and played a crucial role in the 1960s Condon Committee, which dismissed UFOs as scientifically insignificant. As director of the National Bureau of Standards, Branscombe allegedly offered committee chair Edward Condon a deal: help bury the UFO question and get your security clearance back. There was a close relationship between the institutions of state power and Harvard, hidden or not. For Harvard and Kissinger, serving the Cold War machine, whether through the Department of Defense or the CIA, was a patriotic duty. How might this have affected the hidden history? Well, potentially, any crash retrievals or advanced physics would have been tightly controlled under Cold War priorities. Secrecy was not just about preventing public panic. It was also about staying ahead in an existential battle with the Soviet Union. And while the Cold War never erupted into direct global conflict, it was still a war. Millions died in its proxy battles. For those shaping policy, it was just as existential as the fight against Nazis, only now with the added threat of weapons capable of ending civilization itself. For Kissinger, the apocalyptic stakes of the Cold War shaped his early career. Neil Ferguson's great biography highlights his deep interest in psychological warfare, the art of using propaganda, disinformation, and psyops to manipulate adversaries and allies alike. In the 1950s, this meant undermining the Soviets without direct confrontation. Kissinger didn't just theorize, he put these theories into practice. He authored reports on psychological warfare, and with his mentor, William Elliott, launched a series of international seminars at Harvard. These gatherings, backed by the intelligence community, aimed to cultivate foreign intellectuals as allies of American influence. At the same time, Kissinger maintained direct ties to the CIA, including contact with its chief, Allen Dulles. So his transition from military intelligence to academia wasn't a break, it was a continuation. But Kissinger's influence extended beyond Harvard. In 1951, 1952, and again in 1955, he worked as a consultant for the Psychological Strategy Board and its successor, the Operations Coordinating Board. These high-level programs launched by Truman were designed to unify psychological warfare efforts across U.S. agencies. A declassified CIA document reveals the Psychological Strategy Board's core mission: winning hearts and minds through strategic influence. More crucially, it highlights how only a select few were deemed capable of staffing this new psychological warfare oversight body, whether they were pulled from existing agencies or recruited from outside the government. Kissinger, it seems, was one of them. The Psychological Strategy Board, or PSB, also has strong connections to the hidden history of UFOs. Philip J. Corso was a member, another CIC agent who went into government. He was on the staff of Eisenhower's National Security Council and eventually became the chief of the Pentagon's Foreign Technology Desk in Army Research and Development. Corso went on to claim in his book, The Day After Roswell, that alien tech had been recovered and reverse engineered from crash retrieval programs. Another PSB figure, Douglas Jackson, was special assistant to the president under Eisenhower. He served as liaison between the CIA and the Pentagon. By 1960, Jackson had moved into publishing, becoming head of Life magazine. After Kennedy was assassinated, Life acquired the Zapruder film, the clearest footage of the assassination. But instead of releasing it in full, they only published black and white stills with certain key frames missing. The moving footage was withheld for over a decade. Jackson himself died not long after, but his past intelligence ties raised serious questions about how the assassination was managed in the media. These examples show how the Psychological Strategy Board's influence could extend beyond psychological warfare
it's a deep dive
into shaping public perception of major historical events. And in Corso's case, how he went from the Army's CIC to a national security position in government to knowledge of the UFO program. The PSB had no shortage of interesting figures, but it just goes to show how connected psychological warfare was to the hidden history of UFOs. This is best shown in a series of declassified CIA documents from 1952. One memo, involving CIA Director Walter B. Smith, highlights the national security risk posed by flying saucers, not just as unknown aerial threats, but as tools that could be exploited by the Soviets to spread hysteria or disrupt air defense systems. The memo states, the flying saucer situation contains two elements of danger which, in a situation of international tension, have national security implications. These are psychological and air vulnerability. Another document, this time from Smith to the director of the Psychological Strategy Board, notes that over 1,500 UFO reports had been logged. 20% remained unexplained, prompting an urgent question. Could these phenomena be controlled, predicted, or even used in military or psychological operations? At this point, Henry Kissinger re-enters the picture. Around this time, he was recruited to produce reports for the Army in Korea and Germany. He also became a direct consultant to the head of the Psychological Strategy Board himself, Gordon Gray. Gray was not a minor figure. A former Secretary of the Army, he had oversight of psychological warfare strategies across multiple agencies, and he later chaired the committee that revoked Oppenheimer's security clearance. He also served as National Security Advisor under Eisenhower. His influence continued for decades, spanning the Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, and Ford administrations as a member of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. Gray was as embedded in the security state as one could be, and perhaps unsurprisingly, he had connections to the UFO question.
Is what is called the golden age of general relativity tied to these topics?
Well, there's the explosion. There's a famous series. The author was Talbert.
Ansel Talbert wrote an article for the New York Herald Tribune in November of 1955, while Gray was president of the University of North Carolina. The article's title, Conquest of Gravity, Aim of Top Scientists in United States. It details the efforts of numerous universities, companies, top physicists, and documents their prospects for studying and controlling gravity, a discovery which is of, quote-unquote, tremendous import to the field of aircraft design. It also states that a proposal to establish an Institute of Pure Physics, at the University of North Carolina to carry on theoretical research on gravity had been sanctioned by the Board of Trustees, which had the final approval of Dr. Gordon Gray. In 1956, this Institute of Field Physics at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, holds what's known as the Chapel Hill Conference, convening all of the world's top theoretical physicists to discuss gravity. This conference is sponsored by Wright Airfield. The head of the Institute of Field Physics, Agnew Bonson, is also funding mid-century inventor Thomas Townsend Brown, who's claiming to get successful positive results on gravity manipulation experiments. Gray was also named as one of the advisors on the top secret research and development organization established by Truman as it appears in the leaked Majestic 12 documentation. His deep ties to the military, psychological warfare, government, and academia, on top of this link to gravity research, this makes a very plausible case that he would have been read into high-level UFO programs. So remember, these are the circles that Kissinger was moving in while he was still a graduate student. He wasn't just another Harvard intellectual. He was corresponding with CIA Director Alan Dulles, consulting with Gordon Gray at the Psychological Strategy Board, and networking with the power brokers shaping Cold War intelligence. All of this on top of his CIC work in Germany, managing the transition of Nazi scientists, and possibly their exotic propulsion research. And once Kissinger got his PhD, these ties were developed further, in tandem with his academic development. In 1955, Kissinger started to write critically of Eisenhower's nuclear strategy of massive retaliation. It was the threat of responding to an attack, conventional or nuclear, with an immediate all-out nuclear barrage. Kissinger claimed this was outdated now that the Soviets maintained their own substantial nuclear arsenal. He argued that the United States should be ready to fight limited, localized nuclear wars. His writing was noticed, and he was invited by McGeorge Bundy, a colleague and professor at Harvard at this time, to work with the Council on Foreign Relations. The CFR, a private organization tied to elite circles of business, government, and academia, was a crucible for Cold War policy. Much like a think tank, it served as a discussion club of the most powerful and successful leaders and well-connected figures of foreign affairs. Walter Isaacson's biography of Kissinger describes the most exalted enterprises of the CFR to be the so-called study groups, where around a dozen or so distinguished individuals and wise men met regularly over the course of 12 months to explore a particular subject in depth. Each group had a study director, usually an up-and-coming academic, who would collate their discussions into something that may or may not be disseminated to government or the public. For example, McGeorge Bundy was a part of a study group in the late 1940s that examined Marshall Plan aid to Europe. Some of its members should sound familiar. Eisenhower, before his presidency, was involved, along with future CIA Director Alan Dulles and future CIA Deputy Director Richard M. Bissell. Also contributing was George F. Kennan, just after writing his famous long telegram under the pen name X, which shaped Cold War policy of containing Soviet communism. So the who's who of international diplomacy. Flick open your modern history of the United States, and these guys are all over it. And as far as the hidden UFO history goes, aside from the obvious links to someone like Eisenhower and the possible Majestic 12 Advisory Board, you've also got Richard Bissell, who spearheaded developments in American reconnaissance aircraft like the U-2 and its successor, the SR-71. He knew his way around Area 51, and he was famously named by presidential advisor Harold Malmgren as being the person who had briefed Malmgren on other world technologies.
So there are things you need to know.
In 1955, Kissinger was invited to direct a Council on Foreign Relations study group on nuclear war and foreign policy. He was briefed by Robert Oppenheimer himself and instructed to turn the findings into a book. The group was chaired by Gordon Dean, former head of the Atomic Energy Commission, and included top military officials, government insiders, and scientists. The resulting book, Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy, was a breakthrough. Oppenheimer called it extraordinarily well-informed, and it launched Kissinger into the public eye. By the end of the decade, he was advising the Joint Chiefs of Staff and making regular TV appearances as a nuclear strategy expert. Before the book was even published, Kissinger had been pulled into even more elite circles. He was approached by one of the most powerful names in America, Nelson Rockefeller. At the time, Rockefeller was serving as an advisor to President Eisenhower, tasked with countering Soviet influence in psychological warfare and beyond. After Stalin's death in 1953, U.S. officials worried about a Soviet peace offensive aimed at undermining U.S. military power, sowing discord among allies, and backing revolutionary movements in the developing world. Rockefeller's job was to counter this, and he formed his own expert panel to strategize for the president. Kissinger was brought in alongside military leaders, academics, and private sector figures. The group first met at Quantico, Virginia, to draft reports for Eisenhower. This was Kissinger's first collaboration with Rockefeller, but far from his last. 2 years later, he would serve as the director for the Rockefeller Brothers Fund Special Studies Project, a panel on U.S. international security objectives and strategy that included Edward Teller. Kissinger and Teller would work closely together on a number of occasions afterwards. Teller was key to the Manhattan Project. He was the inventor of the hydrogen bomb and was named in a document written by Australian nuclear physicist Harry Turner. This report, on behalf of Australian intelligence, aimed to investigate what the US had been studying when it came to UFOs. Nobody in conventional national security circles disputes this report. It's deemed valid as a very real document. And Harry Turner definitely led all nuclear efforts for the Australian Joint Intelligence Organization, which is basically Australia's CIA. Turner stated that Edward Teller was working with others on the objective to control gravity. So we have yet another close associate of Kissinger being implicated in the hidden history of science and perhaps tech behind UFOs. By the late 1950s, Kissinger was a tenured Harvard professor, a trusted advisor to the military and government, and a rising public intellectual. But his official ascent leaves room for this hidden history to press against it. Just recall Maria Wing's claim that her husband had worked directly under Kissinger, who was in some capacity involved in the UFO program by this time. This is tangential, but there is at least one document I was able to find that connects Kissinger to the world of crash retrievals. Hey guys, I want to tell you about my new favorite piece of apparel. These are called the Perfect Jeans.
No. It is crazy. Like, there's quite a breadcrumb trail. And I mean, Jesse's done a great job in really digging this up. Stanton had kind of done this to some degree. But more recently, I think, especially with the aid of Dave Grush, who really got the top down behind the scenes, they've gone through and really put the breadcrumb trail together. Like we're almost at the fucking bread. There's a piece of bread that we're getting towards here, and I think he's doing a really great job at doing this. Yeah, Perfect Jeans. Holy fucking Christ. Yeah, yeah. It's very impressive. Fuck. Yeah, I'll continue on with it and then I'll comment on it, I guess.
A redacted history of Sandia Laboratories in New Mexico notes that Don Cotter, who was later a Nixon administration advisor on atomic energy and assistant to the Secretary of Defense. Well, Cotter had been promoted in 1961 to oversee advanced research at Kirtland Air Force Base. As part of his work, Cotter organized interdisciplinary seminars featuring noted international experts and specialists. One of them, Henry Kissinger. We also know that in 1962, as part of the Bluegill Triple Prime test in the Pacific, one detonation reportedly downed a UFO. Craft was then recovered and sent to the Albuquerque Operations Office, which oversaw Los Alamos and Sandia Labs at Kirtland Air Force Base. Who was in charge of that office? Lawrence Preston Geiss, better known as Jeff Bezos' maternal grandfather, who also worked for the Atomic Energy Commission. Harold Malmgren was presidential advisor for JFK at the time, and he was in charge of White House efforts around this Bluegill Triple Prime test. And in the Navy deck logs of the ships associated with the Bluegill Triple Prime test, you can see that anomalous debris came out of the plume of this blast and was recovered. The anomalous debris was then sent to New Mexico to be taken charge of by Lawrence Preston Geiss. So given that Harold Malmgren was in charge of the nuclear test for the White House, he decided to scope things out with Lawrence Preston Geiss. According to Malmgren, Geiss was directly involved in reverse engineering recovered craft in this exact period. So Malmgren went to go meet Geiss in New Mexico. And according to Malmgren's tweets, Geiss was directly involved in reverse engineering recovered craft in this exact period. So another UFO crash retrieval is tied to Sandia Labs, where Dr. Wang worked and where Kissinger is connected. But the questions still exist. Was Kissinger aware of any active UFO programs? Was he actively managing them? At this point, discussing whether Kissinger was involved in a UFO program inevitably leads us to the leaked documents that have pointed to the existence of the Majestic 12.
Thankfully, a lot of these boys
now, I know
are dead,
some of you
but...
might already have strong opinions about the MJ-12 docs, but I just want to remind viewers that it's not just one thing. It's a collection of over 3,000 pages from different eras leaked over decades. Yes, some of these could be forgeries. Some of these could be purposeful misinformation, part of a limited hangout strategy. But that doesn't make the whole thing invalid. If we can sift through the evidence, you can find some really significant details, and other details that are corroborated by open source research. Take, for example, a leaked MJ-12 document from 1995 recently discussed by Ross Coulthart on News Nation with former Australian intelligence officer Jeff Cruikshank. It details a top-secret request from President John F. Kennedy to CIA Director Allen Dulles on June 28, 1961. In it, JFK asks for a review of MJ-12 intelligence operations as they relate to Cold War psychological warfare. Skeptics might dismiss this, but here's where it gets interesting. A document was released in the 2022 JFK files, revealing Dulles had actually scheduled something very interesting for that day, something completely unknown to the public in 1995. The document showed 2 meetings between Dulles and JFK on June 28, 1961, a fact that would have been impossible for a forger to predict decades earlier upon release of the MJ-12 documents.
So, there's a document in the MJ-12 files, these very disputed MJ-12 files, which has that date of the 28th of June 1961, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
And that's the date of a meeting between the CIA Director Allen Dulles and President John F. Kennedy.
Twice.
Now, nobody knew about that meeting until that diary was declassified in 2022.
That's correct.
This isn't the only MJ-12 document with verifiable details. Others contain obscure, hard-to-fake markings and marginalia that experts have analyzed as authentic. This is similar to the Bob Lazar story, which I have reported on ad nauseum. If it weren't for Bob Lazar, we might still not know that Area 51 exists. But there are a lot of reasons to believe that aspects of the Bob Lazar story were pushed out as passage material. Let's get back to the MJ-12. For the sake of those watching that might be new to this topic, let's quickly sketch out a picture of what the MJ-12 is. Allegedly, the Majestic 12 was a secret committee formed by President Truman in 1947 to handle the extraterrestrial issue. It included top scientists, military leaders, and government officials. Figures like Vannevar Bush, Gordon Gray, Donald Menzel, and even Eisenhower, all names we've already discussed. But regardless of the reliability of any one document, consider the bigger picture. MJ-12 was supposed to have been created at the same time the Truman administration was facing an entirely new existential threat: nuclear weapons. The atomic bomb changed the course of history. It reshaped humanity's relationship with extinction itself. There was a pre-nuclear world and a post-nuclear world. So how did the government respond? By forming classified interdisciplinary groups to study the issue, advise the military and government, and develop strategies for managing the risks of this new era. Okay, that seems pretty logical. Now, if anything truly extraordinary happened at, say, Roswell, what would you expect the government to do? Well, you'd probably expect them to establish a classified interdisciplinary team to research the phenomenon, its implications, learn what they could about any strategic advantages, and decide what, if anything, the public should know about the topic. Whether or not it was called MJ-12, the idea that a structured oversight body existed is entirely consistent with how the US government responded to other world-changing events. And other documents, on top of Dulles' schedule, like the Eisenhower brief, have been fully verified by open source research. And that brings us back to Kissinger. If such a program existed, and if it evolved over the decades from how it was supposedly set up in the 1940s, how would somebody like Kissinger fit in? Kissinger's early career placed him in positions that directly intersected with the roles described in the MJ-12 documents. His time within the Counterintelligence Corps during and after World War II positioned him within an intelligence network that was deeply involved in early crash retrievals and the exploitation of Nazi scientific expertise through programs like Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, no worries.
Leaked MJ-12 memos from the 1940s reference CIC involvement in UFO investigations, including Roswell. When Kissinger returned to Harvard at the end of the war, it's plausible that he did so with intelligence ties and some knowledge of secret technology programs. If Kissinger's connection to MJ-12 deepened, it likely happened in the mid-1950s, when his role shifted from academia to directly shaping government policy. His invitation to the Council on Foreign Relations Study Group on Nuclear Strategy placed him alongside figures like Robert Oppenheimer and Gordon Dean, key players in both nuclear policy and potentially the UFO issue. For Kissinger to be included in these discussions, he would have needed a high security clearance. Could the UFO question have been part of their classified deliberations? While there's no direct proof, the overlap of names between the CFR study groups and MJ-12 suggests they operated in adjacent circles. Kissinger's role in Nelson Rockefeller's Special Studies Project further cemented his position. Rockefeller, an Eisenhower advisor, led U.S. efforts to counter Soviet influence through strategic initiatives. This think tank included many figures from Kissinger's CFR group, creating potential crossovers between official policy and classified programs. We must assume that Rockefeller had some connection to MJ-12 by this point too. In fact, Detlev Bronk, who is the president of the Rockefeller Foundation, was named as one of the Majestic 12. And this whole suggestion is not that the MJ-12 was a static organization. It may have evolved in this period from a small Truman-era committee to a more structured program under Eisenhower, and elite think tanks like these may have served as its intellectual and strategic backbone. This also raises the question, was this the moment private industry was let in on the secret? By the late 1950s, the US government was increasingly outsourcing classified research to private aerospace and defense contractors. If MJ-12 or its successor wanted to study and reverse engineer UFO materials while avoiding congressional oversight, compartmentalizing the work within private corporations would have been the ideal method. This shift would implicate Kissinger throughout his close ties to Rockefeller, both in think tanks and on his presidential campaigns. Many of the Special Studies Project's key recommendations were integrated into Eisenhower's policies, appearing in his 1958 State of the Union address. Yet much of its classified output remains locked in Rockefeller's Archive Center. Depending on where you look, you'll find different claims about Kissinger's involvement. Some argue that he was bought by the Rockefellers early on, particularly through a grant he received while earning his PhD, and that his Harvard career was merely a cover for deeper intelligence work advising MJ-12 through a specialized think tank. MJ-12 and PI-40 were interchangeable names for the same group, which evolved over decades but remain embedded in the US national security structure. Even if we stay skeptical about the MJ-12 documents themselves, the broader logic of their existence makes sense within Cold War power structures. If a secret UFO study group existed, whether called MJ-12 or something else, Kissinger's career trajectory places him squarely within the network of individuals likely to have been involved. Before making any definitive claims about Kissinger's role in MJ-12 or the UFO program, one thing is certain. Before he ever entered a presidential administration, he operated within a deeply secretive strata of power. His rise to one of the highest positions in the country may not be unconnected to the relationships he had built since his time as a CIC agent. In the 1960 election, John F. Kennedy narrowly defeated Richard Nixon. While Kissinger is now mainly associated with Nixon's legacy, it is often overlooked that he also worked under Kennedy. Kennedy's administration was filled with elite thinkers from different political and industry backgrounds, including several who had worked on Rockefeller's Special Studies Project, like Kissinger. Despite working on Rockefeller's presidential run, writing speeches, and giving advice, he had been approached by the Kennedy team in 1958 to discuss long-range problems and weapons evaluation. Officially, he was consulting the White House on nuclear weapons in Germany, but he remained close to Rockefeller, seeing him as a future presidential contender. The rest of his time was spent teaching at Harvard. It was in this period that he cemented his staunch anti-communist stance. As Neil Ferguson recounts, Kissinger saw nuclear weapons not as a curse, but as a potential safeguard for civilization. His view was that tactical nuclear weapons could and should be used to deter communism. This willingness to prioritize strategic concerns over morality characterized his entire approach to global problems. If he applied the same logic to UFOs, he may have viewed them as another stabilizing element that required secrecy and control. It was also during this period in Kennedy's presidency that the Cold War had reached a boiling point. The Bay of Pigs disaster in 1961 led to the ousting of CIA Director Allen Dulles and Deputy Director Richard Bissell. Bissell notably didn't fade into obscurity. This raises a question: how many others, sidelined from their official positions, continued to operate within the hidden world of UFO programs? In Bissell's case, the rumor was he left work at the CIA on Friday, and on Monday he returned because he was too indispensable to certain activities he was involved in. It was just 2 months after the Bay of Pigs, in June of 1961, that Kennedy requested a full briefing on MJ-12 activities from the head of the CIA, specifically with respect to their role in Cold War psychological warfare. This was before Dulles was dismissed, which occurred in November. Did JFK's decision to clean house at the CIA overlap with an inquisition into the activities of the MJ-12? What did Kennedy find out, and what impact would this have had on his life?
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it.
Perhaps that will be a topic we can touch on another time. But it wasn't long before another crisis emerged: the Berlin standoff. Kissinger found himself sidelined during this crisis, and despite nuclear being one of his areas of expertise, he was scarcely consulted. It wasn't long after that Kissinger left the White House. At the end of the 1960s, with Kennedy gone, the Johnson administration having run its course, Rockefeller had again run for president. But once again, the campaign didn't take, and Kissinger was unexpectedly available when Nixon came calling. Despite once calling Nixon the most dangerous candidate, Kissinger accepted the role of National Security Advisor, marking the start of his most infamous chapter. Why was Kissinger Nixon's choice? Officially, his deep expertise in nuclear strategy and foreign policy made him invaluable. It is often suggested that it was through his associations with MJ-12 or an MJ-12-like group that Kissinger was considered the perfect person to accompany Nixon into the White House. Was Kissinger brought into the administration because he was the ideal person to oversee another arms race, one hidden from public view? Just as the Cold War saw a nuclear arms race alongside proxy wars, it is plausible that there was also a secret technological arms race focused on reverse engineering UFO technology. If Kissinger's approach to nuclear weapons is any indication, he would have treated the UFO issue extremely pragmatically, seeing it as a destabilizing factor that had to be carefully managed. His belief in secrecy, careful analysis, and psychological warfare would have made him the perfect candidate to control access to such information. It is unlikely that Kissinger saw UFOs as a fantastical anomaly. For a man so entrenched in realpolitik, they would have been just another variable, albeit an extraordinary one, in the geopolitical equation, particularly if he had been aware of their early existence since his early 20s. So what influences might this have had on him since he reached the peak of US power in 1969? The Nixon White House was home to scandals, secrets, and occasional absurdity. One of the strangest stories tied to Nixon, and one that raises questions about what Kissinger might have been aware of, involves the actor Jackie Gleason, who is famously obsessed with UFOs. He even built his house to resemble a flying saucer. According to Gleason's ex-wife, one night in the 1970s, Nixon, possibly drunk, showed up at the actor's house unannounced and took him to see alien bodies at a secret facility. Gleason, reportedly shaken, shared the story upon returning home, only for it to resurface in the tabloids years later. Its veracity is debatable.
Christ.
Was Nixon bragging to impress his golf buddy? Letting off steam? Was it all fake? No one knows. But if Nixon was at all interested in UFOs, his closest advisor, who frequently endured his late-night drunken tirades, was surely hearing about it. Kissinger's time in the White House as National Security Advisor from 1969 to 1975 and Secretary of State from 1973 to 1977 gave him immense power over U.S. foreign policy. He shaped Cold War diplomacy, managed Vietnam, and opened relations with China. But what about the hidden UFO history? In these years, we have the official record. And then we have what was never meant to be recorded. The Watergate scandal, secret bombings in Southeast Asia, covert operations in Latin America, and whatever was being discussed inside the 303 Committee, the secretive body overseeing CIA missions. But the question will remain, if someone like Kissinger was involved in the MJ-12, did this overlap with his duties in the White House, in international relations, or with this 303 Committee? The 303 Committee was a secret U.S. interagency group that oversaw all covert operations, and Kissinger was involved with it. So how much crossover was there between the official and hidden history when it came to the 303 Committee? Or the 5412 unit which had preceded it? Or the 40 group which came after it? The names given to the small, high-level teams that oversaw all covert operations for the US government. Were they as deeply involved in UFOs as some researchers suggest? Officially, these groups' members typically included the National Security Advisor, senior officials from the CIA, and representatives from the state and defense departments. Their job was to approve covert actions while shielding the president from direct involvement. Nominally, this separation was ensured to maintain plausible deniability on the part of the president. But this nominal separation at times allowed this group to wield power over the president and to do things without the president's permission. It's easy to think that UFO secrecy would be bound up in these continuity of government programs, which is perhaps why these official names are sometimes said to be interchangeable with MJ-12 in the UFO space. Alternatively, could programs like MJ-12 have evolved into operations more akin to the CIA's notorious Chaos or MKUltra? Discrete groups acting with autonomy, shielded from higher levels of government oversight. If these secrets ever make it to the archives, we might get a definitive answer. Until then, solid links between Kissinger and UFO programs are rare. But there are a few other breadcrumbs that stand out. Firstly, we have circumstantial evidence of Harold Malmgren brought into the Nixon administration in 1971. Analyst Matthew Pine suggested that Malmgren was, at times, just as influential as Kissinger, almost acting as a check on Kissinger's own power.
Harold was, self-consciously not a self-promoter. He was not someone who was looking for the power. He was recognized, and his survivability was because he was going to be the guy working behind the scenes, executing, not taking credit, just the guy who would get stuff done, right? And that's what's, whereas Kissinger was the guy who would walk over people's necks, right? But they were in equal positions, right? They were trusted, and they were often used by presidents, to check each other. Like Malmgren was used explicitly by Nixon to check Kissinger in many negotiations, to confirm that Kissinger wasn't going rogue on various things. And the whole China thing, the back channels with the Soviets, Malmgren was Nixon's confirmation, route, right? Because he didn't fully trust Kissinger to do all this stuff, because Kissinger was kind of this rogue guy, right? He thought he was the president, right? So Malmgren was there to kind of act as a bit of a check.
It would certainly make sense then that if Malmgren had been...
Not to interrupt it, but just quickly, there's not a lot of direct ties here, obviously, to this, but Jesse... This kind of happened with the other video, people haven't seen it, where Jesse went through kind of the history of the anti-gravity program or the gravity manipulation program in the U.S., the U.S. government. And Jesse has people who he knows and talks to behind the scenes who have been privy to classified documents and narratives that we don't have access to. And sometimes I think what's happening here is they are guiding him on where to look and, where to draw the red lines to what. And this is probably another one of those. It sounds like it. But again, we won't know with complete conviction, but it sounds like someone's led him down this rabbit hole again on this. And
read into otherworldly technology by Richard Bissell around this time, that if he had seen evidence of the craft down during the Bluegill Triple Prime explosion that was taken to Los Alamos, then Kissinger, with his deep connections to nuclear strategy and intelligence, likely had a similar level of awareness. Then there is the most intriguing clue of all. In January of 1977, just before leaving office, Kissinger sent a telegram to the US Embassy in Ottawa requesting a report on, quote-unquote, possible returned space objects. The subject line, Moondust. Operation Moondust was a Cold War-era program established by the US Air Force to recover and analyze foreign space debris, including Soviet satellites and other advanced technology. However, declassified documents reveal that Moondust's remit extended beyond conventional technology to include unidentified objects. This leads some to speculate that it may have dealt with extraterrestrial materials. Other declassified documents which describe similar circumstances or directly reference moon dust add to this mystery. One document describes the recovery of spherical objects in New Zealand farmland. Another details a fireball and subsequent sightings of silent aircraft near a Bolivian crash site. Incredibly, I found one that was sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which discusses a 1957 UFO event in Afghanistan that rivals what reportedly occurred at Roswell. These documents suggest a striking similarity between Moondust's operations and the procedures outlined in MJ-12 documents and what we now know about legacy UFO programs. Does Kissinger's telegram prove he was involved? Not exactly, but it confirms he was aware of moondust. And given everything else that he had done until this point, well, perhaps this breadcrumb, however meager, is a significant one. Kissinger's role under Nixon is often cited as emblematic of centralized secret governance. Journalist William Shawcross described how Kissinger controlled the National Security Council's processes, funneling decisions through layers of analysis he personally managed. This allowed him to decide what Nixon would review while bypassing bureaucratic dissent. In 1968, before even entering the White House, Kissinger wrote, "The only way secrecy can be kept is to exclude from the making of the decisions all those who are theoretically charged with carrying it out." This philosophy, deliberately keeping key decisions out of reach, even from senior military and government figures, mirrors the kind of compartmentalization that seems to have governed UFO secrecy. This seems like a direct result of his work for the CIC and for the Psychological Strategy Board, and who knows, perhaps for the MJ-12. As Marvin and Bernard Kalb suggested in their biography of Kissinger, apparently he had no trouble justifying these kinds of deceptive practices. Kissinger's approach to governance was simple: achieve the objective, whatever it takes. Secrecy, deception, even actions that in hindsight many consider criminal. The same logic could have been applied to managing disruptive technology of non-human origin. If UFOs posed a Cold War threat or advantage, they could have been compartmentalized, controlled, and kept out of public reach. And Kissinger would have been in a prime position to oversee such efforts. And his legacy is still visible today. For all the cynicism and warranted criticism surrounding Kissinger's tenure, his realpolitik approach to diplomacy achieved notable successes, such as opening relations with China and advancing arms control through the SALT I talks. It would be incredibly interesting from a historical perspective to find out if there was some kind of UFO-related impetus or rationale behind some of these moves, and in particular if Kissinger was using his knowledge or position within that hidden network to parlay or barter these relations. Due to Kissinger's possible awareness of the UFO issue, he probably would have used this secret knowledge to his advantage when he felt it necessary. And despite the decades of tension and mistrust that came after, Kissinger remains a popular figure in both Beijing and Moscow. He was a longtime confidant of Vladimir Putin. There is a telling exchange between the two from the 90s, when in conversation with the future Russian president about their respective backgrounds, Putin told Kissinger he got his start in intelligence, to which Kissinger replied, "All decent people get their start in intelligence. I did too." In China as well, Kissinger has remained relevant since the 70s. President Xi Jinping described him as an old friend, stating that Sino-US relations will always be linked with the name of Henry Kissinger. Both Putin and Xi expressed sincere condolences when Kissinger died at age 100 in November of 2023. Figures like Richard Bissell, who moved from the CIA into private defense, suggest that real secrecy does not end when someone's ties to an administration does. So, did Kissinger continue operating in classified spheres even after leaving government? His access to power remained unbroken for decades, and he was continually sought out for foreign policy counsel on China, post 9/11, Iraq, and even AI. Was he playing a longer game, leveraging hidden knowledge in ways we still don't understand? Modern UFO whistleblower David Grush has suggested that someone like former Vice President Dick Cheney was a gatekeeper of the UFO program. If such a role exists, it must have been occupied before Cheney, possibly by another Machiavellian operative, by Kissinger himself. Some figures exist in the public eye, but operate a second life in the shadows, redacted, classified, denied. It takes a certain kind of person to thrive in that space. Someone ruthless, someone pragmatic, someone who can manage nuclear strategy, covert wars, and morally indefensible decisions. Maybe even UFO programs. So whether Kissinger was exactly what Maria Wing described to Bill Steinman on the phone, I think it's very possible. And it makes you think, does that position still exist? Who is the gatekeeper now? And will we ever know? Until next episode,
Jesse,
my name's
brother.
Jesse Michaels, and this is American Alchemy.
Dear Christ. Very informative. I mean, interesting whether or not Kissinger actually had anything to do with it or not. I mean, we didn't really... We learned more about the potential. I mean, I had kind of known some of those anecdotes, not all of them, about his involvement potentially in something like that, and maybe the MJ-12. I don't know if Stanton had brought that up before, maybe. It's hard to say. I can't quite remember. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. He does have to, I mean, he does have to tread carefully on this one. I mean, you know, you're dealing, whoever the equivalent is now, if it is Dick Cheney, I mean, you know, I would probably argue Dick is probably more Machiavellian and psychopathic than even Henry. Because, well, we've been going over this one. There's been, where the fuck is it now? It's been all over. People have been talking about some more and more, but the whole 9/11 meme, right? Like, what really happened there exactly? What did that all lead to? Who was behind that, really, right? I mean, pretty dark things. Now, obviously, he wouldn't want to touch on that one and correlate that to maybe these puppet masters here in the West. But anyway, I mean, yeah, very interesting shit, yeah. Wish Junior was Cheney's puppet. Yeah, fuck, absolutely. He was in Dallas the day before, traveled to another town for breakfast, called in the breaking news to tip local station later that day. Yeah, that was, old fucking, Herbert Walker Bush's, yeah. That he was the original gatekeeper. That's the meme, I guess, isn't it, guys? Yeah, but, yeah. Anyway, intriguing. We're looking forward to that Harold Malmgren interview that Jesse's going to be releasing here. I mean... part of me is probably just fucking jaded, but you know, this is all very intriguing, and you know, these hypotheticals, you know, could he have been, may he have been, I mean, oh my fucking god, what are we gonna have to do to just get the truth out here? I see he's got a new banner on this thing, American Alchemy of the UFOs. What are we gonna have to do to fucking know with conviction as to what the fuck's going on? Like, who's gonna just release the Skinny Bob footage? I mean, and when that happens, what are the gatekeepers gonna do, right? I don't think there's gonna be a lot of sense in trying to hone in on this any further. I mean, you're gonna speculate that it's fucking Dick Cheney or whoever, but then I don't think there's gonna be any documentation, unless maybe there is, but somehow I doubt it now that that'll absolutely tie him together. So, you know, we just gotta, somebody with massive balls, right, has to just release something and break through all of this. I mean, it's wonderful content, and it's very intricate, and the history is very interesting and exciting, but I mean, I'm just slightly over it sometimes. But anyway, Jesse's a great content creator. I mean, he's done brilliant work in researching all that. That again is no joke. I mean, my God, that is weeks of deep research to just do 58 minutes of that. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Aaron, what's up? Yeah, I remember reading the MJ-12 docs in 1993. Holy shit. Not 1995 as stated in that doc. Very interesting links made, and Kissinger's involvement was paramount to the UFO narrative. Yeah, man. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, Stanton was always a proponent that there was definitely, I forget, but there's a couple in particular that he was steadfast on, and you know, who knows, right? Who knows? Yeah. Mothman Prophecies. What the fuck is this? We just finished the book, and John Keel wrote of orbs that turned into plane-like flying objects. Okay, in 1975. It sounds a lot like what I thought he said they were helicopters. It sounds a lot like what's going on with the world right now. At first, he mistook them for stars and noticed it did not rotate while the real stars were mooned. And after being stationary for some time, they started moving to descend shortly before they started blinking, and then turned into shadowy plane-like objects that were dead silent. And they came back every night for a few weeks at the same time, just after sunset. Interesting. Okay. John Keel thought they could possibly be a higher intelligence manifestation from another dimension. John was all over that meme and other memes like that. There was some kind of message being sent and that there was the end of the world was coming, and I don't know. You can fall down that rabbit hole. I mean, John Keel, I believe, was also involved to some degree with Buddy, who Linda Moulton Howe worked with. I mentioned his name before. I always forget his fucking name. He's just this forgetful name. But he was like the guy who started the whole cattle mutilation hysteria with Linda Moulton Howe back in the day, back in the 70s. And he had been abducted. He had done regression work with Leo Sprinkle, who was interviewing a lot of these people. He was a psychiatrist and did a TV interview with a guy. And he's the dude, too, who went out and was it in Montana he was at? He went and dug a well because the aliens told him there's going to be an apocalypse in the future and survivors will need fresh water and shit like that. And so people around some of these abductees were convinced that the aliens are here in anticipation of an apocalypse. And, you know, it's going to happen any day now, just around the corner. And then you just waste your whole life waiting for it. And it's like, and it drives them literally all insane. The communicators of this, all of them are insane. This gentleman, there's a dozen of them at least. Nancy Leader's another one. She's fucking insane. They're all insane. They all claim to be talking to aliens, and the aliens are saying that the world's going to end. And they've been saying this for, Buddy was saying that since the early 1980s. Nancy's been saying that since the mid 1990s. I mean, don't get me fucking started on it. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. Fuck me. Well, if they find Jesse with a gunshot in the back of the head, you know, he hit a nerve somewhere. Well, that's the concern, man. Yeah. Mothman is generally seen in Wisconsin area, which is close to New Jersey. Is it close? I thought Wisconsin's a ways away. Hijacked successfully. Yeah, seems relevant to today's events. Yeah, I don't remember all the names behind the info. I need to throw these things in your index as my filter. I struggle. Yeah, Hendrix would probably know some of these more than myself as well, some of these references. I mean, some of these more kind of woo people too, I try to keep up with their names, but we could probably find the guy's name, yeah. Yeah. Have you seen that orb that landed and got picked up? He's saying Cab is a liar, Harry. Almost exclusively. His mother is almost certainly paranoid schizophrenic, Harry. Yeah, she, oh, this is Buddy. The Buddy of the big streamer covered this, didn't he?
This here is called Park Cabal. We are going to pick them up here at the entrance in front of what looks like the Palace of Justice. I think, Jose, what's up? Mr. Dan, see him.
Just gonna kind of go through to the moment. So these guys are in Colombia.
With the metal detector. Were
you detecting metals here?
Yes. Then I see something.
This has been translated.
It buzzes near my ear.
Right? At a speed of a few seconds. I thought it was a bird.
Right? So I keep going. When it comes back, it passes its hand, but a little further away. Then when it's out of sight, then it leans down. When you saw it, what was your impression? What the hell was it? No, it was a silver ball, and it turns out I started to analyze it and it was already over there. Where that building is over there. I mean, very far away at the tip of Mira. I asked.
Is it actually Bones? Okay, interesting. Well, there's a bunch of weird shit that happens in South America, like.
That was from a story when I read to my friend that I filmed. I mean, he was with a friend. Yes, so I would
carry 2 cell phones.
They physically pick it up.
Doesn't have good resolution. It's very ordinary. So he had a cell phone, more or less.
Oh, okay.
So he arrived and picked it up and focused, and in a moment he went towards the lake, to the lake over there, and I came back. He went
there. I got 2 machetes in his hand, for Christ's sake.
But we are talking about speed, or she was slow, too. No, that was fast, and she came back and stayed still for the F. We all started to film all that well.
Not fucking around out there.
From there to the tower.
God damn it.
He was telling me just now that it was difficult for him to record because he would lose his place in bed. He
was very light.
So that's why
how did they do the dub on this?
Yes.
I don't understand.
So since he was very light, then he didn't have enough to sign it. And there was a part that remained still, and here you can see the aromas. Here are the aromas in this part here in the back. There you can see the video where the aromas are. Okay, and towards the tower where the towers are, where the tower is, it
remained still.
It remained still in the tower. What's behind that? What's over there? What's over there? There's
the battalion. There's the battalion.
Oh,
the
fucking someone just texted me.
Yes,
Sorry.
Palisade.
Okay, there we
Yes,
go. I just
sir.
missed it.
Okay, and then from there it came.
That sphere was recording everything from the bat.
All this way, it
was recording everything, the whole city and this side, and it was like watching us.
Okay, so I wasn't close to where you were. How long was it? So it was like 50 meters. I mean, we're talking about here. Where's that little cow over there? Yes, more or less 50 meters. Let's film the
You can
cow.
never be safe
Here, where
enough,
that little
yeah.
cow is over there.
You can never have too many fucking knives in your hand.
Slowly.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's because of the electromagnetic field, which is what
This
the
is the
device I
shit,
have
right?
had.
This.
Yes,
The Colombians know what the fuck is
electromagnetic
up.
field detector. That's it. I don't know if it's because being
Skinny
so
Bob's there for
close
that pure
distorted
shit.
it and all that, and it started to fail. It started to fail, and it started to fail. Of course, what happens is that the electromagnetic field detectors from the German company are detectors that have electromagnetism. They use the LOR system.
Okay, brother,
which is
we're
the
up. What this
long-range
fucking guy
tracking
talking
system.
about? So he picks it up.
So surely, possibly.
I ran and then, suspiciously, I stayed there for a while, watching it.
And observing it and around it. Come
Man.
with us a little bit. Come on, let's take a look down here. Let's look down here because it looks like this is quite tilted. It fell where?
Like, about 40 meters from here.
40 meters from there.
So, let's go over there.
Is it like a drone? Is it a balloon? Like what? Is it metal? The boys are going down here. Okay. It has symbols on it.
Exactly.
Well,
They
here
put
I
a
remember that I got
blowtorch
down
to
and
it.
stayed
No,
still
they
here for a
don't.
while.
What the fuck?
It fell on this side.
Okay.
This was the piece that fell here. So, I delayed picking it up because I was scared because of something that you don't even know about or anything. So I waited a while and then I decided to touch it and it was kind of cold, but around it was like frosty, and after a while, well, it weighed more or less like about 3 pounds, 1.5 kilos. And over time it started to weigh more. This was exactly the one. I just picked it up, it weighed 1.5 kilos. And as the days went by the end it's already weighing 9 kilograms. 9 kilograms.
Yes, it's already heavy. I don't know if it was because it was walking. It must be weird technology. But the thing is that it was light. And now at this moment it weighs 9 kilograms.
9 kilograms. Yes, sir, 9 kilograms. The sphere weighs almost 10 kilograms. Hey, Mr. Jose, why did you decide to call the Germany company to deliver the sphere? Why? Tell me why. Because, I mean, I felt more trustworthy with them, because I've already done business with them and they handle these electromagnetic field detectors. That's it. So I asked them to do a study.
Is this,
And they offered
what's
and
going on
everything,
here?
and that they weren't going to charge me. I even told them not to get involved or anything or embarrass me or anything. Now they decide to do it for them, from now on. They made it go viral, huh?
Well, we can see here soon. Let's look at the city. Let's look at the city. This is the city of Buga. This is the city of Buga. We are at the exact place where
Beautiful.
the sphere fell. The sphere that was picked up by this gentleman, Mr. Jose, who had health problems. Let's walk. Tell us what health problems you had, Mr. Jose. No, and they gave me.
I got some nipples in that photo, Daddy. Oh my God, Papa. Sorry, Papa, in that area of the world, Papa. Why do you have your shirt off in this photo? Why do you have your shirt off in this photo? Quite the treasure trail. What am I looking at here? Did they smash it open? I mean, like, Jim Russell Club and the shit, Papa Chulo, yeah. Faffs, oh my heavens. It's gonna be a sweaty night, yeah. Fucking Christ. Someone say that does our active defense system from Atlantis. They said, oh my fucking God, yeah. You still believe in the orb network that monitors the planet from the breakaway civilization. Okay.
Fingerprint.
It looks like Elvish on the fucking.
Oh, I mean, when you went to grab your cell phone and wanted to open it, you couldn't open it.
You got a blowtorch on her.
Were erased because I ate it. Oh gosh, like radiation. Yes, like when someone undergoes chemotherapy. Yes, that's when it really hit me. So now I decided to get out of it because you don't know what would happen. So did you go to the doctor? Yes, I was the doctor, and he told me, no, it was because of the climate changing, but I didn't want to tell you anything because it would drag things out. You know, the more secret things are. Quote, well, tell me something, Mr. Jose, you were really scared when you saw that sphere that passed by you. Of course, because you see
Fucking
something.
Poppy did,
The other
I
time
mean.
when I went to pick up my son from school, I did see a sphere, but it was like the color of a light bulb, like Valigen. How long ago was that? No, we're talking about 3 years ago. Yeah.
And then I was like, yeah, I don't know if today was good for that. So
Okay, my brain can only sustain so much of that kind of AI conversation. I mean, yeah, brother, I don't know. Fucking, I'd be getting the sledgehammer and smashing that thing into a million fucking pieces. I would presume there's some kind of, it looks like, I mean, where's the fucking video, buddy? Here, we'll go back to Poppy sitting on the bed there with his nipples out. I don't know, man. That looks etched to me, but like you can see, it's it's not elvish. It looks like, you know, symbols that people have pulled off of UFOs over the years that showed up in ufology, right? Like, I don't know. So does anyone else have the story on this? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this from? Like, he sent this to a lab for testing. I'm just gonna, with stuff like this, it's so fantastical. You just assume instantly that this is something that somebody made that was flying around as a drone. And that this is like either a hoax or something someone's been confused about. And there was an incident years ago down in South America where, I think there was a picture of this too, but there was an alien who supposedly showed up in a village and was dying. And he was just laying there dying in like a box. It's one of these Gaia TV stories. And it's one of those things, I think there was a picture of it. And it's kind of like, you know, fuck, did someone actually get a picture of this motherfucker? Just like, you know, skinny Bob fucking out, just crashed. Fucking people brought him in, gave him some fucking tacos and shit. Not to be fucking, you know, but you know what I mean? Like couple fucking Coronas and just sent him off to the other side and buried him. Anyway, so much is happening in one video than we get in years of actual investigators. Yeah, fucking Jake's up there videotaping balloons for Christ's sake, and these boys are like literally fucking with the orbs. This is no fucking joke. Like, what the fuck's going on? Yeah. Yeah, it's not elvish. Feed it to ChatGPT. Yeah, there's no way we would be able to fucking... Yeah, it's not even... We could do like, we could try and see. It's not gonna fucking... Just hold on 1 second. I do just want to give it to ChatGPT to see what it says about this gentleman, see if it notices him sitting there. Half-naked man sitting with a ball. It's like, what are you feeding me this time, Jim? What are you doing this time? All right, here, let's just, I'm going to zoom out. I'm just going to crop it. Hold on. Crop it and copy it, and then I'll just go dump it in. Select. I have to get his whole belly in it. There we go. Copy. Okay. ChatGPT. Oh, this is our planet here. Okay. What's written on the metal ball? Actually, I'll use 4.5 for this. Let's see, puppy. What could it be? One hell of an Adelbean, man. Don't mess with the Colombians. Fuck Christ, man. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that could be what happened there, actually. Yeah. Welcome the orb daddies. Yeah, fucking Christ. The writing on the metal ball appears to be decorative or symbolic, resembling abstract shapes or stylized symbols rather than legible text. It doesn't correspond clearly to a known script or language. It may represent an artistic or spiritual motif than actual words. Alien. Looks like the sphere is seen at Skinwalker. My uncle showed me a video of an orb like this once, and I thought it looked kind of like Mylar, but he said it was a UFO. Might have been offended by him suggesting so. Oh, offended him by doing it. Yeah. There was a better spot in the video. You could have got a clear image. Is there actually? Said, nah, mate. More like artsy doodles or stylized spiritual symbols. Doesn't scream, take me to your leader. Said, what about Poppy on the bed? Poppy appears shirtless and casually sitting on a heart-patterned bed. Nothing alien here either. Just a regular earthbound bloke relaxing with his fancy decorative orb. Saucy aesthetic, though. Truly saucy. I love it. I love it. Fuck it. Why not? He took his shirt off for the photo too, you know, like this is the real deal. And he was out in the fucking jungles. Yeah, you want mate, yeah. Nah, mate, yeah. My AI is set up to talk like Cogsworth from Fallout. For anyone that's played Fallout, Fallout 4, Cogsworth is the stupid machine in it. That's anyway. I forget what the actor's name is. I've seen him in a couple other things. He's a funny fucking guy. There was a link that I meant to open. Skinwalker Ranch orb. Oh my god! If we could see Dragon shirtless like this.
That had Thomas chasing off after some purple light in the south field. We've deployed these various game cameras.
Oh, here we go.
Go out and grab the cards from them to see if there's anything that we see there that is strange or stands out.
Whoa. Back that up. Yeah, back that up. What was that? I'm just running through it frame by frame.
Dramatic sigils. Interesting.
What?
That's a good catch, Bones, actually. What the fuck?
Like a silver orb. Didn't you see it? It was like some little quick flash there.
Can you fucking imagine?
Yeah.
Can you fucking imagine that this fucking guy actually grabbed alien tech? And this is how we find out about it. Him and the boys hit it with a blowtorch. Fucking Christ. Interesting. All right.
Whoa, right there. Look at that.
Fucking Christ, yeah.
So depending on how far away that is. Yeah, I mean, if it's back at the tree line, that thing's
okay, I'll pull
big.
him out, man. Give me a second.
It's massive if it's at the tree line. And it's gone. It's like one frame. One frame. This is like broad daylight. Yeah.
As you can imagine, these cameras picked up all sorts of normal things. But there was a couple frames on one of them that was really strange. And at first glance, it appeared to be a silver orb type shaped object off in the distance. I don't know whether it's exotic or not, but it's still a concern.
Still a concern. There's a lot of concerning things that have happened on that ranch. Where's the fucking picture of it again? Hold on, boys. There you go, right there. Yeah, kind of weird. I mean, there's been tons of sightings of these things. So, like, I've seen the other videos and heard the stories too. So, like, I'm just rearranging this fucking mess on my table here just a second. There's another scene in Skinwalker where they get a better image of it. Interesting. Yeah, I remember that episode actually. This is Buddy who this is okay. Thank you, Bones. Okay, there it is there. And then this is him hitting with the fucking blowtorch there. I mean, would aliens put decorative things like that on their? Maybe there's triangles. This is all right here. Analyze this one. See what it says. Yeah. Fucking Christ. That was the very first contact. Yeah, type shit, man. Yeah, who knows? I mean, yeah. Looks like decorative symbols. Yeah, that's what I thought too. It evoke a mysterious or esoteric vibe. It's matching terrestrial script. Makes for a good conversation when your mates visit. Yeah, it would actually. Yeah, take our shirts off and just hang out. Yeah. The trail comes to detect motion only to conserve disk space. Interesting. I forgot what country, but wasn't there a family that took one home? Yes, in the States, Asdemir. What we were ask fucking ChatGPT. What was that story in the US where a guy recovered an orb that resembles this one and it was tested as well? Well, the Mosul orb's another one. Yeah, that's another one. Oh, the Betts mystery sphere. Terry Betts found a metallic orb near Jacksonville, Florida after a brush fire. Reacted strangely, moving independently and making odd humming noises. Tests by the U.S. Navy found it unusually balanced and responsive, though skeptics argued it was an industrial ball valve. Despite extensive analysis, no definitive explanation emerged, leaving it a classical paranormal mystery. So find an image of it for me. Just to compare to Poppy's fucking ball. Here's an X-ray image. What the fuck? I got 7 responses left. Go fuck yourself. Okay, hold on. The Betts sphere. There we go. Did it change way too? Yeah, I don't. There. That's what it looked like there. So a little bit different than Buddy's. I mean, that does look like some kind of industrial, like big ball bearing or something, personally. But people have seen supposedly shit like this flying around. So then, I don't know. Well, hence this guy, but I mean, fucking Poppies has a little bit of it's got some artwork on it. So like, I don't know. You can see how the center of the ball is open so that if there was some, now, could you put a drone in there and would it fly with that cover on it? I wouldn't think it would very well. So if it's actually a metal ball that was flying around, that's still kind of weird. So I don't know if there's any examples of people doing this shit. If there's metal balls that fly around, like, yeah. Disclosure scoffed, yeah. What are those military orbs that people were posting about recently? It looks like the stations you see in aluminum when it's been squashed, yeah. Striations, yeah. Doesn't look like there is any way for airflow on this one. Brett, well, yeah, that's the problem, I guess. So, like, where's the other picture, Buddy hitting with a blowtorch? That's a bit better of a shot. Maybe I can go to the video itself and see if I can. Oh my god. What's the quality? 720? There is 1080 available. Is it any better now? Where's the blowtorch part? Just take like a side view of it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's a. Okay. No, there doesn't really seem. No, there's tiny little holes along the side. I don't think that would be enough to lift a ball like that in the air, though. You'd need more. I don't think you'd be able to get that off the ground with like propellers. So the question is,
or anything. Now they decide to do it.
If that was actually it.
They made it go viral, huh?
Well, we can.
Finn, what do you think? The object on the bed made no sense. A la AI fake. You think it's an AI fake? Yeah, I don't know what to think of this. It's like, when I look at this, where is it? I don't know why, but I just see like somebody etched that into the aluminum. If that's what it is. That looks like an etched thing. It's got like a sun face on it and shit. Look. It's got some weird. There's the symbols too. Yeah. I mean, it looks like something that somebody made. So, yeah. Looks like a tattoo. It does look like a tattoo. Like a sun tattoo or some shit. Yeah. Could be AI. Oh no, I think this is real? Or you think the whole thing could be AI? Could be fabricated. I think, didn't they showed a video of it, but who knows, the fucking Buddy with the blowtorch. Maybe it's a fucking Suno video, I have no idea. What is this the video I'm looking for? What is this? No. This is another one. So what have people said about this? UFO spear recovered in Colombia. So it was released a couple days ago. I don't know. I guess there's other people talking about this, but like, yeah. Those look like symbols from the Antarctic egg. Fuck. Ask AI to sharpen the image? Could it do that? Would it be able to do that? Hold on, I thought I copied it just a second here. Bear with me, copy. Paste. It's not gonna discern, sure. The writing is just, yeah. It's just gonna make a mess of it if it's even gonna do anything to it, yeah. Can you upscale it? Okay. I didn't know that, yeah. It's a Colombian man in AI. Is he special effects? It's the whole thing AI. They were definitely in the area. There's definitely a video of them recovering. The question would be, is this a hoax? Is the object we're looking at the same object that's flying through the sky? So that would be the question. I don't know what the AI is doing right now. Yeah. Fuck. You can see the rivets, man. That's fake as fuck. Can you see the rivets? There's these little holes in the side. Here's a sharpened image. Did it actually sharpen it? Hold on, I'm gonna see this. No, it didn't do anything to it. Holy fuck. Where are you at? These indented rings around the center would be perfect to balance in a very thin wire and fly across the sky. This guy was duped. Yeah, that could be. I would certainly lean towards hoax here. The bullshit alarms are ringing, but I've come to this halfway through. We haven't been in it very long, Finn. Yeah, yeah. The artwork alone to me was like a red flag. But then, maybe the aliens have art, but I don't know if I buy it. Yeah. It's gonna open, it's gonna be a bunch of knives. Yeah. It's gonna be filled with a suspicious white powder. Fucking. I mean, but seriously though, joking aside, who would be flying around drones like this in the jungles of Colombia? I mean, let's just reel here for a second. There's more going on than just aliens, right? There's the face peelers too, but I think maybe this is a cartel operation going on, right? Yeah, this guy fucking this guy fucking Poppy on the bed here may find a special treat inside of it actually. A couple $1,000, $100,000 worth of the purest stuff you've ever seen. Yeah. Imagine if this is real though. How and why? Well, yeah. There's the metal balls is like a phenomenon people have seen. The Mosul orb is what someone had mentioned here that Jeremy Corbell had saw, or had captured. I don't know. There was an effort by people fighting resistance forces. They were definitely in Syria, and they were making these orbs that these drones would sit within, these cages. And they were bigger. They were much bigger than this, but they would look from the top down very similar to the Mosul orb. And they were flying these around. And they've been doing this for a little while. Now, I don't know I think the Mosul orb is fairly recent, is it not? I don't think it's an old video. So that was something I don't know if there's even an explanation. It's something I saw, and I was like, but I know there's stories of these orbs. So yeah, the white thing, what is that? I don't know if we want to know actually. It's a good question. Why would an alien let this float around and fall? It is disposable. It is a gift basket. Good question. I mean, it could be. I mean, why do these crafts crash? And some the Kingman incident that Jesse just brought up in his video there. Why were the crafts crashing and all the occupants dying? How is that happening? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's something else, Ezra. Who knows, right? I definitely, if I were to bet, I'd bet this is it's a hoax or this guy just got duped by some shit. So, but anyway, yeah. Yeah, Mosul orb is 2022. Okay, yeah. So that would line up with that timeline, yeah. It should have been a reflection. I don't see one. The cameraman should be in reflection. I don't know. It looks like there is a reflection, but yeah, who knows? Buddy, yeah. Why are they not letting us see what's inside? I think they tried to get into it, but they couldn't. Yeah, and the other thing too with this is is the language barrier, obviously, where
offered and everything, and that they weren't going to charge.
Where's the original video? So he meets Buddy, he picks him up outside this little place. Poppy just having a siesta.
Mr. Jose, what's up? Mr. David,
how are you?
Jose having a siesta.
Let's go.
I would have said, why did you take the picture shirtless, Jose? Anyway, he's out here.
From the beginning how
There's a video there.
It turns out I started to analyze it, and it was already over there, where that building is over there. I mean,
if you could freeze frame with this fucking thing with the art on it in the sky, it'd be a little bit more impressive because I don't know how the fuck that thing would fly set up the way that it is. So
Tip of Mira. I ask you when you saw it. How fast did it get there? To where you said that building was because we are far away.
That was from a story when I read to my friend that I filmed. I mean, he was with a friend. Yes, so I would.
Carry 2 cell phones or one, but mine doesn't have good resolution. It's very...
You know what I could do actually is look at the transcript. Here, just a second. Oh, it is all in Spanish, but anyway. All right, just a second. I just because it's hard to digest the whole story. Like, what the fuck happened? What happened here? Holy fuck! Hold on. Paste it in. Here's the story. Here, just a second here. Here's the story. But here's the story on the orb. TLDR it for us. See if it'll understand it at all. Yeah. Better video of the orb, Bones. Okay, I'll pull it up here. Yeah, I think they may have the tattoo design and they asked AI to create a bunch of images of the orb and to add the pre-made design to it so it matches between shots. That could be a possibility. Yeah. Yeah. Asking if AI thinks AI speak. Another video from the channel of them looking into the sphere. Okay, Bones. I'll pull it up here in a second. In Buga, Colombia, Jose detected fast-moving metallic sphere using a metal detector. What? It zipped quickly through the air, hovered, and moved erratically, seemingly scanning the area. Eventually, it malfunctioned and crashed nearby. He retrieved it cautiously. Initially lightweight, it later inexplicably gained weight, so it went from 1.5 kg to 9. After handling it, Jose experienced nausea, headaches, dizziness, and fingerprint loss, similar to radiation effects. Oh, fucking Christ. Holy fuck. Concerned, he contacted a local tech company specializing in electromagnetic detection to examine it. The event frightened him as he'd seen similar orbs previously. Okay. So, okay. Here's a video of it flying around.
¿Qué carajos?
Oh, yeah, we had saw this. Okay. This was a couple weeks ago. This is 2 weeks ago. This is floating around.
Y un globo no es.
Are those bugs or is that?
Como algo extraño. Sí. No es súper rápido. Es una pelota, no es, ni un globo. Un globo no es.
I don't know, Finn, is it?
Eso es otra cosa. Estamos acercando.
Man. You said it got heavier, yeah. You think there's just bugs everywhere? Yeah. So there's it flying around, okay.
Mira cómo se mueve.
Video number 2. Juan Janito. This guy's name was Jose. Here is the object that they're analyzing. And I got the full fucking... It's not going to protect them from radiation, but anyway. It doesn't look like AI to me, but I mean, this is definitely not AI. Whoa, okay. It seems kind of like dirty too. I mean, like just looking at it, it doesn't strike me as like, oh, aliens, man. Like you can look at, if you look carefully at the moon, the crescent moon, the first one, you can see the bottom right of the crescent moon is where it looked like somebody etched it, and they made a mistake, and they didn't quite get it flush. And if you look at the top of the other crescent moon to the right of it, you can see that again they slipped up and they had to redraw the line. I think this is clearly something somebody has manufactured. This is something somebody's cooked up. Yeah. Stoned aliens made it. Yeah, this looks like metalwork that someone's done. Yeah. Fuck, yeah. Clear. That's a perfectly clear picture. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Holy fucking Christ. Yeah. Notice that I leave my balls unattended. They also get heavier. Oh my heavens. Holy fuck. 315, Joano John. Oh, is that the guy? Okay. Yeah, sloppy aliens, yeah. Oh, this is okay.
Awareness of the phenomenon through Juanito.
Ported sphere. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. You're right, Finn. This is the guy.
An actual picture of him reaching out to this thing. We have video of it. That's another one as well, and we'll have that in a video of that. But yeah, check this out, guys. So he sees this object, this blinking object, and I guess that's
fake as fuck. Yeah,
doorway or window.
You're right, Rabbit. Yeah, that's some hot horse shit here, like real fucking steaming hot. Yeah, that is clearly a manufactured object. You can even go around the side of it and probably count and see if all of these like holes here, I don't know if they're rivets, but they look like they're holes or something put into it. But anyway, yeah, this is like just boys, nothing better to do. Just cooking up something spicy, you know, in the mountains of Colombia. Beautiful spot though, Jesus Christ. It wasn't for, you know, the crime and whatnot and sketchiness of the government. It'd be wonderful to visit. I'd love to go to Chile or Argentina. That'd be more my vibe. Nice wine down there. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. This is steaming hot. Yeah, like it's a mess. The manual for the detector they used in the other video. This is how. Oh fuck. Metal detector gyrating antenna for digital radiothesia and electromagnetic fields. Ferron. Holy fuck, this is how oh fucking Christ. This looks like quite the device. Ferron P3000. Interesting. Trying to hone in on them. God damn. Very intriguing. Okay, yeah. First frame of this video has a better pic. Oh, yeah.
Update on the famous sphere.
That's black and white. Oh, yeah. Now look at the fucking... Look at the... Man, whoever did that. Look at that shit. Look how sloppily they drew these fucking crescent moons, man. Look at the triangles, for fuck's sakes. Look at them. Oh, my God. This is like fucking... This is like a Julian and Ricky fucking level hoax here. I mean, it's cool from a distance, but up close, yeah, what in the sweet fuck is this? Yeah. They're powerless against you when you're rocking one of them. Holy fuck, man, yeah. Making money from YouTube, man, yeah, fucking Christ, yeah. Well, listen, yeah, brother, why the fuck not? Say the orbs come to visit me every night. We'd have to do it the right way, though. We'd have to go and get somebody to CNC something, like flawlessly CNC metal orb. Figure out some way to get her floating around, you know? God damn it. Yeah, that's fucking, yeah. Mother of God. Reminds me of a hoax from about a decade ago. A bunch of polished stones with pictures of UFOs etched into them. Presented as ancient, but clearly made by fraudsters trying to make a quick buck. Fucking crazy, man. It's just obnoxious because this detracts from people who have had legitimate experiences with not just metal balls, but like orbs. Actually, Finn, I meant to tell you that I watched the whole interview there the other night. We had our little incident, but I watched through it all, and the witness who had that incident with the orb that came up to the balcony. I was talking about this the other night, where I found it was very interesting that and I think you did too in the interview, that Buddy had mentioned he was talking about the loss of a good friend of his who was murdered. He found her murdered, and it was like that almost, and he literally, while that was on his mind and he was emotional, looked over and saw the orb appear, and it kind of like left his mind, and he went over. I was like, oh fuck this. So the trauma UFO link, man, yeah, I know. Like it's there's absolutely a connection there. It's extremely fascinating. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, as you guys were kind of talking about, like in the interview, like what are we dealing with here with that, right? Like what are these things? Like, is this a little bit more weird than just even aliens in some way? Like, what are we dealing with here? Right? Other people have brought this up before, like the spiritual link to it, that they have some kind of an anomalous light that shows up and you're like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, very interesting shit. Yeah, similar synchronicity with my final UFO sighting in 2008. Oh, really? Interesting, man. Yeah, that's very fucking interesting. Yeah. Have you made a video detailing all that? Like your experience? Yeah. It was a week after my father's funeral. Was it actually? Really? Wow. Yeah. No, that's, I don't know. It's a hell of a coincidence in some of those experiences where it's like people are in this emotional state and that you have some kind of experience. Yeah. Very intriguing. Yeah. The tool is 3.5K GFC. Okay. Yeah. But like that's, this shit, this stuff like kind of low-key pisses me off sometimes. But I mean, as a meme, it's funny, but it just pollutes. And there's a lot of genuinely like anomalous shit that's gone on in South and Central America. Like there's been a lot of weird stuff that like stories, accounts of things happening. The one I always remember, and I don't know if anybody ever got to the bottom of this or not, but Buddy who like had an encounter with like a witch or something, some entity, it was a police officer, like attacked him in his car. She like came at him and like, lunged right at the car. And that was one, I don't know if that was a Jamie Masson deal or not. Sorry, but I remember that one vividly. That was talked about, I remember years ago, all over the fucking place. And there were the videos of the flying witches, but it was that encounter, that incident that I thought was interesting. But as I was driving home from the funeral, I'm coming down the road and a tune comes on the radio all about UFOs. I laugh. A week later, I have the close encounter with the triangle in the exact same spot of the road. Isn't that interesting? It does, you do just think that there is this, because people have talked about this, like contactees, abductees, they've talked about that the phenomena, the visitors are slowly facilitating an awakening, and they're kind of they're working with certain people in some ways that, they'll have these sightings, they'll talk about them, they'll go on to work in ufology, like UFN, like visualizing people's encounters and stuff and spreading their stories. And it's this slow awakening. You're disseminating this information and your experiences slowly, and it slowly is acclimatizing the general public to the idea that we're dealing with aliens or other people from other places. And it's all kind of a neatly controlled thing that we're maybe subconsciously participating in as well. Right. Which is just, anyway, that's the weirder side of it, which gets more like ontologically shocking, right? That's the schizo thing about the abduction phenomena, that like every night, possibly, hypothetically, because some of these cases, people have no recollection anything's happened until years later. Every night, they could be talking to a lot of people, maybe even everybody, and we're just not recollecting it. And like, that's obviously, start getting a little bit, I get a little shiver. I'm like, ooh, fuck, like, ooh, exciting, The guys analyzing it are the ones selling it. I don't know, Far. That's the thing. I don't know. Like, this definitely looks, that's definitely manufactured. Unless maybe the aliens are just there, like, fucking, like, brother, let's fucking do something spicy for them, hand inscribing this shit. But emotional connection could also explain why some people see stuff and others don't when looking in the same direction. Well, that's a weird thing too, and I know, like, is it like a subjective experience for some people? It doesn't mean it's not there. But when sometimes is this stuff even just presented to specific people where they're the only ones that are able to experience it? Like, how weird does this get? I keep meaning to report the sighting that I had because I'm fairly confident. I kind of looked through this after it happened, that it wasn't any known string of satellites, at least. The way it behaved, and it's hard, I don't want to make sure I'm misremembering it, but the way it behaved, I've never seen satellites move like that, where they're all like floating around each other independently. I need to fucking report that to like MUFON or something, because there's no way that no one else saw that. There's no fucking way that no one else saw that. So, but then, what was it? And if I was the only one, I absolutely saw it. It gets weird. Yeah, it's a bit like how art slowly and subtly changes culture. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, that it slowly acclimatizes the public to this reality. And this conversation is extremely important. Oh God, it could get so... It like even me thinking about that is just very ontologically shocking. Like we do like try and ground ourselves day to day. I do. And like that starts to kind of, the idea too that like people could be abducted every single night. We don't recollect any of it. Just gets very unsettling. Although the idea of it doesn't unsettle me, but it's the idea that all that could be happening and we're not recollecting anything and we're participating in some kind of a fucking game here and we're not aware of it. We're playing a game with people or... Anyway, have I seen UFO far? Yes, I have. Yeah, actually Finn had animated it. I've shown it here again recently. I can actually pull it up. I can pull up Finn's animation of what it looks like for people that are curious about this. We just went over this again a couple weeks ago. We're talking about this again. I will bring it up periodically because I complained since I've been streaming that I had never had any kind of a fucking sighting, and I've talked about this shit like endlessly like over the years. And thanks, thank you, man, thank you. Yeah, this is the original one you sent me, Finn. I think that was it. But and then I saw this, and I don't know. I've seen Starlink. I've seen these satellites going overhead. The only thing I could think is that there was a new train put up, and it was just new, and they were still kind of lower in orbit, and that could be a possibility. I don't think so because I looked and I'm positive they weren't going overhead. At least I had looked. They asked ChatGPT. We confirmed that there was no Starlink going overhead at this date and time when it had happened. I could probably go back and find the logs in ChatGPT to get the exact date. But yeah. So that's how they were moving too. I don't know. It just was very weird. Like they were very bright. I'd never seen any satellite look like that before. So who knows what it was? I don't know. It wasn't like so anomalous that it wasn't like giant triangles or something. Like it wasn't something that was obviously like, okay, this is NHI or something, or at least, some very anomalous vehicles, right? But yeah, but it was just interesting, that it's complaining about it and then I saw something. But I'd only ever seen I've told the story of like satellites that, well, I don't know what they were. They looked like satellites, but they deviated from the typical trajectory of a satellite. And it just was very quick both times within a year of one another on a night walk. And it was late at night and I was like, you know what? I was like, did I just see that? Did I? And then the second time I saw it, I said, Jesus Christ. Okay. And I was in it. So, but that wasn't as impactful. That was definitely like, holy shit. So who knows? Who knows what it was? If it turns out to be something mundane, whatever, so be it. But it definitely was weird. That's my impression of it. But Jim, if we were wearing headsets, it would be easy to induce an orb into our eye line, consciousness being tweaked in real time. Well, man, who knows? That gets down to like, simulation theory and whatever the fuck we're actually in. What is all this? And fuck. I like to think of synchronicity as karma's reward for good behavior. There's a way to make it happen more frequently, and it has to do with intentions. Could be, man. Yeah, maybe it's something legitimate to that, right? That you're on the right path of things. And I've heard people say that once they feel like they've got over their fear of doing whatever they have to do, and they get on to it, they feel like things just line up. There's this kind of a synchronicity that happens. But is that someone rewarding you, being like, good boy, you're doing just what we want you to do, talking about aliens on the internet? Yes. Here's a couple fucking, coins. Although I haven't got a lot of coin, but whatever the fuck they're doing. So yeah. Farted in a can. Holy shit, 1 year and 6 months, man. God damn. That was back. I think he must have followed me during Grush. It must have been during David Grush. That's a while ago, yeah. Geese with phones browsing TikTok, brother. I mean, who the fuck knows, right? You never fucking know. You never fucking actually know. Yeah. I would love to have an undeniable. I would love to see an alien, but the problem with that too, all of that shit, and I think this would hit anybody this way when it's like that undeniable, is I would still doubt it. I don't know what I wouldn't doubt. Like a full-blown conversation that other people were around and saw it as well and heard it. by myself, like if an alien just showed up, I'd just be like, oh, fuck, like, just go away. Like, unfortunately, really, unless there was a longer experience that came along with it, I'd be like, there's no point in this. Like, I'm just gonna think that I'm just hallucinating, or not that I would ever hallucinate that vividly. And I have hallucinated before, but yeah, nothing like singing a song while driving and looking around and seeing the words for the lyrics around on you on billboards and advertisements. Brother, there you fucking go. Yeah. Those little moments in your life, right? Those little mystical experiences that we all have. TikTok. Can I blow these up on TikTok or? Visitors from space in Chile. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. Some bright light pulsating. God damn.
Mira, weón. Vamos a darle todo el aumento por los 126 de...
The fuck?
Mira, Carly, cómo se ve aquí en la pantalla. Ven a ver, culiao, mira cómo se ve aquí en la pantalla.
Oh my god, brother, you gotta keep her straight. Keep her locked in. There we go. Holy fuck. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's so hard to... Oops. Oh, fuck, I hate TikTok. Start it over again now, yeah. Said brother 140 times. Oh my god. Keeps going up. Lines above and below the blob or CCD overload camera artifact. Yeah, I wonder what it is. Hard to say, like when was it? I'll just mute the audio. Like, what year was it taken? Distant house window reflecting the sun. Oh, that's a good call, actually. That kind of looks like what it might be. Maybe something like that. Bro using a VHS tape recorder. I know that sound. So this is old. Best cameraman so far for capturing. So this is an old video then, maybe. They were outside my window last night. Oh my god. I can only imagine. That'd be so wonderful. Yeah. God damn. I've seen a huge hot air balloon materialize in front of my car while I was driving, then 2 seconds later shattered into a million pieces. I wasn't high. Holy fuck. You weren't high. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I haven't had anything that crazy, but holy fuck. The object could be anything. It could be my bald dome out in the garden reflecting the midday sun. Yeah, that's true though. Triangle shape is caused by the aperture of the lens. Yeah. The, what was that? Where was that at, Finn? It was off the coast of California. The boys had the planes they caught. And they figured it out that it was just the effect of the lens. Yeah. Hard to say. It's with these videos, I mean, this is my opinion, man. I think it's the opinion of a lot of people here probably who look at this stuff like, fam, like, what we can gather from this stuff, I mean, it's unfortunately sometimes they're just kind of like, they're fun, but like there's not a lot. And now with the advent of AI and people editing things with AI, and it's even more difficult to ascertain what the fuck's going on. Yeah. I mean, even if we had a full-blown, man, like we saw people on Suno the other night, or is it Suno? Sora. Like some of the videos on Sora right now, if you see them, are unfucking believable. And if you know VFX, if you could take those videos and spice them up a little bit, maybe make them a little bit harder to discern what the fuck's going on, lower the quality, and you could scare the fuck out of some old people right now. Right? You could play some sick pranks. Only alien-esque experience I've had was a few instances that might be coined up to sleep paralysis, a metallic buzzing, static sound, and a glitchy, skinny shadows that look like they have a helmet on. Very interesting, Astomir. Yeah, we've got a war drinker. I don't know if he's awake, if he's up, if he's in here, but he's mentioned he's had a couple experiences with sleep paralysis and seeing beings. I've heard that story too. I've heard stories like that from other people with sleep paralysis. It's a fairly common phenomenon with people with sleep paralysis that they see shadow beings, but I've had, well, actually, I mentioned this story. I don't know if she wants me to mention it or not, but my partner had an experience where she actually came down the stairs and saw some, and our dog reacted to it as well. A shadow person standing at the foot of the stairs for like a second, and our dog reacted And he's very reactive, as you may be able to hear in the background. He's very aggressive too, to people he doesn't know. And he reacted to it, I guess. Scared the shit out of her. But anyway, so I've heard other people tell stories too about these experiences they've had, not even in sleep paralysis, where they've seen shadow beings in the room and shit. And I'm like, fuck, I'm glad I haven't had that experience personally, but yeah. Yeah, fuck me. It's out of focus, yeah. I had a coworker in his late 50s say he would blank out and be in his car miles away from home, not knowing where he was. Really? No substances involved, Harry. No adrenochrome or anything. Fucking in the veins. Yeah, that's fucking, yeah. I thankfully haven't had that. There's tons of accounts of people, you can read about these online, who, a common one in some abductees, people who are like supposedly legit abductees, when they were kids, they would wake up outside a lot, where they'd be outside of the house in their pajamas. They'd wake up outside, standing up outside, and they just attributed to sleepwalking early on. And then as time went on, they started to realize that this was, the door would always think weird things like, there's a couple accounts, I'm trying to remember where this comes. It was from Bud Hopkins or John Mack, but like the door would always be unlocked too. Like they'd be able to get back in, which, if you're going to be critical, it's like, well, you had to go back outside though. You had to get outside. If you sleepwalked outside, you probably opened the door to go out. So that, the door would always be unlocked when you come back in. But they would say that, oh, there's little things. I'm like, okay, all right. But anyway, it's still interesting, Something reflective on the ground, I think. Yeah, I think the fucking distant house window reflecting the sun is actually a pretty good fucking call on that. That's unless this has been solved and he knows that. I told you my experience in a lady who showed up when I was in Savannah. Yes, you have, Bones. Yes, I do remember that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Incubus and succubus. Yeah. The consistent thing was always that metallic hum buzz to the point it feels like a sign that they're near. Have you looked into that, Astromir, for Rabbit, thanks, man, for the gifted sub to Aaron. God bless. Have you looked into that? Yeah, I don't know if I think that is a phenomena. I'm pretty sure. When I was a kid, I mentioned this, that I was terrified of aliens when I was a kid because of Hollywood movies and shit, and specifically Fire in the Sky, which is Travis Walton's encounter. And I would be sleeping in my room, and me and my brother shared a room growing up, and I would be looking down the hallway. The door would open through the night, and on my bed, I'd be looking directly down a dark hallway, and I had sleep paralysis, which is not uncommon for kids to have, but I'd have sleep paralysis, and I still remember how hard my heart was beating. Thinking back now, I was like, I was probably fucking close to having a goddamn heart attack. It was so bad. I remember telling my parents about it too, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, that's normal." I was like, "Fuck," but I was worried about like aliens coming to get me. That's what I thought was happening because I was in anticipation. Like I was trying to scream, I couldn't scream, and my parents, they had this spiral staircase up to the top floor, and I thought I just was imagining they're going to be coming up around that staircase any moment, and then I'd literally pass out. I'd just black out. I get so worked up, and then I wake up and I'd still be in the bed. So, but yeah, yeah, fucking very yeah. You can use the 3 emojis that I have. Yeah, we get a couple more in here. I can upload more right now. These are little stream things I need to do that we've done. Digi, God bless Digi, has helped with figuring out some of the emojis and the stuff. But yeah, there's other things I have to do. Fucking, all that meme. But yeah, very, very interesting memes. All right, well, there's another interview I was going to go through. Not that I just want to fucking react to things constantly on here. Actually do content, not just leech off other people's fucking content. But there is another couple interviews. Oh my fucking God, I've opened a lot of videos here, actually. Where are they now? There's another viral UFO video filmed in the forest, North Carolina. This was going on. This is something on Reddit, actually, that I saw. I was going to just watch this video on it. Later on, I wanted to go through this a little bit because this is relevant usually towards the end of the stream. I usually go over this stuff, but Randall put out a good video. Randall is the apocalypse, unsealed, fire, water, and the end of the world. That's quite the title, actually. And there was another video that I saw Jesse did, talking about consciousness, UFOs. He started the video off with like a Platonic kind of realm of the forms type meme, which I've talked about a couple times in regards to simulation theory and ufology and whatnot. So I was going to kind of go over some of that as well. But yeah, I saw a ghost, a white ghost doing jumping jacks in my dark hallway when I was a kid. Scared the shit out of me, but obviously sleep paralysis. Fuck, man. What's up, Cap? All right, I'm going to go grab some of my food here, throw in the microwave, and I'll be right back. So dudes, let's try to turn this music back down. Yes, this is called, this soundtrack is called Welcome to the Wizard's Library. Fine sleeve of wizard there. Yeah. Every Mimi. Yeah. We on that diet spaghetti. What a thing to be known for creating. What was it? Like psychic consciousness research and diet spaghetti. Yeah, sorry, I had to cook I had to fucking cut, which is always obnoxious, and then toast this sourdough bread. I was talking to a guy, this local like health food store I usually go to. I get my meals here sometimes. They had a guy who makes local breads. He's from Denmark, actually. And he lives here now. And he was also a musician. And he started making bread. And I said, brother, I used to make bread. I said, I used to be a sourdough guy myself. So I naturally showed him pictures of my bread. As you do. People that make bread, it's weird. Like, you'll take these loaves, or like your children, and you'll show people. This is my personal Instagram, but you can probably see it in the camera. I tried to pull this up before, but I went fucking deep into this. I went deep into this before people went deep into it through COVID, by the way. There's some of my bread back in the day. Nice little loaf. 2 nice loaves there. Here's 2 other beautiful loaves that I made. 2 little loaves. A picture perfect, actually. My God, they tasted good too. So, yeah, good bread is life. Yeah, good shit too. My daughter's baby got weight today, and he just turned 5 months old, and he's 1.5 stone. Holy fuck, man, he's big. Oh yeah. You always go hungry in my streams. Oh my God, he made tuna melts earlier. Fuck yeah, tuna melts are classic. Yeah. Fuck man, oh that's good to hear. Yeah. I just turned my oven on, heat some potatoes, and smoked my house out because it dripped in the oven. Oh, fuck, brother. Oh, yeah. Show us your buns. Soon, actually, Cap. I might do like a gym stream soon, like an IRL stream. So you can see them there, actually. I'll put on my little shorts and everything, yeah. Fucking Christ. Brad, don't expose my nudes like that, yeah. Anyway, it's good shit, man. People in North America, you guys in Europe are lucky. Like, I don't know what the fuck they spray on all the goddamn wheat. Buddy from Denmark was telling me, his English is really good. You wouldn't even know he's from Denmark. He was saying, he's like, man, it's like, yeah, I grew up my whole life. He's probably like in his early 40s, maybe. He's like, I grew up my whole life, like in Europe, like eating bread. I was like, never had any problems. And he moved here like a decade ago. He said, I started noticing, but what the fuck's wrong with my guts? Because he was just buying like supermarket bread. He's like, there's something wrong with my guts. Like he thought he was like celiac. He's like, and he realized he's like, it's the shit they put on the fucking wheat and in the flour. They're idiots. I don't understand. It's the variety of wheat too is more resilient, but I had that issue myself. So now if I eat bread, it's usually like organic shit or it's this kind of stuff. Like it's the good shit. GMOs. Well, yeah, there's something else. The GMO is one thing that it's a more resilient strain far, I guess, of wheat that we use here. Some of the strains, but also they put folic acid and there's these other additives they add into the flour too. Once it's milled, that's problematic. So, yeah, Jim. Yeah, I think Digi had it. It's gonna be Jim Russell, like GYM Russell. We'll go to the gym and I can interview some of the boys there, actually, some of the big boys. Fuck. Some of the actual fucking Jack boys. Yeah. But you threw a pic at my jars in Discord. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Just a second. It's the weed jars. Fucking there. Oh, brother. That's fucking sick. Hold on. That's my next project, probably. We gotta get a place here, though, first. I gotta find somewhere. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's fucking nice. Very nice. It's a lot of, that's quite the harvest. That's a bountiful harvest there, sir. Yeah. You're on the treadmill right now. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. Listen, yeah, it's all, I do go quite a bit, as much as I can, yeah. Brown bread's nice, yeah. You only boiled eggs and brown bread, you'd mention that, yeah. That's all you fucking need, yeah. Fucking Christ, yeah. Oh man, yeah, fucking it's great. It's great. Yeah. Fucking right. It's 2 weeks. That would last me quite a long time at this rate. Yeah. Fucking right. Yeah, look, it looks nice too, man. It's good that I zoom in. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Oh wow, you look at the fucking crystal on that. It's nice, huh? Very nice. Get that dank shit. What strain is that? What strain's that, Fish? Like what is that? Do you know? Is there like a did you get the seeds just from a buddy, or did you fucking buy them? Yeah. White Widow. Okay. Cool. Fucking right. I got a weird. I literally just got fucking. We got salmon, which is like got some stuff on it, and it just literally bread. It's fucking kind of like a welfare meal, but actually it's pretty decent. The price of fish, man. I think this thing of salmon from Costco is $45 fucking. Like, people are just gonna start stealing it. I just fucking like. Fucking Christ. Collecting it, yeah, getting ready, bro. They're getting ready for the. Well, I was gonna say the long winter. We're out of the winter now. We're into the fucking spring. I don't know what the fuck is this about now. Do I want to watch that? I don't know. Yeah, probably. I'll just put this on here and see what's up. We'll try and eat this and. All right. I'll turn the music down a little bit. There we go. Okay.
What's up, Vetters? Patrick here with Vetted. Yes, I shaved. Don't worry, it'll grow back. Now, I have two, count them, 2 UFO videos that have gone viral that I'm going to be sharing today. One from Poland and one from North Carolina. Just taken in these recent days. One of them is a little more anomalous than the other, but would definitely love to get your opinion on these, so why don't we just jump in? Let's start with the one from Poland. This is the information I have on it from this Reddit post right here. The user Paranormal Napolska writes, I don't know what this is, but it's worth our attention. Poland, Nawi, I don't know if that's how you say it, Targ, today. So, it says time, April 15th, 2025, 8 p.m., location, Poland, Noe, Targ, Naui, I don't know how to say that. Observed today in Noe, Naui, Targ, Poland. I received the video from one of my readers and shared it on Facebook. Some people believe it might be a military exercise or possibly parachute jumps. However, I've never seen any military drills like this since I started following this topic. But maybe I just haven't seen enough in my life. Many local residents witnessed it. I'm waiting for more footage to come in. Now, let's take a look at this video, and then we'll look at it together. Here you go. Now, before we take a look at this video together, please hit that like button, Vetters. That really helps out the videos. And of course, if you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button. I put out new videos about the UFO topic and other corresponding topics that way, where there are other lights and maybe an airport nearby or other things like that, right?
It could be.
And we do see the lights center frame. Thank goodness that they filmed it in landscape. I love when they do that, right? If you film your UFO videos, y'all film them in landscape like this. Don't film them in portrait mode. That just it makes it a lot harder. So do it in landscape, which they did. Okay, great. So far so good. And I can see some lights right in the distance right here. Okay, what is that? Multiple lights even. Right, it's a 25-second video, so it's not that long, but let's just kind of go along here with it, right? All right, so they zoom in, and this is this doesn't necessarily mean anything wrong with what's in the video, but why zoom in and then keep it framed left? You know, frame it in the middle. I can't see what's going on over there. Why wouldn't you zoom in and it's almost like it's on a tripod or something? I don't know what kind of camera this is. It's not really revealed, but it's an interesting zoom in for sure. Doesn't feel like.
Where's the other? I always just want to go to the fucking Reddit page, honestly, when I see shit like this. Did he post that there or no? He did. Good lad. I don't know what this is, but it's worth our attention. Poland, now Targ today. What do people say? My friend saw the exact same thing in Barcelona during the day at the video. Interesting. I looked at flight radar. There's some planes. It could be an exercise. Yeah. It kind of looks like a. What's this say without the? Could be people parachuting. It does look like, yeah. I think it kind of looks like that. It looks like you can almost see the parachutes. You can see something and then it lights up. So yeah. Interesting. Intriguing. I thought they would. It is a military exercise. Your articles about it in the local media. Okay, there you go. There you go. Cleared that one up. Okay, easy peasy. Well, now I just want to go over the actual fucking Reddit post again. I hate doing commentary over commentary over commentary over commentary. It's like, just go to the fucking thing, I guess. Is this a common sighting? This is another metal ball flying through the sky? What? It's in GIF. Oh, for Christ's sake. What are we about to see here now? What's going on with these balls? There's a lot of balls around. God damn it. God fucking damn. I'm about the same. Well, Bones, I'm 6 feet 225. I got 15 pounds on you, unfortunately. I'd like to be 200 pounds. That would be ideal. The fuck? This isn't okay. What are people saying about this? Charlotte, North Carolina, 4 days ago, 5:15. It could be a balloon, yeah. Could be. What about the bonus UFO at 17 zooms by? Trees are affected by ground wind. That object is higher up, so the wind is experienced could be different. It would definitely agree with your assessment of it being a balloon. Could be, okay. I hate that he made a GIF out of it, so you can't fucking rewind the goddamn fucking thing, brother. Don't post a GIF video. It's a regular video, fucking dude. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, they were flares, Aaron, yeah. Holy crap. Anyway. Interesting. Interesting shit. Yeah. Well. Okay. Actually, right now, I had Buddy's thing pulled up, didn't I? He's talking about this UFO footage from earlier, but we already kind of fucking went over that, so. Okay, well, yeah, there's no point. I'm not going to try and analyze it further because it's just a fucking gift, for Christ's sake, but anyway. That's a TLDR, and I guess both those, right? But anyway, you know. Yeah, one job, yeah. Yeah, fuck. Jesus Christ. As a skydiver, we see Mylar balloons all the time. It's crazy how many of these things are loose flying around. And a parachute with high vantage point for 10 minutes gives a time to look at all around and spot them. So common. Really? That's interesting, huh? There is a lot of shit flying around. It's an interesting meme that like many people down on the ground don't realize. There's a lot of trash, which is why Jake Barber's meme is there's a lot. If you're watching the sky, and in some areas in particular, there's more trash than others, right? Not to shit on Mexico, but you know, there's they're right on the border, and there could very well be a lot of stuff blowing over from there. Balloons and whatnot, other trash from construction sites, like. So, anyway, that's why I'm not huge on that whole Skywatcher thing that happened recently, but anyway, yeah. Well, okay. So that's kind of I just wanted to pull that up. I saw Buddy had posted that there. Well, I'll go over into this just for a little bit. I do have some other things up here that I kind of wanted to go over. That was that thing there. Oh my God, that's all kind of the ancient fucking alternative history meme too. I could probably put this on for a little bit. I just want to kind of see what the conversation's about. Talking about consciousness, UFOs, hidden agent wisdom. They had Jesse on for an interview on his podcast. Kind of listen to what he's talking about, maybe. Interesting shit. Yeah. I'll throw her on here. Try to eat the rest of the salmon and eat this fucking bread.
Say you're combining the Plato with the UFOs. If you do have this trans-temporal other thing that's outside of the cave, think about like in our linear space-time or whatever, you have like, a couple of different timelines. One would be that we have like resource abundance and everything is great and amazing. And then the other is, that things get super dystopian. It's like Ready Player One. We all, live in these shanty towns. We have to plug ourselves into the Borg or some VR, game or whatever, just to get by. Say these timelines are actually concurrent. If you were like a guardian of the good timeline, you'd probably send people through like a virtue test. Maybe what we're in now is this low level simulation for and all we have to do is contemplate virtue, get dragged out of the cave and not, kick and scream too much and enlighten ourselves. And then we become worthy of the real, better world.
Welcome back to The Transmission, my friends. I'm sure many of you have deduced that I have been utterly seduced. Rhyme wasn't planned, but we'll take it, by the UFO topic. But I really think the only way forward from a moderately satisfying philosophical sense-making perspective, at least for me personally, is a multidisciplinary approach. We've got to get beyond government sanctioned disclosure alone, novelty evoking tales alone. Don't get me wrong, I am here for all of it. But we've got to go just as deep inside, I think, as we are going outside. And on that note, this approach goes beyond, I think, what most people would even consider to be the UFO topic. This is why I love thinkers like Jacques Vallée, for instance. He brings just a mythopoetic girth to the conversation that I badly wish we had more of. But easier said than done. I mean, it makes sense why people like Vallée are in short supply. You need knowledge of philosophy, consciousness, psychology, the esoteric, and there are precious few who have anything insightful or honestly even remotely coherent to say where all of the above are concerned. But I have to say, my friends, Jesse Michaels does it. He has a way of continuously pulling references, names, theories right off the top of the dome in a way that not many mouth noise makers in the YouTube UFO milieu can do. So I am tickled to have him on. As many of you know, he's really established himself as one of the premier channels on YouTube when it comes to the UFO topic. And he also has a way of just getting some of the most elusive guests imaginable on camera. By the way, I do want to mention, Jesse and I will both be at Contact in the Desert this year. They are not a sponsor, but they did offer me a discounted link, which I populated in the description for you if you're interested. There are going to be a number of novel, compelling speakers in attendance. I am personally stoked for it. All of the portals for both Jesse and Third Eye Drops are in the description as well. Like, comment, be sure that you are subscribed, my friends. I would greatly appreciate it. Also, do subscribe to Third Eye Drops wherever you listen to audio podcasts. We've got hundreds of mind melds with some really brilliant beings, and we would enjoy it if you join the Wonder Lodge over at patreon.com/Third-Eye-Drops.
Make sure I'm
We've got a
comfortable after
patron-only Discord server, a book club. We do Zoom hangs. You can get rewards like stickers, pins, shirts, and more, depending on your pledge level. Would love to riff with you there, but presently, let's do so with
He is
Jesse
on the
Michaels.
spectrum.
I feel,
but then so am I
feel
probably.
like there are elements
most of
of
us
your
here.
philosophy. Like whenever I'm watching one of your videos,
Interesting.
there's always questions I want to ask you that I feel like are like right squarely in the milieu of everything that you talk about, but because a lot of your content revolves largely around the UFO topic, sometimes they never come up. So there's a lot I'm excited to riff with you about, but
I can't wait. And I've seen stuff on your show that totally dovetails with things I think as well. So this should be fun.
Yeah. I was thinking we could be good little Platonists. I've heard you bring up Plato like 4 times, so I'm going to assume that I'm just going to call you that. and we could put this conversation in a sort of like tripartite structure where it revolves around the phenomena, the physics, and the philosophy.
I love it.
I feel like those are like the three things where we'll sort of meet and have a lot to noodle on. Well, first let me ask you this. You've talked to so many different people. You've heard so many different theories. some theories harmonize with one another. Some theories fly in the face of one another. But I'm curious right now, in terms of the whole, I guess we're in the phenomena stage of the three, not that we need to stick with any one, but in terms of narratives surrounding the phenomena, is there one that you find most compelling and most plausible?
I think it's a really good question, and it's I think there are no good theories of everything in this top that encapsulate UAP or whatever. There are like 2 or 3 very locally useful things that I like, that I find charismatic. Like, I'm very interested in the time travel stuff, and then I'm very interested in the sort of like the Plato, like we're in like a cave, and you could sort of make those two consistent, and the cave is sort of we live in 3D space, and then we have a fourth dimension of time, and we're subject to Zeno's arrow of time, and so like the cave is sort of the fact that we're time bound.
Butter and fish,
and these beings sort of aren't time bound; they're sort of like transtemporal or whatever. So like I'd say something like we have an extremely limited scope of like what we can see. And then there are like these kind of hyper objects or things outside of it, that have a little more root access to the time dimension. Would be my best theory, but like, there are probably all sorts of holes in that, and like to make that consistent with any sort of modern physics theory, requires like probably something way above my pay grade, but. Yeah. I mean, I could go on. I could give you like a theory of everything. It would just sound really, it wouldn't be condensed, and it wouldn't be neat, and it would be like this really schizo like rant.
Well, you've already turned me on in nearly every respect by bringing up Plato's cave this early in the conversation, because I do think that is one of the most powerful allegorical and mythological templates. And I feel like it's one of those lenses that withstands basically any version or any dimension of reality you want to throw at it. Like Plato himself makes it very clear that it's both epistemological and ontological. Like, there's the whole divided line part of the conversation where that's the epistemological part, where, you get into, the different kinds of knowledge, but the different kinds of knowledge parallel ontological ascent as well. So like you have your lowest kind of knowing, which is the akin to the people that are stuck in the cave staring at the shadows on the wall. They're in the lowest dimension of reality, all the way on up to the people who are in the highest, most noetic, fully realized kind of consciousness. And these are the people who have fully escaped the cave, who have glimpsed the sun, in air quotes, or the form of the good. So yeah, but it transcends. I mean, that's the most basic nutshell version of it. And I'm not sure if you know this, my most popular video I've ever made is actually on the cave and like the different esoteric dimensions of meaning that are there to be unlocked.
I've seen that video actually, and I really enjoyed it. Cool. And it's really good.
Thanks, bro.
But
Thanks.
yeah, no, the Plato stuff, like it's like that quote, like all Western philosophy is just a footnote of Plato or whatever.
Yeah,
is it's probably pretty correct or something. And then the modern, I think, rationalist view is that Plato, is the father of, kind of Western, rational thought and inquiry, and the symposium and all the conversations therein was like very,
critical thinking, brother.
Kind of, this kind of peripatetic dialectic way of just getting at truth, but it was, pretty rational. And then I think the deeper you go, in my opinion, the weirder it gets. And like, I sort of disagree with our modern kind of rationalist cut on the whole thing. But I do think, I just had this guy on my podcast actually named James Madden. I don't know. You should have him on as a guest. I'm happy to intro you, but he's like a Plato scholar. Really? But he wrote a book called Unidentified Flying Hyperobject, and he compares UFOs to hyperobjects, like Platonic solids, like objects that exist outside of the cave, and like literally like kind of break our brains, like our like
Third Eye Drops with Michael Phillip. I don't know. Michael has a background in philosophy. He's just a guy, intellectual that likes reading through. I mean, all of Plato's works are pretty foundational to anybody that wants to. I mean, it's important. He's like the metaphysician, and I mean, anybody in any discipline, whether it's in physics or philosophy or anywhere, you probably read through him. All of modern academia really has its roots back in Plato's academy he started. I mean, it's the foundations of it's a foundation of like post-secondary education, really. So anyway, yeah. Yeah, very interesting, man. Very, very intriguing. Yeah, you love the cave analogy. Yeah, it's very classic. Yeah, people definitely extrapolate it out to mean a lot of different things. Yeah, whether Jesse just kind of talked to whether it's epistemological or like a knowledge, like you know more about the world, you leave the cave, like the true world, or you get more ontological with it, where you can get like, you're just leaving reality. Like it's kind of a people've used it as an allegory for like simulation theory even. It's gone that far with it. So anyway, yeah, there's a lot of different uses for it, a lot of different levels to it. Very, very intriguing. Yeah. Fucking right. Yeah, no, you say Astromy, respect him, but it's like Neil's on a board with his presence. Interesting. I haven't seen a video of him in a while, actually. Yeah. You just download a Plato audiobook, so it'll get all philosophical this Easter weekend. Yeah, fuck, man. No, it's definitely, there's some good, there's definitely some good works people have done. I mean, reading through all the works can be a bit tedious, although honestly, a lot of the translations, like, it's very palatable, honestly. It's in some ways like more palatable than like reading some of the German philosophers translated, like Kant, even Wittgenstein sometimes, like, God, Jesus, that language barrier. And then the concepts are so complicated to begin with, the translations. It's more convoluted, Christ, even than fucking Plato. So anyway, yeah, highly recommend. Specifically, I think people like the alternative ancient history thing, man. Like the Critias and the Timaeus are two really fun reads. Like I always enjoyed reading through them. Like, yeah, they're awesome. Yeah.
Like impossible to comprehend in our kind of limited epistemological scope, within the cave. But and you talk about this well in your video, like the light, actually you're being pulled towards the light. And I think the objects, in a sense, if you glimpse the light, it's like this kind of intermittent reinforcement effect of like you become this like rabid pursuer of the light.
Yeah.
And there is something clearly happening there with the UFO thing where if somebody gets into a specific state of consciousness, they see a thing. It's extremely ephemeral. There's like a memory decay function. There's clearly like a game of telephone going on as far as like how they relay their experience. They start to doubt themselves. But it also simultaneously becomes this really important kind of confirmatory thing in their truth searching process, and it kind of reinforces them. And I think the deeper you get, here's what I would say. So I answered your question very poorly at the top of like, do you have a theory of everything? No theory of everything about the UFO thing can deny that everybody seeking answers on the UFO thing have had probably experiences themselves that they often don't admit publicly, but that are like motivating their kind of more public inquiry or their more quote unquote rational inquiry, where they try to be more scientific about it and they try to separate their own experience from, the larger search. But it's ultimately like very autobiographical. I find that, it's like Graham Hancock, like he has to like put on this front to like, argue against the archaeologists. And you're like, Graham, how'd you get into like this stuff in the first place? And it's like, I wrote an article, on the Ark of the Covenant and that the fact that it was held in Axum in Ethiopia. And then that got me like really, fired up that there are like, there are maybe mysteries out there. And then like, then the rest of his career kind of ensues. Or like, there's this guy, Sir James Bruce, this explorer who is, part of the, this Freemasonic lodge in Scotland. And he went out searching for the Ark of the Covenant. And then he's responsible for the Book of Enoch. We wouldn't have the Book of Enoch if he hadn't like dug it up. Yeah. And so like, I think we like to now ascribe like these very, like objective, motives for like why we're doing what we're doing. when like usually it's just like extremely irrational and like, you know, we don't really know ourselves super well, and you know, and we're being sort of dragged along.
Yeah. I'm so tempted to get into like where this notion eventually takes the Platonic lineage, because I think the overlap between where this ends up going and the modern day UFO phenomena, particularly once you bring in this notion of psionic assets and needing to occupy a certain state of consciousness to attract certain things, this sounds almost indiscernibly different from this this mysterious practice that all of the sort of technical parts of the praxis are basically lost of, called theurgy. But before I go there, I want to hear a little bit more about Madden's sort of thesis on how these things overlap, because there's something really, really specific that this is pointing to for me, but I'm wondering if he goes there in his book. So yeah, tell me more.
I never
about
heard of this
his
guy.
thesis.
He doesn't get into too much like theurgical celestial ascent like practices. It's more like he gets into Plato and the idea of a hyperobject and a cave, and you know the fact that you know that's probably what this UFO thing is. It's like this extremely ephemeral thing, and all of these people imprint their low level kind of meme sphere, you know, library that they have at their disposal on this primordial thing that they don't quite understand. Then he brings up Heidegger, the question concerning technology. Which, you know, is an essay that, you know, I could tell you I understand, but I don't. You know, it's extremely confusing and convoluted. But I think he understands a little bit better than me. It's a really cool book. It you know, it's like nobody, you know, the modern kind of Western, you know, university professor is like not allowed to like do stuff like that. And he just like kind of broke the taboo and did it. So
I'm gonna have to look into that for sure. And I would love to be connected.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, sometimes there's a lot of people making content on this stuff. Obviously, it's something that's become part of our zeitgeist, and it's something that intrigues a lot of people. Obviously, the prospect that there's something from somewhere else here. I think sometimes, definitely, and I get frustrated when I hear people start theorizing about this and they start trying, it gets a bit overly complicated, or it gets very esoteric very quickly, or they ignore the anecdotes, or they don't have any knowledge of ufology or the abduction phenomena. Because I mean, you can get like, oh well, we don't know what this phenomena is, it's so far beyond our comprehension, we can't wrap our heads around it. To some degree there could be elements of that involved, where elements of it may be beyond our comprehension. But I think more simply, if we look at it more broad, we look at the whole phenomena quite broadly, of the abduction phenomena, it's spoken about quite plainly by the witnesses that, they told me they were from this star system, and it's kind of that simple, that these are just visitors from other places. But obviously it might get more complicated than that. Well, why don't we see them all the time? Where are they? Right? That's where it might get more complicated. But you know, I've run into that in the last couple of years. I've seen this more and more, where people are trying to, you know, project some other, they're trying to maybe turn this into something that it's not to some degree, or they're maybe overcomplicating it too, or they're not connecting any of these other dots that have been connected before in the past. I don't know. The Price guy from the Scottish Lodge is the new Templar Grand Master's great-grandfather, allegedly. Was that buddy who he interviewed not that long ago? Yeah. Making content with the content makers. Brother, I hate when they try debunking it by asking, how do you think they got here, or why would they care about Earth? Oh man, that's like the that's a Neil deGrasse Tyson fucking that's the smooth take. Like, why would they be interested in us? I mean, why the fuck would be very interesting? Yeah, man, we can see that anecdotally all around us. There isn't a lot of life, right? Or it's not obvious, right? So yeah. Or how do we think they could get here? I mean, that too, right, it's definitely, I think again, it's a product of people want to control their environment, and they don't like to consider potentially that there are things out there that are beyond our comprehension, and the phenomena may be beyond our comprehension, or that there are beings beyond us as well, that we are the pinnacle, right? Because it's a comforting thought, right? But if you're contending with something that's beyond your comprehension, right, then it's much more unsettling. And so some people get into the hard sciences. They kind of like to cement themselves and get a footing and ground themselves. And this is what we know. This is all we know up to this point. Right now, we're the top dog. And these more kind of hypothetical or philosophical questions about this aren't something they're like to humor. Sometimes I do think it is because it kind of unsettles their ontology a little bit, their belief system. And I think that's probably where some of it comes from personally, yeah. We're just ants to them, yeah. We could very well be. I think what they're getting to here around consciousness, I'm sure they'll mention that. Whether they get that far into it, I don't know. But I personally think we'd be very interesting. And that all depends upon what the true nature of reality is. Like, what are we in? What is reality? What's the nature of consciousness? You know, if we're players in a game, for instance, if you go with like simulation theory, we're far more interesting, right? Even if we're comparatively, our avatars here are kind of ants, if they're not as developed as their avatars, I think they would find us extremely intriguing because they're running into more players. And that would be an extremely fascinating thing. Because regardless of the avatar, the players are probably ultimately what matters. So maybe there are players here who are at the same level as them and they're just in these, you know, lower level avatars. And so they might be really fascinated in us in that, you know, it's kind of like in a MMO, like you're running into another player, whether you're level 60, right? In the Barrens, you run into a fucking level 20, you haven't seen anybody in a while, you're like, oh my God, another player I can talk to. You know, like, it's, oh my God. Like, I think we would still be genuinely interesting. And there's anecdotes from UFO and ufology, the abduction phenomena, where there's mentions that they view us as containers, right? Some of the encounters, they talked very esoterically, very kind of woo about like souls and stuff, that's the whole purpose of experience. And so there, it trends, maybe you could say. And you go to like Bob Lazar, same thing was supposedly read in the document. There's other anecdotes too through ufology mentioning that. So, you know, if that turns out to be the case, if this turns out to be true, that's what reality is. And I think personally, we would be very interesting. But ultimately, the brain we're using to understand all this could be comparatively like that of an ant to ours. And then, you know, what fucking hope are we going to have to wrap our heads around them or any of their technology? And Katy Perry was a curveball. Fuck.
With him.
Yeah, I got you.
So where this is taking me is, so there's a couple different sort of within, it's so crazy, man, because even within Platonism, you get these big divergences from major thinker to major thinker. But there's this, the guy who is most associated with this practice of theurgy is named Iamblichus.
Yep.
He's sort of the major Platonist who comes right after Plotinus. For people who are foggy on this, we're talking like 200 to 300 Common Era. But anyway, this guy really adopts what looks, from our modern perspective, more like a Western esoteric, like ritual magician kind of disposition, while also being a philosopher. But in one of his most famous works, called, like, the main title is like usually On the Mysteries, but the full title is something like On the Mysteries of the Egyptians, Chaldeans, etc. And he talks about, tell me if this sounds familiar, Jesse. He talks about how the theurgist essentially attracts the gods down through these like either emissaries or through basically like attracting the soul vehicle of whatever the deity is that they're in relationship with, to a point where they basically become like a vessel for this archetypal consciousness. And there's more to it than that, but this notion of attracting like a soul vehicle or some kind of phenomena associated with an archetypal being through ritual practice and through like deep dedication, doesn't that just sound so much like being a psionic asset, like under a different, totally different cultural milieu?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You're asking really good questions. I think it is the same thing. And there were, you know, it's like, ancient Kabbalistic celestial ascent practices. And, you know, there are rumors that, you know, Ezekiel and Enoch and Paul and all these people sort of, you know, in this kind of cut, in this, you know, interpretation, all of those people sort of engaged in these things. And then Iamblichus
engaged in them probably in the most kind of systematic way, and like had like his, hierarchy of beings. And you can even see in one of his, deities, you see like irradiated light as the, what you experience, which just sounds like modern electromagnetic radiation damage. Like maybe that's what St. Francis of Assisi experienced when, he was on Mount Laverne in 13th century Italy, and he, this angel Sephiroth or whatever, little winged orb thing comes down and burns him. So yeah, I think there are a lot of, I think it's probably the same thing. And then you have to ask yourself, is that something you want to undertake, individually? Is that like an individual process that you're kind of hermetically called to? Or, is that something that can really be done or systematized under the auspice of some, like government thing? And you get into like other kind of ethical questions there. And I don't claim to know the answers. I don't know much about that world. It's sort of, it's supposed to be like hermetically sealed, and you're not supposed to talk about it. And, so I don't know. But it is. Yeah, I think you're making very, very good connections.
Friends, I want to tell you about something I've been trying for the last couple of weeks. Magic Mind reached out to me and they asked if I'd be interested in trying a 14-day trial into it and have some kind of experience for yourself. It's one of those things that you can't really talk about. And that's what's interesting about like almost adopting the Plato's Cave allegory as the cornerstone of a personal philosophy, is you basically have to start from this place of radical epistemic humbleness. Like you have to understand, like you are in the cave. You are the person looking at the caves on the wall, the shadows on the wall, thinking that it's real, until you are, and a lot of people, wrongly sort of mash this idea up with what happens to Neo in the Matrix, right? Even though in some ways it does overlap pretty well. But Socrates in the actual story throughout is constantly reinforcing the idea that the person in the cave does not want to escape. Like he's not this heroic figure who's trying to get out. He talks about basically like we're all so comfortable in our illusions, in our comfortable little, cushioned beige mundane reality where we know the name of everything and everything is the way that we expect it. And to be removed from that is innately uncomfortable. So it's always like, some unseen force breaks the chain and then he turns around and sees who's casting the shadow on the wall, and that freaks him out, and then he has to get dragged out of the cave. So it's always like that, and it's never like the person is, at least initially, extremely stoked to have this new level of knowledge. There's like a requisite sacrifice or discomfort that comes along with receiving the knowledge. And then of course,
the cave is intended to be comfortable. That's one of the points. Like it's intended to be comforting, right? It's a comfortable experience, and you have people with you too. And there's this social aspect where, it's like what we're used to seeing, the cave, the shadows in the wall. Like this is what we do. This is our world. Like to leave that effectively, when you leave it, if and when you leave it, you're not just leaving the place of comfort. Involves your friends, your family. It's a whole meme, right, of the Matrix with Neo too. So there is a parallel there, although I don't think Plato necessarily intended it to be like a simulation theory meme. But there's different layers to it, as this gentleman kind of went over here. But it's such a famous allegory.
Now it's kind of this freer, more enlightened person's duty to go back down into the cave. But then ultimately the mob in the cave rejects him and kills him. Like they're not like, thank you for freeing us. They're like, no, we don't want your wisdom. Like we're comfortable in our illusion.
They want to stay within comfort. Yeah,
it just works on so many levels, man.
Yeah, no, there's some like translation function issue between like, you can't sort of communicate what you've seen from outside of the cave. It's like literally incomprehensible. And then you come back and you get persecuted, and it seems super like you think of the Republic as just kind of a response to Socrates' death or whatever, and so maybe that was like super affected, the whole book, right? And
which is again, most people who probably know, but Plato's mentor Socrates was sentenced to death by the Athenians. The elite essentially were bothered by him the people were kind of bothered by him too. They referred to him as a gadfly. He was a gadfly of Athens because he would go around bugging people. But there were a lot of very powerful people who they kind of pissed off. And ultimately, they, through the rhetoric, their skill in speech and law, they were able to turn the people against him, and they sentenced him to death. And so Plato developed a hatred for democracy because he thought that a majority of the general public were too irresponsible, that they're it's not that they're incapable of educating themselves enough, but they had no interest, right? They would rather sit in comfort and live with their illusions than face, the harshness of the sun and the light. To see the light, they'd rather just live in comfort and live within their illusions and be manipulated by people than actually come out. And it's dire consequences at times. And, you can see this even in the modern day more recently, right? So people don't want their illusions destroyed desperately. And when you come in and you try and do that, you sometimes get a very violent reaction because they're content. They're content to live the way that they live. And, anyway. And ultimately, Plato's solution, we'll continue the video. Plato's solution for me, which is a little symbol beside because I whether I consider myself a Platonist, I probably would align with that more than a lot of other philosophical theories. But that symbol that with the crown thing is essentially an EP I put out years ago, and it was going to be called Philosopher King, but it was a kind of a meme on Plato's idea that I just thought the idea that you could instill someone with that much power. It's the idea that absolute power corrupts absolutely. It doesn't matter how educated. You could spend someone's entire life, because Plato's plan was that it took someone's entire life to become a philosopher king. The education didn't stop. And you become an old man, and then you'd be entrusted with this great power. And then if you were wise enough, it wouldn't corrupt you. But, I just think it was a bit naive. And Plato created like this dystopian like caste system that people would live within. And it was this like ideal dictator. And I just don't think that's ever a good idea. I think as much as some people in the general public sometimes might be obnoxious and they might be unwilling to like think critically or educate themselves to some degree, it's one of those unfortunate realities where I think it's still a better solution to have democracy. The focus maybe should just be more on education, and good people should just be willing to stand up and fight and speak. And if it fails, we all failed together, I guess, because we're all in this together. That's why the COVID denier thing was so contentious. Yeah, it messed up with people's worldview. That's exactly it, Aaron. Yeah. And many of us here, I think, probably were involved with that, and maybe were aware of what was happening as well. And very frustrating times, but just a great reveal again as to a lot of people just don't want to face reality. They would rather just sit and let their illusions continue on than have them be destroyed. And it's quite scary. Yeah.
The Republic, and which, the cave analogies in that. Yep. And then is Socrates just part of some like larger scapegoating cycle archetype where you try to pursue trans-political truth? And, the state always wants to be the mediator of truth.
Right.
And it's sort of impossible to circumvent that. And if you do, that's always the center of violence is when you go right at the truth. So, it's sort of this age old, like archetypal story. It's a veneer that most, kind of is widely applicable or generalizable to like, any time or any sort of, story arc.
Totally. Totally. Side note, if people haven't read the Phaedo or the Apology, or at least don't know the broad strokes of it, absolutely. I think for anybody who's philosophically curious, those are just absolutely foundationally important things to read. That's even where so many of our, I think, preconceived ideas, like metaphysical ideas, come from, or at least were popularized in. But what for you personally do you think is the most pulling out of the cave moment, or maybe some pulling out of the cave moments that you've been hit with that sort of changed your view of reality or made you a different kind of person fundamentally after they happened to you?
Yeah, I have them all the time. I feel like my process is somewhat accelerated because I'm sort of forced into doing this stuff because it's my job now, to like you, where I get really jaded all the time where I'm like, there's like nothing here. This is ridiculous. You know, like all these people are like, they're crazy, you know, because the UFO space is full of the weirdest characters that like, you know, like in like half of them seem like they have ulterior motives and the other half seem like liars. And like, you know, it feels like there are very few like, you know, just honest, reasonable actors, you know, there are obviously, but it's hard to find. And so I get super jaded, and then like often it's in the context of like doing a show, like something magical will happen, and like somebody, you know, somebody brings up something really trippy, and you're like, whoa. And I've had that a bunch of times, like meeting this guy Robert Hastings, who is, for me, it's often because I'm coming from a, you know, like a venture cap, a traditional kind of finance world or whatever, and in that context, I would have to like vet people for you know, how high agency they are, and like how likely they are to like be able to do anything in the real world, and how rigorous they are in their thought, and how lucid they are in their thought. And so like I try to like, you know, like what's the intersection between that and then like crazy claims. And like every once in a while you get somebody who's just like this guy Robert Hastings, who wrote this book, UFOs and Nukes, you know.
Oh yeah.
Very you know, reasonable, meticulous, you know, detail-oriented journalist, and then like a repeatable pattern where UFOs consistently show up around nuclear sites. You have over 170, you know, or I think it's 167 to be exact, Q-cleared, you know, ICBM security personnel, you know, radar operators, guys that work at nuclear bases across, you know, the U.S. and otherwise. And so that just like blows your mind. Or like, so that's like, you know, the one case where you get like, you have high agency person, you know, who's good at what they do, and then they're making a crazy claim and like they can back it up. And then that's like on a more systematic level. And then sometimes like just anomalous weird shit happens where like that's crazy synchronicities all the time, actually on when I'm covering this stuff, where like I'm interviewing Lou Elizondo, you know, and in DC, you know, at this randomly, my videographer happens to book on Peerspace this Freemasonic lodge or whatever that like
oh cool.
And then like I didn't even remember that the first half of our interview, which I wasn't able to let out for stupid, I guess like political reason. I don't quite understand why I wasn't able to let it out, but it was like 2 years before that. I didn't even I forgot that we spoke about Freemasonry and how intertwined with like NASA and early NASA stuff and like space exploration it was. And so we're at this Freemasonic lodge, and then the groundskeeper of the lodge was a witness of the 1952 DC flyover. And like, I actually like as a it's so weird at that point. And as a viewer, I might be like, did you choreograph this? That's insane. And, you know, with God as my witness, and Amar from Yes Theory, who's like this really nice, you know, he's not trying to pull off psyops or whatever. Like all of that is just to happen. And I've had a bunch of things like that. They're just really weird.
Synchronicities,
one might have just happened while you were talking, dude, because either you had a bug or a dust particle or like a little tiny orb flew by your face, and it was clearly on the camera. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Well, let's get people to, you know, investigate.
Probably fly.
Yeah, and
probably,
the thing
probably fruit fly, brother.
It flew on like fast and like a fast trajectory.
Like, I want to play that.
It was very tiny. I'll definitely. I'll definitely. 23 minutes in, I'm
engaging in theurgy, you know, on the show.
This has happened one other time where I was talking to somebody about something extremely novel, and then something just zipped past in the frame, and I'm like, dude, did you like? I have it, and I got it. I replayed it and everything on the episode. But anyway, yeah, man. Yeah. I totally relate to that idea that when you go out on a limb and you go toward weird things start to happen. Synchronicities start to occur, especially. And I notice you travel a lot. You do a lot of your shows, it seems like, either going to people or, you know, they're coming to you. And I definitely find, I think I brought this up to Chris last time I talked to him too, that synchronicities are revved up during travel for some reason. Yeah. Do you have any like other crazy ones that stick out?
Dude, it's always hard. I have so many. I was just with Chris in New Mexico. And we were looking into some crazy stuff on the UFO front that I can't quite talk about yet. But it was this big UFO investigation there. And I'm on my plane back from New Mexico, and there's a little bit of turbulence as we're landing I live in Austin, Texas, and the pilot goes on the PA. He goes, "We're experiencing some turbulence, and UFOs actually seem to be chasing the plane." And everybody on the plane is like, "What?" And he just goes, "They're coming in fast." And everybody's like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" And the flight attendant walks by, and we're like, "Did he just say that?" And I'm like, "I think he did." Like, I don't really know what he meant by that. And anyways, afterwards, I went and I grilled the guy, and he was fucking around, like he wasn't, the pilot. It wasn't a real thing. But when would you ever hear a pilot on a commercial plane saying UFO? And he was the most deadpan I've ever heard. I mean, we were flying
probably
New
knows
Mexico,
who he is.
but still, weird thing to say and do.
And just the fact that you and Chris are on the plane, who are two of the most.
He had flown to Montreal.
Okay.
So I was flying to Austin, but
still,
just strange. Yeah, I don't know, a bunch of things like that, and I hesitate to. I don't know. I feel it feels A, self-indulgent, and B, meaningless, and C, maybe slightly compromising in the the telling of everything else. But it's the most honest thing is to admit that you've had. You have to go. You have to go as far back as possible with your own epistemology, and kind of you can't. You have to just be extremely honest about everything you experience. And that I think that's the problem with a lot of the UFO people is they all don't want to admit that they experience anomalous stuff. And then 5 or 10 years in, they'll tell the partial version of their story, and they can't tell the full story. And it's just it's fine. It's all good. Everybody is motivated by some weird, irrational autobiographical thing. We're not these perfect local optimizers. That's not the way humans work.
It's either what you just said, or
it's a very mechanical way of looking at the world and reality, and that people don't have anomalous experiences. And I think it's good for people to, and that's what I talk about constantly, to talk about some of those more kind of mystical moments that people have, because it's very common. Right. And there's more to the world. Right. I think personally, I'm not some hardline materialist, rationalist type person. Right. It's good to be rational, but I don't think we should be rationalizing all of these other anomalous mystical experiences away. Just attribute them to oh, that was just an insane coincidence. It's well, but I don't know. It just kills the magic of the world. And that's kind of what it did a little bit. And to some degree, we needed to do that because, we were burning people alive for being witches when they weren't. But you got to leave a little bit of that magic around still, because there's so much that we don't know. And it's just something that fucking frustrates me constantly. And, I still have a problem with organized religion. And I've seen a resurgence of this more recently, especially in the States, and probably some of you have seen this as well, where kind of more fundamentalist types have cropped back up because of the pendulum swing from the left to right. And, I've seen some of these pundits and communicators, and some of them are evangelical Christians. And I'm just oh my God, it's crazy. And just an utter contradiction, because some of them are out there preaching about critical thinking and thinking rationally. But then they align with this very kind of dogmatic faith. And I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with being a Christian or living that life, right? But some of these different sects are man, they're pretty fucking they just complete literal interpretation of these ancient texts that have a lot of problems with them that are very outdated. And I've always had an issue with it, and people being oppressive or racist or homophobic because simply, it says so in my book. And I'm just the guy has a Mandelbrot fractal map on his wall. He knows what's going on behind him. Does he? I'm not even really super familiar. I vaguely know what that is, Aaron, but I don't know what his background. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to the Socratic philosophers. At least Plato and Platonism, and so very interesting. Just a learned man, maybe. People that kind of get into this kind of stuff, they tend to kind of go back to memeing before, like it's Plato is still regarded in philosophy, even today, as like the metaphysician, right? Due to his allegories. He's also prominent, like political philosopher too, a foundational one, but you know, like the realm of the forms too, right? Very deeply metaphysical concept, right? That is tied, and I've mentioned this, but it's kind of like this early form of simulation theory to some degree, where there's this place where the original form of everything resides, and everything here is a poor copy of it, and we're simply like bringing these forms of things down into the material world, but these things exist. You know, it's something that we discover, or we channel out of ourselves into the world. But you know, the form of the desk, like the archetype of the chair, it's the immortal, perfect version of it is in some other reality that we're bringing into this reality. And so, yeah, welcome back, brother. Yeah, we are fractal as above, so below. Spirituality is within. You are the fractal. Oh, okay, interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I had something up here about this. I don't know what the fuck it was about exactly. I think it was more in relation to, yeah, it's not kind of directly related to that, but I'll call it coherent mystical rationalism model. I was having a conversation with ChatGPT about kind of just this stuff, actually. I don't know, today or yesterday, I can't remember in the morning. But ontological foundation, existence is layered, assumption, reality, stratified, physical, mental, and possibly transpersonal layers. Think Plato's forms, Kant's noumenon, I always mispronounce that, and David Chalmers' hard problem in philosophy. I was talking about religion, philosophy, kind of metaphysical things and whatnot, and all that good stuff. But I was having a conversation too with it about faith and about because what I'll run into sometimes, like I have a morning coffee before I'm doing anything, I'll be on fucking YouTube, and I'll be going through YouTube shorts and shit, and I don't know why I keep running into this, but I forget what this guy's name is. Is it Charlie Kirk? But he's this kind of like very far right-wing guy who he's what I was referring to, where he says he's an evangelical Christian. I was like, holy fuck. But he's arguing with these kids on the university campuses and whatnot. And he's pretty, you know, he's a critical thinker. He's very good at that. But, you know, I don't know how I got into this, but it was around people having like arguments, like religious arguments and whatnot. And there's just, I don't know, it's something that I have a problem with. And I have a problem to some degree. I mean, obviously people have faith in different things. I do have a problem when it comes to like religious faith and whatnot. It's something that I have a bit of an issue with, I guess. But it's more when people become like dogmatic and whatnot. And anyway, yeah, we don't really need to fucking get into that. I just feel like it kind of gets kind of messy. I think this is kind of what I was talking about with it originally, though, is dogmatism and closed inquiry, but that this religion demands faith, which is effectively, in this context, belief without question. And that is just the antithesis to anybody that loves philosophy or something like that, which is questioning everything. And it's an issue that I've had with some people where, anyway, without getting into specifics, I guess, but yeah, this is very, very interesting conversation, I guess. 30 minutes into it, it's you know, very esoteric, and they're just kind of aimlessly wandering through conversation, which is fine, but kind of what I do here anyway. So, Yvonne, what's up? Agreed. Believe what you want, but don't proselytize or try to force me to think or do anything according to beliefs. Yeah, exactly, Yvonne. That's exactly it. And I think one of the conversations actually was revolving around different. This is a very touchy fucking topic on Twitch. Very touchy topic anywhere, actually, because people literally get attacked for this. But there's some religions that are a little bit more extreme than others, and some of their doctrines are more extreme, and people who take it literally can cause quite a problem. And I think, you know, just they're not questioning their beliefs enough. And that's something, I mean, I've been accused of this in the past, and just having conversation or arguing with people where, you know, like, oh, well, you shouldn't judge people on what they believe. And I'm like, you should absolutely judge people on what they fucking believe. That's absolutely one of the things you'd want to judge somebody on, right? Like, you can believe all kinds of crazy things. There are people who believe that women shouldn't have any fucking rights, or that adults who are in same-sex relationships shouldn't be able to, or should be castrated if they engage in it. Like, there's all kinds of crazy shit that people believe, and that is a point, I think, where you should kind of judge people on. And there's another problem too with religion, and this is another thing. This is something's brought to me before in the past. It's like, well, like, but like, where do you get your morals from then? Like, it's like, oh fuck Christ. It's like, you know, because like, you know, they're bringing their kids into these churches and whatnot, and I don't have anything against, like, generally, and, you know, beautiful architecture like Christian churches and whatnot, and you know, it's one of those memes. It's deep and it's very culturally embedded here, like Christianity is, or some places Judaism is, or some places you know, Islam is, and other cultures. But there are good arguments for the good, right? That's the thing. There's you can make a strong argument for the good. So like, if you want to understand, like, having morals or making an argument for the good or virtuous behavior, I mean, like, maybe put down the Bible and go read Aristotle or Plato, right? Aristotle, maybe more relevantly with virtue ethics, but Plato, they were all kind of that mind that, you know, we want to aim towards human flourishing and thriving. And one way you do that is through having good people, virtuous people, tempered people, you know, like that. Those kinds of quality traits lead to good people, and that leads to good communities, and that leads to good civilization. And anyway, yeah, John the Baptist was supposed to be the real Messiah, but he got beheaded. Just saying. Oh, brother, yeah, there's all kinds of heinous shit. What was Buddy's name? Who they skinned him alive. Then there was Bruno, who committed another heresy, right? Well, I think it was Bruno, but the heliocentrism, was that him? Or he suggested there was life on other planets, or anyway, a lot of astronomers reference him. But yeah, he was burned alive. Anyway, you should judge them on what they believe, on what they don't believe. Literally, judge them all. Chess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Islam will always be 500 years behind Christianity. Changed my mind. You're not completely wrong. No, I that's one of those sketchy ones, right? Where talking about that publicly, man, people get a little bit fucking riled up. But yeah, and then that gets to, there's other issues like culturally too, in some places where they're very oppressive and segregated, and they are just very much behind. That is very obvious. And some of the Western nations align with these places for other reasons, like for natural resources, but they have a terrible human rights record. Some of them are actively engaged still with human trafficking, and effectively have caste systems, kind of a la Plato, where they've got people almost as, like, essentially slaves to some degree. It's pretty fucked. So, Grand, what's up, dude? How much money was wasted on religious buildings with most ardent believers are poor and just hanging on? Yeah, I listen, there's a church around this area where I am right now, like where I grew up, in this valley area. And it's a Catholic church because I grew up, I'm Irish Catholic, right? Like my family's, like the whole circle going back, they're all Irish Catholics. And holy fuck, this church. I should go and take a picture of it. Like, I don't know who designed it, but man, this motherfucking thing must have been, oh God, 6 million would be a conservative fucking estimate. It's unbelievable. The acoustics in this place are unbelievable. Quite a spot. Quite a spot, you know? Yeah. Any religion that promotes belief by force or through violence is a no-go, Jess. Yeah. And at some point they were all involved in that too, right? Like, yeah, I have a lot of problems with it. I mean, you know, yeah, belief without questioning is just something I generally have a problem with, which is usually when you're talking about like faith, it's kind of where it comes from, my faith. But it's complicated. I understand it's complicated, and it could be some metaphysical connection too we have, where some people just have some very strong intuition. There's more to this world, and they kind of run up against, or they get like sometimes these more hardline rationalist materialist types and this has happened. So like the professor I studied under philosophy, which I intended to go forward with, and I was going to study under him, and if I jumped through a few hoops, I was maybe going to do my dissertation under him and stuff, and which didn't happen. But he was one of these types. Like he despised Christianity, all religions. He was a huge advocate of the gay community. He's guy like back in the 60s, 70s. He's an older guy. And he hated all this woo too. And I remember he would just get on these rants, and he was this hardline kind of materialist, kind of rationalist type kind of fucking dude. Like, and he would kind of get people to think like, oh, you're just a meat machine. Like you're just a fucking, it's just, I was like, holy fucking Christ, bud. Like he would rile people up too. Like, I remember this girl who did Reiki one time. Oh my fucking God. Like he got her fucking going. And, some people, they kind of like, they kill the mystical, or they try to, and I think they're just being childishly fucking naive, honestly. And you know, they're memeing, but at the same time, some people like to resort back to this idea that they still just have this intuition, this faith, this feeling there's something more. And I agree with that too. I think there is actually, but I don't think going back to these old dogmatic doctrines is a way to try and move forward with whatever is going on here. Like, I don't think there's other ways to have mystical experience. And that was kind of what I was getting at with this conversation here, which is the philosophy of belief. Don't believe in God. Experience reality deeply. Interpret with care and logic. Let ethics flow from understanding. But it was kind of going through. It's kind of a good conversation, but the word God is too loaded and misleading. Instead, we deal with transcendent, the ground of being and source. Not a person, not a man with preferences, but possibly an organizing intelligence field or metaconsciousness. Avoids the baggage of religion while allowing for the possibility of a higher order. How should you align with your understanding of being? If all things are interconnected, selfishness is metaphysical stupidity. Hence, virtue ethics, the good isn't decreed, it's discovered. Enlightenment equals acting in harmony with reality as it is. Bypass divine command and cultural relativism. Ethics becomes ontological hygiene. It's kind of this kind of more broad, it's kind of going with this big toe that it seems to be on when I have conversation with it, this theory of everything, which I didn't necessarily want it to go that way, but anyway, yeah. Thanos knew what he was doing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, fucking Christ. Gothic churches. They're beautiful, though. That's the thing. I mean, and that's where, like, there's brilliant architects that have been involved in the constructions of these things, and you know, they're the works of art, I guess, but it's hard when you're someone in, like, I think like Jesus' philosophy, and it was a combination of a lot of different individuals as well, obviously, but of this kind of doing to others as you would do unto yourself, like, which is, I know it's at Leviticus, but any more broadly, like, than the Christian message, right, of just kind of a service to other attitude, is really powerful. And I think it's just really fundamental. And there's a lot, you can fluff it up a lot, right? But like more fundamentally, and there's all these different ethical theories, but more fundamentally, I think that is just one of those things to have faith in. And I just mean about this the other day, but like personally, like I would say if I were to have faith in something, it'd be like love or something, which is kind of like cringe, some people might say, but when you think about it, really, no, it's something that I would have faith in the power of that ultimately I think is a very shaping force, and it shapes things just for the good, and like giving that to people and living that service to other lifestyle, it just promotes just a good community around yourself, and then more broadly, if other people act in accordance with that, just a good community more generally, and then that can kind of extrapolate itself out from there. And it just encourages thriving, right? And flourishing. And I think it's just a good way to be, as opposed to selfishness. And that's really like a root thing with people. That's like at the core. So it really does touch on some deep, parts of people, I guess. I'm reaching for words here right now, but yeah. So anyway, I don't really necessarily have a problem with that. But when you walk into these elaborate churches, man, it does kind of just rubs you the wrong way, because you think about that guy up on that cross there, and like, how would he feel about this? It's a place of worship, though. It's like, brother, the woods is right over there. Like, there's caves all over the place, right? Your prophet fucking was in a cave, for Christ's sake. Anyway, it's the Catholic Church too. Just, I'm not even gonna get on. Everyone knows how fucking contradictory it is. They don't even say anything. If anyone plays Last Epoch, I'm installing now for the new season. Oh, the thing is, there is the promotion in the West of the idea that religion has no impact on attitude and behavior, and the most who adopt it, and the most people are the same, just get along, want to mind their business. I think that those are some very not thought through attitudes. Yes, design. I would agree, man. Yeah, I think a lot of people do just kind of, like I remember like my other grandfather, my dad's dad, who was just kind of he was just a good, like, hardworking guy. Like, I came from, like, my family's kind of like my one side, like my mom's family, like they were very wealthy, well-to-do people living in a very nice place. Like my grandfather's an anesthesiologist, and they were all like lawyers, and they were doctors, and they were judges, and they were very intellectual types. And my dad's dad was just kind of this very soft-spoken but very hard, like disciplined, kind guy who just worked at a fucking it was a fire hydrant factory, but just like a good, honest guy. And like his family, they all went to church, but they didn't really treat it as like this place of worship. It was a place to get together on Sunday and see everyone in the community, see their friends and stuff. And so I get that too, though, that you don't want to like jump down. Like there's like the atheist types, man, always used to make me fucking cringe so bad. I remember back, like, because when Dawkins was huge back when I was in high school, I remember my friends were like, some of them were all about this God delusion, fucking fuck you. And like, I have my problems with organized religion too, but they'd be like, really coming down people's throat who maybe went to church and stuff. And I was like, attacking them. And I was like, okay, all right. I understand not everybody, but I do agree that I think that there's definitely some inconsistencies that have to be pointed out, and people should just question what they believe a lot. And some people don't like to do that because, again, that's where like ontological shock comes in, and that's what we talk about with UFO phenomena, and it can be really scary. And that's what the boys were just talking a second ago about with Plato's Cave, that people do like these beliefs that people have, and we all have these, so like through personal experience and whatnot, but like shaking those can create quite a violent reaction. Again, I've seen that because of people in my life. Some people, like in maybe the discipline of philosophy, like to do this, like my old professor, but he would like really start to dig at like what people believe and start questioning it and pulling it apart. And like, people will start to kind of get a little bit undone. They get a little bit, they get angry. They get kind of scared because everything they thought they believed about reality or their whole perception of reality, or maybe more metaphysical beliefs, when they get challenged, like life after death, like heaven, like those kinds of things get challenged. Like, well, what do you actually know about that? Like, where does that come from? Like, what's the archetype of this? Where did it originate from? Oh, it's a man in a cloud. Like, that's what God is. That you think God, you're just worshiping a man in a cloud from Mesopotamia, right? There's no man waiting for you on the other side. Like, there's nothing waiting for you. You're gonna rot in the ground. Like, everything's gonna end when you die. Like, they go to that degree, and then people start to get really kind of unsettled, and that's not really fair. But so maybe not taking it quite to that degree, but I think just, gently challenge what you believe a little bit. Like, the message is correct, but access to God through the church is the problem. That's exactly it, man. That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly it. The high priests, I really do think that's an issue we still deal with, right? And for people that were here last night, I was watching through, holy fuck, I think I got like 15 minutes into it, an hour or something, and I only got 15 minutes into it, but I forget what the guy's name is now, but he has this fucking channel, something Dave, but man, he's such a dink. And he was kind of ripping on like Graham Hancock and Jimmy Corsetti and Dan from Debunking, but we've got this like attitude still, and like it's the high priests, it's the people that know things, right? It's like we have this gnosis, we have this ability, like we figured things out, like we'll tell you what to do, right? It's this way to dominate, and we still see this expert phenomena that we're dealing with now, where and obviously we need people who are experts, and it's great to have people that have expertise, but they approach things with such hubris and arrogance, and it's just so fucking bad, man. And it goes back to the high priests, right? We have this phenomena now with scientism, where they are these priests of scientism that come down, and they're not encouraging people to critically think about anything. They're just telling people to trust them, to have faith in them. I'm like, don't ever, like, those two things do not go together, right? Like faith and fucking science. Like those two things are by definition very far away from one another. And fuck me. I have faith that humans will govern themselves with fairness and righteousness. Nearly choked trying to say that with a straight face, man. Well, fuck yeah, but glad to see we are going to make a live action 1984 in the UK. Oh, fuck, brother, yeah. Yeah, I've been waiting for that one. Got my popcorn out, man. I know, I heard that recently, some of the shit that's been going on there, man. People getting arrested for, like, fucking comments on Facebook and memes and shit. Like, fuck. I don't know, man. I mean, I genuinely don't know what the fuck is going to happen, obviously, but, like, I don't know, there's a tinderbox that time goes by, like, day in, day out. I'm just like, fuck, like, I'm just starting to see it pile up more and more. And whoever is, it might just be just control freaks, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be some really elaborate conspiracy, but they are pushing their luck, and they're out there telling people that they're going to eat bugs, right? See, the thing is, though, with these dictates or some of these dinguses, right, is that they're telling people you're going to be in, you know, the same with the language from the WEF, these type of like hyper elites. You're going to be eating bugs. It's like, you're going to be implying we're not going to be. I'm like, guys, like, if you've not picked up a history book like the last 500 years during some of these revolutions, but people aren't going to be eating bugs for long. They're going to be eating you, right? Like, that's what is going to happen. And again, it's this hubris that this time they think they finally locked people down. We finally figured it out. They're not going to go crazy and cut all our heads off this time. It's like, good luck. I want to be in the woods when that fucking happens, but hopefully I am. Believers in fundamentalist Abrahamic religious groups learn on coping and justifying bad behaviors endorsed by religious teaching can lean into a defensive superiority complex when confronting opposition. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. I've witnessed that myself too. Yeah, I know. And it's, yeah. I got 2,000 bullets, 5 guns, and I'm ready to die for my rights. Don't care who knows it, brother. Fuck yeah, amen. Yeah, we're heading for those times again. Listen, I hope that maybe something happens. That's why I talk about this UFO stuff, because, God, I mean, I don't know. That's the thing with complete conviction, what's going on, but you kind of have this intuition from looking at it all that it seems like there's something very profound interacting with us in some kind of metaphysical way sometimes. And I just hope it manifests itself into a more physical way, and that maybe that's a way to enlighten people and gently pull them out of the cave. But this is the thing, though, right? I mean, in Plato's allegory, the enlightened go back in, and it's a process, right, to pull people out of that comfortable cave, right? So in Plato's allegory, you know, the fire's still running, and the puppets, the wooden puppets, are still projecting the shadows onto the wall, and that it's allowing for comfort. I mean, my hope, I guess, to try and make an analogy with UFOs with this is that I hope what the aliens do is they walk into the cave with a bucket of fucking water and they toss it on the fire, and then people start freezing to death in the cave, and they have no choice but to unshackle themselves and walk out. And that's what I'm hoping happens. And I really personally only think that there's one thing that's going to facilitate that, and it is some kind of force, like whatever the fuck is interacting with us. Because that you'd need some all-powerful force to put that fucking fire out. Like, that's what we'd be dealing with here, I think. So, because otherwise, yeah, no, we're just going to get fucking stabbed to death and eaten, maybe even thrown on the fire, right? Things get bad enough. And, you know, anyway. I mean, this should not be surprising. There are people out there who are willing to fight for their rights to think freely and to speak freely and even die for it. Yeah, man, listen, you are in the minority, man, and I think many of us kind of feel that way similarly to you, and we're probably kind of that similar mind where it's alien gory of the cave, right? That's what I fucking want. That's what I want to have happen. I want them to go in there with a big bucket, just freak everybody the fuck out, yeah. Right? Just shocked. It's like real shock. They need a shock to the system. And that's a level of shock that I think some people may need. But yeah, it's, you know, and this is the thing about what happened recently. And like, not that I'm a fucking fan of Don, right? Like at all, really. His character, not at all. But I understand why people went the way they did in the States with him, because you know, people can kind of see where this is going, and it's going down a pretty dark path if you just look at the debt actually in the States alone, for instance. So, you know, the people in times past who freed us from this system of monarchy that's ruled by blood, I wasn't an expert in the American Revolution, but like, you know, the reading I've done over the years, and these guys were kind of fucking dickheads, actually, that kind of fought against that oppression. They weren't like the greatest guys, actually. Like they were kind of like shitty people to some degree, and in some instances, it was kind of like their own selfishness is the reason why they were fighting. But ultimately, in the end, there were other people with them that were kind of for the greater good. And it took a little while because, you know, they were like, oh, all men are created equal except for these people we bought off this boat. And it's like, okay, you know, and it took a while for us to kind of tweak that formula and be like, all right, no, there's no more slaves. Like, but they were kind of dickheads, and you kind of see that today with some of these characters we see on the world stage, where they've got a lot of flaws, like character flaws and problems. But at the end of the day, what are their honest intentions? I mean, there are other people out in the world that are genuinely concerning, that are very cunning, undoubtedly, and have obfuscated themselves probably very cleverly from the view of the general public and from everybody, really. And I think they are the problem. And this is ufology directly. The fingers right on them, whoever they are. And like, not Dick Cheney isn't the guy, but these types of people who've been playing this game, right? These hyper wealthy people, whatever, they are part of these transnational organizations or wherever the fuck they are, they're out there somewhere. And I think they've been fucking around with these Western democracies, and people had a hope that people like Elon or Trump were going to be the good fucking billionaires to come out and save the day. And fuck, I don't know if that's gonna be the case or not, but anyway, that's the other mean with me, man. We're like, and this is just another intuition. I think we are in pretty fucking dire times right now. I think, you know, and I talk about conspiratorial things on here, and one of those things is the flu, man. I mean, I don't have fucking any evidence for this either, but I don't know personally if that was an accident. And I followed these trends. Actually, you know, oddly enough, I have this up here from last night still. Where the fuck is it? Old fucking Bill Ryan here, right? There was talk about this shit, man, for a while. And then it just happened. And I was like, so anyway, that's another meme. But yeah. I mean, McDonald's is slowly killing me anyway. Might as well die for a lovely cause. Fuck. Enjoy that fucking quarter pounder in the meantime, right? Like, fuck it, yeah. I've decided I'm getting fucking hammered tonight. Oh, brother. Listen, it's Easter night, isn't it? Is the bunny going to come tonight? Is he coming? I haven't caught up with I haven't kept up with Easter. Like, I know it's Sunday the bunny comes, though. It's pre-drink for the Easter bunny. Do you think it's racist to call them monkeys or Neanderthals who support murdering those who they consider offended their religion? I don't know. Who are we calling that, though? Grand? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, these are religious people. Robert Shock is my kind of shock. Yeah, I know. I just clicked on that. Yeah. Of Disabunny. Yeah. Oh, Easter. Yeah. It's when Jesus rose from the cave, wasn't it? He fucking came out of the cave, right? Isn't that with the correlation with Easter? I'm not an expert in Christianity, but I'm pretty sure that's the case, right? He rose, right? Came up, right? That's after they brutally fucking tortured and murdered him. Yeah. The tomb, he came out of the tomb. Yeah. They moved the rock, and then they went in and they found that he had ascended, and then he appeared before them, I believe, right? He appeared before them after that. Yeah. When all lots of bats controlled by Dracula, he wants to get sick, so they run slowly as they chase him to drink their blood. Man, fucking crazy style. Yeah. Fuck. On the third day he rose again. Right. That's it. Right. He came back, said, I am the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. I was God, and you killed me, and you failed now. And now you need to worship me now. Look what you've done. Now you have to pay for your sins. Then the Roman Empire collapsed shortly after that, right? Is that what happened? Is that how the story went? Spartacus died too around that time. I think, didn't Spartacus die? Wasn't Spartacus alive when Christ was alive, like people thought? I don't think anybody actually really knows the exact fucking timeline. I think it's all just literal guesswork, and I don't trust any of the religious fucking academics around this stuff, because they're just going to pander to the Pope and everybody else and be like, oh, yes. Of course he was real. Yes. Although I think some people are fairly convicted that this character did live. Because there were other prophets named Joshua wandering around, but I think this one stood out. But where's fucking ChatGPT at? My best friend. Yeah. Keep the shroud. Yeah, I'm off to catch UFO, bro. I mean, like, maybe that's literally what fucking happened, man. When you read through that fucking story, I think it was actually Bob Lazar way back when I saw that first clip, wherever the fuck I saw it, where I actually thought, I'd never even made that correlation in my head, you know, that the Star of Bethlehem was like I was like, oh, what the, oh, fuck, yeah. Like this light guiding the wise men. I was like, holy fuck. Because that was one of the things that Bob supposedly read at S4 was a document on religion. And that the visitors had told them, or they got this information from them somehow, that they were directly involved with some of the prophets, one of whom was Jesus. And they was talking about him. His wife had talked about how we think the Star of the Bethlehem and the virgin birth. And I was like, holy fucking shit. Wouldn't that be a fucking meme if they came out, right? And fucking Don has a book in his hand. He's like, guess what? Jesus was fucking hybrid. That would just tie it all together so well for me. I would just love that. I would go to church that Sunday. I would go to a Christian Catholic church that Sunday that comes out, and I would just love to hear what they have to fucking say about that, man. There'd be a fucking meltdown. I'd be there for it though, 100%. We'd have the wine, we'd have a bucket of wine, and we would just sit back and we'd just enjoy the show. I'd say, go to the priest, I'd say, figure this one out, bud. Yeah. Figure this one out. I said, guess what? Yeah, we were right. Fucking aliens, bud. Did Spartacus and Jesus live together? I'm pretty sure that on their timeline, and no one ever watched the TV show back in the day, but it's actually a pretty good show. I'm pretty sure they would have been alive at the same time, but whether they were actually, I mean, I don't know, but not quite, my dear historian. Fuck you. I thought that he was, I fucking thought that they were. I thought that they were. He was a century before. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay. He led a famous slave rebellion against Rome. Okay. Well before Jesus' birth. No overlap. I mean, how do we know? Like, here, I'll fucking like, how do we know? Oh, fuck. How do we know when Jesus was born exactly? Quality evidence? I know the answer to this, so. Anyway, we'll move on to something else. Fuck it. It's essentially, no, I know that. Quality evidence for Jesus' exact birth date is essentially non-existent. Yeah. Comes from historical context provided by gospel accounts. Yeah. Herod the Great. Yeah. It's ambiguous and historically contested. Roman historians like Tacitus and Jewish historian Josephus mentions Jesus indirectly but provide no birth specifics. Yeah. It's actually quite a vague account, really. I mean, like, whether like this was an actual person, if it's based on an actual person, but anyway, some people are pretty convicted, yeah. If he drops episode 3 on Easter Sunday and it's the egg story, oh brother, there'd be no better time to fucking do that, actually. Release the images of the egg. I saw a clip recently, which we watched on here, was that Michael Herrera guy that Jesse Michaels interviewed. And I forgot that he mentioned this. I meant to go back and bring this up at the end of it, because I think we watched the whole thing on here, where he had brought up that Jake Barber took him to a facility and he saw something compelling. And I was like, I saw that clip. I meant to pull it up. I don't know where the fuck it was. But I was like, what? Like, what are these guys? Are these boys sitting on something? Like, yeah, Jesse interviewed Michael Herrera for maybe 3 weeks ago, something like that. He was a guy he was a Marine and saw some UAP, but in the jungles of Indonesia. And there was a Black Ops, or not Black Ops people, but ex-Black Ops mercenaries there loading stuff onto this craft, which presumably was one of ours. And it zipped off, and there were people being loaded onto this craft, locals. And so he originally testified at Stephen Greer's press conference a couple of years ago. But he's since kind of changed his tune since Jake and co have kind of come out and kind of given a background on what the fuck they were actually doing, which is this organization, whoever's running the aerospace companies, which are presumably these people, right? These elite. They had this program where they were recruiting these psionic assets to work the UFOs they were recovering, because they were controlled by their consciousness or something, and the interface was all psychic, and people who don't have that ability are fucking dead in the water like myself. So you have to find somebody who has psionic abilities, so presuming they're real, supposedly they're real. And so they were recruiting these people to use them as like they're kind of like, they were just using them to fly them around. Like, it's going to try and you think of some kind of an analogy, like a horse pulling a cart. That's kind of what they're doing. Like, they just needed them to fucking push the buttons to fly the goddamn thing. Anyway, so he supposedly showed Michael Herrera something that blew his mind. So I'm presuming what he showed him was he took him to a facility. Maybe they actually have shit that they already have recovered. I don't know. I would love to know that myself. I mean, if he's sitting on something, brother, now Don just is about to put a 245% fucking tariff on some of China's goods. Now is the time to fucking release that. Like, right fucking now. Yeah. Anyway, from South America, in the Amazon, people's psionic abilities. These are the rumors I've heard. All over. Well, I guess, yeah, that was in Indonesia, but third world countries, man. There was another incident. I could probably get this. You could probably find this, because this is another really interesting one. I forget who this is from, but there was another one of these incidents that happened in Central America. And I don't know who this was from, but I think it wasn't an egg, but it was a similar kind of like smaller craft that crashed. And this gentleman, he was on site doing security for it, actually. And there were other people there too. There was other mercenary types that were brought in, but it's effectively a bunch of Americans showed up. They were all flown into this area to deal with it for the local government. I don't know if it was Mexico, if it was some other Central American country. I don't know where it was at exactly. But there were no bodies, but fuck, where was that story from? There's a couple of them out there. There's quite a few, actually. I don't know if there's tons, actually, but there's quite a few. But anyway, and there was something to do with psychics involved in the story too. It's been a theme for a little while, yeah. But not recruiting in that story, but that they would be brought in. And some remote viewing people will probably tell you that, they've had some targets that are, they've had some sessions that have been, there's definitely some interest in this phenomenon. There has been for a while. And I think it's unsurprising that it's something to do with ufology. Right? Like the remote viewing program, we've gone over this already. If you look at some of the targets that those guys were given, like Ingo was given by, I think it was the director of the CIA or one of the higher ups at the CIA back in the 70s, a target on the moon. And when he looked at it, now this is obviously remote viewing, but when he looked at it, there was a bunch of fucking aliens in the target hanging out in a base. So that person from the CIA must have had intel. This is what Ingo surmised. They knew full well what was there, but they guinea pigged this guy to just go and look at it, probably knowing full well what was going to happen. Same with the Army, the Army or Navy, getting Joe McMoneagle and Bob Monroe to look at Mars a million years ago, kind of at the height of the Cydonia hysteria, right, with the face and whatnot. So it's like very specific date. Like, what do they know? Like, there's all kinds of shit. They've been doing this for a while. They've had an interest in this phenomena for a while. And I think there's a reason why. It's because they somehow knew that there was something to it. I don't know how they came to ascertain that, because we haven't been able to figure it out ourselves. So, at least in the general public. There is a notorious case of a victim of religious intolerance. The targeted Indian author Salman Rushdie, he connected to the publishing of his book, has been the target of assassination because of a book he published in 1988 titled The Satanic Verses. Many died in terror who were connected to the publishing of his book that many Islamic followers considered offensive. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing. Yeah, be careful. People get very violent. Yeah, there was a guy, he was in, where the fuck was he? He was in Sweden last year, and he burned the Quran. He was just putting on a display of like, you know, like, he thought the people there were being intolerant, right? Like they came here and they were stirring up trouble, and then he kind of burned it as a way to be like, say, fuck you, I guess. And then I think he just got stabbed recently, got killed. Demon Paul. Holy fucking Christ. That's a meme, isn't it? How do we do, I think it's just poll, isn't it? Yeah, here, fuck. Well, we'll do this, brother. That's a lot of points, you know? That's a lot of points. So, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Here we go. Hold on. Oh, fuck. It's too small. It's too, it's too small. Brother, it's too small. It doesn't fit. Doesn't fit in the question. It's too much. Too much. Here, we'll just do this. This is a great poll. There you go. That's it. I'd do something for 1,000 points. It's funny. I thought you could put a longer thing in there. That's not very long, actually. Holy fucking shit. Yeah. The meme is in Jurassic Park scene when they get into the car and say, look at the size of it. Oh my Jesus, yeah. Alien kryptonite. Holy fuck, brother. Goddamn. Oh, fuck. I mean, I hope it's not alien kryptonite. Fuck, every night I say I sleep naked. I'm waiting for them to come take me. Yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready, like Skinny Bob. Like, sheets are usually off me as well. That's not my doing, honestly, but I just ending up just laying there, just naked. And I'm like, let's go. Come on. Like, you know, I do my CE5 before I go to bed. Like, I say my prayers, my version of prayers. I do my CE5. I say, please come and get me off this fucking rock, please. And every single night, they just leave me laying there blue-balled. And this has been the way for some time. So I'm losing faith, honestly. I mean, I need some kind of an incident, whether it's a shadow person sitting on my chest or even just something peeping in the window. I don't even care at this point. Just like, keep me going, guys. Like, there needs to be somewhat of a tease here because this is getting old. But anyway, I'll just keep doing it. Yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah. I need to wear a compression suit. Fuck, maybe that's what they want. I don't know. They can send me some kind of mental image of what you want me to put on. Maybe they're that specific. I need to like wear a certain outfit, right? Like chaps or some shit or cowboy hat or something. Is that what they fucking want? They want it to mix it. They want it to be mixed up a little bit. Is that what's going on? Like, yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah. I'm not paying $10. Did I ever actually do CE5? No, well, I never used the app. No, you don't even need the app. Fucking Jesus Christ. Steven, go fuck himself. It's like, seriously though, that guy more than anybody else probably. Yeah, you can just do it sitting. I've done it before. I've tried to do it. I'm not like an expert at meditation, but I've done the whole meme. I've done it like out on walks too. Like you'll kind of do it and you'll like try and be like, hey, I don't know how the fuck you're like just sending a signal out in your head, and it's like, it never works. Never had any success. But maybe I'm just not doing it right. But then, you know, I'm probably not going to do it right, so. I'm waiting for the aliens to say, we're going to need a bigger boat. Yeah. Fucking Christ, yeah. You can increase your chances massively if you donate to Greer's Patreon. That's usually the trick, Cap. Yeah, that's the kicker. Right? Yeah. Listen, they fucked with all his bicycle seats, so he needs to get. He's just taking them off, I think, is the solution. But yeah, I'm waiting for the aliens who built the model in 2001: A Space Odyssey to look at Jim's wagon and say, "My God, it's full of stars." Holy fuck, brother! Holy fucking Christ! I would love to meet those people. I would love to meet the ones that built the monolith. Yeah, that's who I'm waiting for. Yeah, He's naked again, so desperate. Maybe that's what it is. Like I'm trying too hard. That could be it. That could be it, actually. I could be trying too hard. Oh, 2 people select one of the 2 yeses. Excellent. Yeah. Do you know the central control guy? Yeah, I just remembered that. Oh, fuck Christ. Yeah. Also, don't forget to go to bed only after you sprayed expensive fragrance. I just ran out of my fragrance, actually, recently. Yeah.
Reverend Short has offered to use his body as a vessel for his alien friend, Corton.
Right. We were going to have you over here. Is that okay?
No, I have to be sitting in the southeast, Lewis, always.
Corton will share with us the benefit of his extraterrestrial wisdom.
I can put those pants on, actually.
Okay.
This is Central Control. This is Central Control. Stand by.
Is this a skit or is this guy serious? Oh, fuck.
Central Control, this is Addy. Central Control,
This guy is fucking losing it.
Addy. On behalf of the Honorable Corton Representative, we are ready to begin with the information which we have for these individuals in this time period. Let us begin with the individual who's to the left forefront of the instrument.
You. State your first name.
My name's JJ.
Within the next 4 to 6 of your Earth months, there will be a dramatic change in your life activity so that it would give you a more rounded character to pursue, modeled after another individual, and this one has the initials MJF. Is that known to you?
Do you think Michael J. Fox? MJF.
Oh yeah, I guess.
You do like Michael J. Fox.
Is that his wife? She's just all about this life.
Profession to
go straight,
right.
do legitimate movies.
Very well.
Another question, Mike.
Holy fuck, man. Oh, is this like Bashar? Yeah. Oh, Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
It is thus termed miracles because it seemingly applies to each individual differently, but brings very succinct enlightenment, erudition.
Mike, what was that? I didn't even understand that one. Did you?
Yeah, you're saying that the course brings enlightenment to...
That is correct.
Corton, are you satanic?
We are only committed to that which is Almighty God, Father of lights.
I've never seen this.
Yes, Shalom. On behalf of the Honorable Corton Representative,
man,
we are ending our transmission.
Corton departed.
Motherfucker. I thought the guy's gonna fucking die at the start. You hear the noises he's fucking making?
Extraterrestrial wisdom.
Focus.
I would have been out right there. I would have been. Fuck. Oh my fucking God. No, I can't. Yeah. It's a literal fucking death rattle, man. Holy fuck. Imagine this guy's actually channeling alien and everyone just thought it was me and the aliens were like, we don't understand. We've been trying to talk to them. Yeah. There's a possibility. Now, what are you doing? Go on. But some I don't think so. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like my thing with the channelers like this, with the aliens. I'm like, guys, you'd have to know that we can't really take this super seriously. Like, again, we were just lighting people on fire like not that long ago for being witches. Like you can't introduce this and you can't. There's a lot of people that aren't gonna be able to take this seriously. So you might as well just not even fucking bother, honestly. You might as well just leave it as like weird stuff in people's dreams and shit. Like that's a little bit more palatable, but like it's just not gonna work. Yeah, more slop. They're made of meat. What can we expect? I mean that's a fucking meme. I don't know. Yeah. Am I cordon pilled? Yeah. It's. I haven't really run into any channelers personally that I watched through, and I'm just like, oh man, even Bashar, like I can't listen to fucking. I get the same thing off him. I'm just like, man, it just seems like a performance, like. And like I don't know what is really said. It's like that Bashar guy, man. I for some reason run across his videos, and like the last 5 years, the title of the video is "It's Coming This Year." You can literally look this up. You can probably go back 10 years of it's happening this year or some shit. It's like, man, like are they just all about the blue balls? Is that like what they want, or are these people just fucking trying to milk this for as long as they possibly can? I mean, it would be great stream content for me to like go and pay to go to one of these fucking conferences, and it would definitely be cringe content for me, where like I would just be very uncomfortable the entire time sitting in these. I know you can go to these. I think there's one in Toronto, which is, I don't want to go back to this ramen place I love in Toronto. So maybe I could, that'd be kind of a meme. Just go and subject myself to this stuff. Oh, fuck. Anyway, yeah. Oh, fucking Christ, yeah. Those are clickbait titles made by the person who was interviewing. Next Level Soul has a lot of those. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, well, fuck, yeah. Yeah, this is just fucking, this is a bit much, yeah. I've never heard of this guy, though. Holy fuck. This is great. I love that death rattle at the start, yeah. Fucking Christ, yeah. God fucking damn it, yeah. What was he actually a consultant on Star Trek, though, Aaron? Is that actually how long does he go back for? Was that you mentioned that before? I didn't know that. Like, was that on the Next Generation or whatever it must have been? He was a consultant? Yeah. Dude, take a hit. It won't be that bad. 5 minutes later, this is Central Control. Holy fucking Christ. Oh my fucking God. That got me for some reason. Yeah, it won't be that bad. Holy fuck. That happened to a buddy of mine where, I think I mentioned the story before, but he never fucked with weed at all. And he didn't really like smoking, so he was going to do edibles. And I warned him, I'm like, listen, this is a bit of a different beast, these things. And like, this is when it first, all the edibles came out. They released the edibles where they had like them dosed and shit. I was like, I don't know like how this is going to go. Like this shit could be like pretty potent. Like I had no idea about dosages before. You buy a fucking cookie and you're like, fuck, how much did they put in this, And you just eat a bit of the cookie. You're like, okay, but like, now it's like dosed out. I'm like, fuck, I don't fucking know. I'm like, probably 100 milligrams. Like that's probably a lot. And he ate like 120 milligrams worth of gummy worms. And we were all hanging out, and he just started like bobbing back and forth. He started like doing this. He started like a reporter voice. He was like reporting on everybody in the room. Like, and then I knew he broke down at one point because he started like he was laughing, but then he started crying. And then he would just start laughing again and start crying. And I was like, oh, fucking here we go. And anyway, I just went home because I was like, okay, it's late. Like, I'm not dealing with this bullshit. And anyway, he thought he was going to die, and he left me all these voicemails and shit. And then, it was fucking, that's what it reminds me of. Like, dude, take a hit. It won't be that bad. 5 minutes later, it's the Central Control. Okay. Okay, fuck. You got another one. Am I out of tabs? Oh, no, we got lots left, but fucking. There's a secret reason the Space Force is delaying the next Atlantis V launch. Oh. They're looking for responsive launch this week. They're the unresponsive ones. What's going on here? What is this about? Edibles are a different chemical. Yeah, it fucks you up. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Central Control. Yeah. 100 milli edibles because they had no clue. Oh, man. Yeah, it was like 115, 120. It was a whole pack of worms. It was like 100. I think it was 120. milligrams. The problem is like he didn't feel it after, like it was like 30, 40 minutes because we just ate food. I was like, dude, like it's probably gonna take a while for that to kick in. And he's like, no, fucking no, I'm not feeling it. I'm a big guy. I'm not feeling it. And so he just kept eating them. And I was like, fucking. I was like, you good luck, bud. And anyway, he had a bad night. It was an entertaining night for people there for a while, but then things started to kind of get like awkward when he started to like have a mental fucking breakdown. And I was like, well, told his girlfriend at the time, you can deal with this, and see you later. See you later. Call me if you need anything. Yeah. And then I just fell asleep, put my phone on silent. But anyway, and it always feels like you're gonna die, and the feeling makes the heart race, and it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. Oh yeah. Oh god, I felt that so many fucking times, man. It's after you just get like, that's the thing. Like edibles, though, I don't like. The thing about edibles is like I get time slips and shit, and like that actually starts to freak me out. I'm like, fuck, like am I having a fucking brain aneurysm? Like. But yeah, oh my god, yeah, it's like it's a wave that you ride is the best way that I describe it to people that have never used THC or something, like, or get like high as fuck. Like, you've got to ride a wave, and like at the beginning, yeah, there might be a lot of fucking anxiety. It's like you're coming up, the roller coaster's coming up to like the top, and you're like, fuck, and then you go down, you're like, oh my god, and then it starts to level out, and you start to enjoy it as it starts to like dip off, and like that's. As you come down, that's where I was at always kind of like really starting to get like the euphoria, and like, but on the way up, man, sometimes, yeah, if it depending upon how much you take on the way up, it's fucking bad. Like, fuck. Anyway, yeah. Partially why I don't really smoke anymore, actually. Just years of just too much of that, honestly. But anyway, yeah. Fucking Christ, yeah. The absolutely real and totally exist alien guy in the last video channeled. Oh, you think it's 100% the case? Yeah. You notice what happens at night? Jim whips us all into a frenzy and fucks off the bed. That's why I love just teasing you guys. Fucking like, and then I'm usually up for a little bit longer though, because I can't go to sleep. I got these fucking bright ass lights in my fucking face the whole time. Christ. I don't like, this light is so fucking bright, man. I don't know. I had to turn it up because the fucking thing it kept glitching out of me. So I'm just sitting here with this fucking light in my fucking eyes. So I want to get these yellow glasses because it'll help like dull the fucking effect. Like, fucking Christ, yeah. Doesn't even have the common courtesy to play a guitar out you like he's been promised for weeks. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the acoustic went, Yeah, it was at a tune last time. I haven't changed the strings on it in a while, and I don't know where my tuner went. So I just like kind of did it half-assed by ear. But, I gotta figure this out, man. I would love to fuck around with that anymore. I don't know how to do the focus right, because I need to plug my amp. I'd like to get my electric set up, because that's actually like set up, like I just put strings on it and shit. And then I could actually have like something to actually noodle with. But I can't run, because this stupid fucking mic is like it's a interface in and of itself. And it like ends up running all the sound of the computer, the desktop audio, all through this. And if I switch to this, I lose the mic. And I can't plug the mic into this interface. So then it's like, and I can't plug the amp into this mic. I fucking hate this G-Track Pro. It is an all-in-one mic, but fuck, it's annoying. Yeah. If you run NVIDIA Broadcast, you can use your video card to green screen you. Yeah, you mentioned that before. I don't know how to fucking do that. You can plug your Focusrite in and just add those additional channels which you're already using. Is that a thing you can do? See, I need help in this. Is your mic phantom powered? Getting a mic? Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, it is here. And this is an interface in and of itself. It's got like all this shit baked into it. Yeah, it's it's very expensive. This is like, fuck, how much is this? Like almost $300 this fucking mic. And the step up. The Shure mic I wanted to get was like fucking $500 now. I'm assuming, well, thankfully I'm not in the States, but it's just crazy money. The equivalent to this without like would be, it's a lot more. They're actually pretty good. Like the quality on this, that's why people were buying them. But then they get this annoying shit and this cable fucking sucks. Yeah. Message me offline, we can test in Discord. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. If you're around tomorrow, Saturday, I'll see if I can set this up. Yeah, because then I can literally just have it plugged in at all times. And I can just grab it and just play it. The acoustic's kind of fucking annoying to play here too in this chair. It's too big. Yeah. Oh fuck, brother. Yeah, they're Easter fucking right. Yeah. Yeah, man. I was sure SM something is what I was fucking looking at. It's like $450, which I can't afford right now. And honestly, I probably would need a better fucking interface too to do that. I don't know. But yeah, it needs power, that's sure. This thing doesn't because it's on power source, yeah. It's a lot of people use it on here. You got XLR on that bad boy. Yeah, no, there's an XLR version of it. No, it's not, it's another version. I forget what it is, yeah. I forget what the fuck it is, yeah. What's my favorite alien movie? That's actually a good one, man. Oh fuck. I'm trying to think actually. Ooh. I'm drawing a blank. I know there is one though. If we're talking like, oh my god, I actually don't like a lot of the Hollywood alien movies, honestly. There's probably one that'll come to mind. I can't. What's yours, man? Do you have one? I'm trying to think. I don't like a lot of the way. I don't like a lot of the plots of the alien movies personally. Go is yours. I like, what was that one with Buddy from The Hurt Locker? Mars Attacks? Oh, that's a great one, actually, yeah. The Arrival was decent, but that, I don't know. I just get picky. I get particular with them all, you know. Fuck, I'm trying to think. Like, Independence Day is a classic one, but that's another, like, we kill all the aliens are all bad kind of meme. Like, I don't know. E.T. was a good one back in the day. E.T. had like a good plot. Like Spielberg, like, you know, what he wasn't, the aliens weren't some fucking monster. Probably Close Encounters, which Spielberg also did, I think, right? Back in the days. Probably one of the better ones, I would say, that I enjoyed. That's probably my top one. Yeah. I think Close Encounters definitely is still my top. Just because it wasn't, I don't like the negative portrayals always. And I liked the way it progressed, and it kind of dealt with some of the ontological shock too. It got pretty deep because Jacques Vallée was consultant on the film too, and actually Hynek was in the fucking film. So it was just kind of better. I don't know. Yeah, War of the Worlds are pretty decent too. Yeah, Fire in the Sky. You like? Oh man, I fucking hate Fire in the Sky. Attack of the Sex Vixens from Mars. Oh, that sounds like a good one. Yeah. I'll find that on the fucking hub later. Maybe that's that fucking. Everyone loves Arrival, but the book was so much better. Yeah. So many crazy, accurate, nuanced details in that movie. Yeah. Oh, it's so good, man. Yeah. Oh, Travis. Yeah, I know. He just got fucked up. Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't there gonna be Close Encounters? Because I believe it was Jacques Vallée. Well, it was him and Hynek, I think, that came up with the whole Close Encounters meme, right? Like, of the first, the second, the third. And then there's the fourth and the fifth, too, which was expanded. God, I should watch that again sometime. We just watched that not that long ago, actually. But, yeah, I really enjoyed that one. The ending, too, which is great. But it'd be so cool if this is what... It'd be so wonderful if this is what happened, right? I mean, well, for some people, this may have already happened in the government, potentially, but for the general public to have something like this happen would be just so incredible. And anyway, yeah, awesome fucking movie, yeah. Yeah. He's making a new movie called Disclosure. I heard that, yeah. Or is it Steven Spielberg? Disclosure movie, yeah. Steven. The details of it. Upcoming American science fiction from a screenplay of David Co-op based on a story by Spielberg himself. Okay. It's become filming. It'll be released next June. They stars Emily Blunt, Josh O'Connor, Colin Firth, Eve Hewson, Coleman Domingo, and Wyatt Russell. No idea what it's about. Okay. No plot details. Oh, it is set in the universe of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It takes place in a post-disclosure world. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. That's very cool. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The Greer BMX box set is a good watch. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Ever watch Red? No, I've never seen that. Is that another UFO movie? Did you? Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. Some of Stephen Greer's movies, though, like, to be fair, there's one that actually isn't half bad. Which one was it? It may have been, I think it was this one. It was either this one or there was one that he did a little while ago. Maybe on one of these two. There's one of them that I remember thinking, holy fuck, I can't sit through this any longer. And one of the other ones was actually pretty good. Oh, look at, oh my God, Ancient, what is this the top of? Popularity for Stephen Greer, Ancient Aliens, oh my heavens. Actually, I meant to look. This is just, sorry, just like, give me literally 2 seconds. I just have to check and see is if the new episode going to be out. Where do I see this at? Where's the goddamn Giorgio? Where's the fucking seasons at, you motherfuckers? Episodes, yes. We're going to season. It's on season 21. It's just hard to believe. No, fuck. They haven't released another one. This one was actually pretty good. The glowing orb phenomena. And the top 10 ones are just fucking trash. But anyway, yeah. Fucking Christ. It was a movie about BMX bikes filmed in Calgary. Fuck. Interesting. Did they have seats? Yeah. Interesting. Well, I guess maybe related to this or unrelated to this. We were talking with Robert Schock last night. Here he is exploring some ancient ruins. So let's kind of play this in the background. There's a new Polish Netflix show about UFOs. Oh, is it really? Interesting. Is it in English?
We are here in Sacsayhuaman, outside Cusco, and Robert Schock
Sacsayhuaman.
is analyzing the incredible construction of these stones.
I love this conversation. Here, let's listen to this.
Two that have separated, undoubtedly due to earthquake activity much later, and you can see a little bit looking in the surfaces, and it's very smooth surface that they cut where they put these two blocks together.
How do you think they cut them so seamlessly, though?
I don't know how they cut them so seamlessly.
So here's a good example right here in this corner. So if you were to cut these
Cap,
blocks
thank you for the
first,
resub, man. Appreciate it.
how would you be able to fit those in so seamlessly like that? You'd undoubtedly make mistakes, wouldn't you?
I think they were doing it on the spot. Like they were molding them, you know, that they would put one and they would say, okay, now we'll fit that one, so I will mold that. I think they were doing it with cold plasma, personally.
What do you think, Robert?
I don't think they're molded in the sense of, you know, having.
I don't think they're molded.
Oh no, not a mold. No.
No,
just putting it in place and then manipulating the edges the way they want it, because every single one is so different. It's what Matt is saying, it would be impossible.
But they're probably doing it cold. More or less they're working with stone. They're actually working with stone.
Cold plasma can manipulate edges. We have done it in modern times.
Could these have been heated? Yeah. Could they have been somehow heated and molded into place? It's still we don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
For people saying that Robert's like a complete woo, no, he's not. He's pretty grounded. The people out there saying like, oh, they fucking, you know, all this fucking, he's like, no, I don't think so. No. I mean, I don't think, we genuinely don't know what the fuck they did, but I mean, you can throw any old theory out there, but like, you got to test it, I guess. It's like, well, I think they levitated the stones in and fucking, it's like, well, actually, I think it is this site that's to do with Viracocha, where the story from the locals is that he literally did that, where they had some device that made them weightless, but like, you know, where's the device? Probably not, right? Who knows though? We don't know. But you try and figure it out like kind of in a more basic way first, because some of these places there are sites that are less complicated where they absolutely did work with the stone. So yeah, fucking Christ. And I thought I'd fucking put this up. Yeah. Oh, it's fucking crazy, man. This guy actually has a lot of great content. Where's this? Go to channel. I saw this one recently, and I saw the clip. I was like, oh, I know exactly what everyone's going to be talking about in this fucking clip. I was like, and like nobody was fucking paying attention to the fucking rocks. I was like, holy fucking Christ, Matt, you're just doing.
Look at these
yes, those
stairs
carved
cut
blue
right out of
legs,
the
very
rock.
intriguing.
It's absolutely incredible, and it's very dangerous too.
Matt just doesn't even give a shit about the ancient
Very
architecture
sacred
anymore. He's just baiting the fucking boys. Yeah. Fucking Christ, yeah.
Without a doubt, machine cuts, not hand tools.
Oh, fucking Christ. Every single fucking comment, too. I was like, holy fuck, yeah. Men of culture meeting again. Holy fucking Christ. But he actually has some really great content. I mean, he's pretty out there too, right? Where, you know, at the end of the day, we're trying to figure this out. He documents this stuff. I mean, whatever, right? But, you know, cool. He's in this area here. Oli Tintambu, this giant fucking, you know, look at this fucking massive site. Like, he's got the Elder Scrolls music fucking in the back. Holy fucking Christ, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Man. God, just get fucking sauteed and then just go for a walk around there. That'd just be a mystical fucking experience. Go talk to the local fucking alchemist. Go up on the hill and just fucking hang out there for a couple hours. That would be an unreal experience. Look at that, man. Awesome. His channel's wicked. For anybody that's curious, Matthew LaCroix, he's awesome footage. Crazy footage, yeah. Oh, this is it here. Project UFO.
Honor to introduce to you today, celebrated host of the TV show Close Encounters, Jan Polgar, everyone.
Interesting, yeah.
Members
That's where I'm trying to smoke a joint. Yeah, exactly, man. Fuck yeah.
Colonies.
Fuck. Is it Pompeii felt like? Oh, man. Yeah, I can imagine. Same kind of energy there. Like,
I'm sorry. How would you feel about being?
I wonder if we can watch this. Fuck. I'll have to check it out, man.
Any idea why you invited him to Warsaw?
Explain what we're seeing in this photo.
Unidentified submersible object.
Had they contacted you?
Yes and no.
The photo is so blurred.
The photo is not fake.
Seen any Martians lately?
The universe remains silent.
There's some information that I'd like to share with you, but not here.
You think you're a special class of citizen because your face is on television?
So, have you heard? Over in Truskasa, little green men have kidnapped a farmer.
I think that these creatures may be aliens. We have another presenter for today.
What do you mean? Who?
Tell me everything you know.
Oh my.
You're not gonna laugh at me this time? I don't understand why you don't believe me.
I don't want it to be a question of belief.
Interesting.
Polish Roswell.
Polish Roswell is the one that's based on a true story. This looks cancelable after season 1. Fuck, brother. Watch your feet there, pal. We're all over you. Yeah, fuck. That's the worst when you get invested in something and they fucking cancel on you. Like the Lord of the Rings series. God, I was so excited for the next one. No, I kind of knew that wasn't going to happen. Fuck. God damn it. Marco Polo was one that I was genuinely upset. They canceled Marco Polo on me. I don't know how the fuck I got into that, but I got into Marco Polo. And it was like after it had come out, and I remember I just finished the last episode. And then like a week later, they announced they'd been canceled. And it ended on like a cliffhanger. And I was like, you motherfuckers. Anyway. Fuck, man. Just that's why I don't like watching TV, because it's like you get invested into things and then they just cancel it. Movie, it's like it's done, right? Like the next Fast and Furious movie. God, I'm so excited to see that. Such a great movie series. I can't wait to see what happens to Dominic Toretto and his son, right? Will the dam come down and kill them all? I just saw a bit of that on Netflix again, actually. God, it's so fucking bad. It's like kind of like why it's going like the cringe Reddit. But like for like 2 hours straight, and I'm like fucking. And I like cars. I grew up as like a car kid and stuff, and like, But it's not even about the cars anymore, honestly. The cars are like in the movie for like probably like 15 minutes. Like, fucking Christ, yeah. You're enjoying Project Blue Book, fuckers. Oh yeah, that was with Littlefinger, wasn't it? Oddly enough, I didn't watch all that. I probably should. Kind of funny. Yeah, with Littlefinger. Oh fuck right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I saw a couple of the episodes. I don't know why it didn't captivate me. It was really good though. I should go back and rewatch it maybe. Yeah. He's such a pimp. Fuck yeah. Fast and the Furious is a cringe fest. Oh yeah, I know. It was bad. It was really bad. Like, anyway, funny because the original ones I really liked. The first one was just like honestly dumb. And Tokyo Drift is my favorite Fast and Furious movie, which isn't even the main series. But I actually really love but I love anything fucking in Japan. But I really love Tokyo Drift. It was still cringe, but I don't know. It just had something about it. It was cool. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. We did the Fast and Furious Experience at Universal Studios a few years back. Kind of wild. I didn't even know they had that there. Holy fuck. Seriously? Yeah. I like the second one the most. That's pretty good. Is that with, that's with Paul Walker and Tyrese or whatever, right? They're in Miami. I called off work 2 weeks ago and watched Tokyo Drift. Such a bad comfort movie for me. Holy fuck, man. It is, man. It's just one of those movies, right? It's just one of those movies. It's just a fucking Han and fucking the boys. And, well, it was so good that it was just an offshoot. They actually brought it into the main series because people loved it so much. Like, and they brought Buddy back too, the fucking guy, the Southern guy. Anyway. Yeah, just a, you know, it was back too during like that time period, like all the like the Need for Speed games and shit, and you know, like the cartooning culture was like really big back then, and it's kind of, it's probably still like that now. Some people that are still into it, but it was just kind of like a cool time, you know, like yeah. They literally brought Han back from the dead. Yeah, I know. I know at the end of the fucking most recent one, I didn't see this, but probably because I like fucking fell asleep in the movie theater watching it, but. I guess his girlfriend or his wife comes back from the dead. I'm like, holy fucking Christ, fan. Like, he's just trying to milk every last bit he can out of people. You just want to hit the corners and forget your worries, like that part of the movie. Oh, fucking Christ, man. Oh, fucking. Jesus, fuck. Theme park groupie. Oh, my fucking... Oh, wait, this is fucking sick. They got the cars there, for Christ's sake? They got Han's RX-7. Oh my god. That Veilside Kit RX-7 is still one of the fucking sickest cars. Oh my god. I don't like the chrome rims, but fuck, it looks good. God damn, yeah. You got them 10-second cars, yeah. This is a lineup. Oh, that's fucking sick, man. Luda. Fuck yeah, man. So what's the pre-show?
We're gonna just chill inside here for a little bit while my main man Chaz gets those nice party buses ready for y'all. He's gonna take you over. Oh, give me a second right here. We got Mia calling. Hey, Mia.
Hey, Pat. I see our party goers have arrived.
Yeah, they just got inside here. Introduce yourself.
Hey, everybody.
Man, every morning waking up knowing you have to go in and do that for people. You know, you think you have it bad at your job right now, but you want to know what hell on earth is like. It's getting up every fucking day, knowing you have to go in to do the fucking Fast and Furious fucking show for everybody and live in that universe.
Everybody, I'm Mia, Dom's sister. Well, and it looks like my brother.
Literal fucking hell. Maybe not though.
Anybody challenges him.
Honestly.
Well, we're meeting up at Sullivan's garage for the after party, and while Tej works on your rides, you guys enjoy the break room. My brother calls this the family room. Dom says he doesn't have friends, he has family.
Oh, that's sweet.
And the faces you see on these walls are our family. When I'm in this room,
I don't know if I'd be able to handle this.
So, welcome to our family.
Oh,
Hey,
God, fucking
guys.
Jesus
Welcome to my
Christ.
family's Tej. Hey, Tej, you're on the monitor of Mia.
All right. What's up, Mia?
Hey, Tej, just welcoming these good people to our family. How do you like it?
I think I might have skipped through this a little bit because I'm tapping out with the cringe.
Not bad. applause the oohs and ahs, but the applause will work too.
Where's the show
I
at?
just help out, but today he's left me in charge, thinking how hard can it be to load a few party buses? You guys are going to a party? Wait, what? Hey, it's your bones friend.
Security service. He'll stop at nothing to.
This is the race day after.
Looking for you, our whole family of protection.
Oh,
kidding me, Roman? You didn't shut off your phone, bro?
I gotta call you back. I'm in the middle.
See what I'm talking about?
Call you back.
Man.
It was on vibrate.
Oh man, you went? Did you? You went to this?
Letty.
Oh fuck.
Driver, move that vehicle.
Yeah, that's a young Vin Diesel there. Oh, you're moving through it now. Okay.
And no cell phones. And keep very quiet.
Here's the most replayed part.
Speak now, or you won't get fired. This is our turn.
What? What in the actual fucking Christ? Oh, he's fucking dead. Okay. All right. Holy. I can't even fucking fucking cringe fest, yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah, there's videos on both sides of the shit. Yeah. Holy fuck. You're in a party bus. God damn. Oh man. Oh. God damn. Familia. Is Paul Walker at the end there? Fucking. That's a dark joke. Is Paul Walker crash at the end? Fucking crash his career into the wall at the end. That's terrible, man. That's the poor guy. Fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, yeah. Oh God, yeah. Fun times. I guess if you're there and you pay for the pass, I mean, I have to be honest, I definitely would probably go there. There's Harry Potter or some shit. There's another one people are saying is like big right now at Universal. I haven't been down in Florida for a long fucking time since I was a kid, honestly, since a teenager. So we were thinking of going somewhere at some point, maybe somewhere cheap. Go down to Florida is a good place to go usually, you know, somewhere affordable. Except that the parks aren't fucking affordable anymore. But yeah, yeah. Harry Potter's like a half park. Oh, can you get butterbeer and shit? Like, God, that'd be fun. I always remember, like, because I was too young back when I went with like our family and friends. We went to the Disney World park where there's like all these different like towns and cities and shit. And I remember thinking like, God, it'd be fun to like just get fucked up and like in that little village, you know, into Disney World. Just some kind of like, you know, sloppy mess there wandering around. Anyway, who knows? There's some roller coasters and the line goes to the castle. Wand shop, butterbeer stands, do they actually? Yeah. Pass the sorting hat. Wife and I went to Universal Florida last year. Can confirm Harry Potter World is dank and yes, they have butterbeer. Holy fuck, man. Try it hot. Yeah, I've heard it's quite the experience. Yeah. Yeah. Hufflepuff, well, brother. I'll do. Harry Potter was never really my thing. Like, I've kind of more like Lord of the Rings and shit, but we were just bored and we just watched the whole movie series through because my partner actually she'd never seen the last couple films. And again, I'm bad with a lot of movies and like I fucking forgot like probably 70% of everything that happened. So we just watched through it all. I was like, oh my God, wow. It is, they're good. I don't know. They're not really my vibe, but like the energy like in the castle and stuff is pretty cool. I would love to go to Scotland actually, which is where I think they filmed that. But, you know, whatever. It's just kind of like magic but Slytherin is where I would I'd more of the Slytherin boys more my vibe there, you know, you know, snakes and shit, like fuck the Hufflepuff, Gryffindor. What's the other one? There's some other like lame one. And the Slytherin's where it's at. Yeah. Fucking Christ. It's a 30-minute full tour.
When I was like 10 years old, I was so obsessed with Harry Potter and being in the wizarding world that I edited the Harry Potter Wikipedia page. And I added myself as a character and it stayed for 2 months, but then Wikipedia found out and then banned me. And then for literally 10 years later, when you would Google my name, like the third search result was that I was banned on Wikipedia for falsifying the Harry Potter Wikipedia page. When I was like 10 years old, I was so obsessed with Harry Potter.
It looks pretty crazy though. It'd be cool at night. At night, it'd be really cool to go through there. Oh, you got the dragon. Holy fuck. It's unbelievable, huh? I wonder how the lady feels who made it walking through there. Like all of this out of her imagination comes into reality. Like, fucking Christ. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's, oh my God, yeah. J.K. Rowling, yeah. Harry Potter Forbidden Journey ride. Oh my God. Imagine a couple edibles, bud. Fucking go through there. Just a couple edibles, go for a fucking rip in here. That'd be top tier experience. Hang out with Hagrid. Oh, there he is. Harry Potter. Harry and Ron, you're looking proper fit. You're working out. I think he died, didn't he, buddy? Fucking to place him, yeah. Oh, it's dragons and oh wow, that's like PS2 graphics. Holy fuck! Wow, they really really shelled out for top tech there. Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we had to hear about Harry Potter all over again, considering the show is coming out in HBO. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Oh man. Golf, you're still in here. This is I'm really jealous of people that live in New Zealand. Holy fuck, man. Oh.
Well, as you probably guessed, today is
This
Day. I am here with
This is, man. Here, I'll pull this up here. I'll watch this first. What is this fucking? Oh. Is that, oh, that's fucking sick. That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. Here's oh, they got all the oh yeah, they got all the paintings and the talk and shit. Oh, and then you fly through the whole fucking thing. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Man, this is where it's at. This is where it's at. 100% where it's at. Yeah. Tactical dragons would be proof of great scientific achievement. Yeah, fuck yeah. Jesus Christ, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna keep looking at this. You guys just look at this as Luke tells us. So tell us a bit about Hobbiton.
Well, first of all, this is.
Oh man, just lock me up in that. Lock me up in Bilbo's fucking house. Just throw away the goddamn key. I'll be fine. Like, leave me some fucking bread and some fucking honey and some. Leave me beer probably and probably some herbs as well.
So it's very much a privilege to.
Oh man, just sitting. You imagine at night sitting on that porch, smoking a fucking cigar or fucking joint, have a beer.
We've got 44 hobbit holes.
Oh, there are a few places on Earth that would be better to get absolutely fucked up than Hobbiton.
Yeah, we're getting bigger as the years go by.
Doing CE5 too, actually. Yeah.
And I couldn't help but notice one of the first things that stuck out to me is
Man.
actual smoke rising from the chimneys there. So you've actually got some fires going. That's in the Hobbit holes that we can actually go in, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll definitely.
Oh yeah, this guy's about to fucking.
On the tour.
This guy's at fucking full mast walking around Hobbiton. Hard as a rock walking through Hobbiton, brother. This is my dream, brother. My dream to be here, brother. Does he go inside the fucking, or does he go inside? Hold on.
We have 5 extra here.
There's kind of some tropical trees kicking around there. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but
opens. That's pretty fantastic.
That's so cool, man. Oh man, bucket list trip. The fuck. Oh my, that'd be coming home with me. That wouldn't be there for very fucking long. Let me tell you that much. They can try and pull it out of my fucking pocket, but they're not going to be able to get in deep enough. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. You've modded Crusader Kings 3 to Lord of the Rings, not played it yet. Oh fuck. We've seen the movie Midsummer. I don't think I have actually. Yeah. We could travel to New Zealand if you save enough money. Oh brother, that's probably never gonna happen. Let's be real here. That's an expensive ass trip. I would love to go though. Yeah. Go to the bump in the video. That's probably a good idea. Oh, here we go.
Proud feet.
proud feet.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, man. I'm such a huge fan of the movies. I know a bit about the universe too. I'm not an expert, but I fell in such love with like there's no fantasy universe that I think is better than this.
Marigold Proudfoot.
Oh man.
Shot row.
There's so many things you can take home with you too, like just little things.
And this is the fishing rod.
Just like, oh yeah, just take a little bit of everything, you know. They're not going to check your pockets on the way out, right?
And you see we have our...
They probably got everything glued down, actually.
Prettiest.
We get her loose. We get her loose. Luck all those little fucking knicknacks. I guess where I got that from. Stole this from Bilbo's cupboard. What is that? It's that his aunt Sackville Baggins just took all the forks. I'd be cleaning that fucking thing out. Holy fuck! You'd probably bring a backpack in there. You'd probably get quite a bit of shit out. Holy fuck! Anyway, you know.
Nice little study.
Anyway.
Oh, and we have.
Let's organize a trip, brother. Fuck, that'd be fun as fuck. I'd love to go down there. Fuck, let's do it. Yeah. Yeah, worked at an IT managed service provider, and all the servers were named at the token lore. We had servers named shit like Glorfindel and Thoradin. Oh, fuck yeah. Palantir was your monitoring tool. Fuck yeah. Well, that's what, you know, Peter Thiel named his company after, right?
We know that King Elisar requested a reproduction be made.
Yeah.
And so we kind of...
My wireless routers, Meanness Morgul. Meanness Morgul, yeah.
Hobbits like to read about it.
Oh, yeah.
It's imagined that because the Proudfoots love Bilbo and Frodo's story, that some dwarf merchants came through the Shire one day and they started selling some pretty dubious wares, which the Proudfoots may or may not have fallen for. So apparently this is a dragon's egg.
A dragon egg, and we have...
Oh, yeah, brother, you better make sure that's all glued down if I ever show up there, because he's fucking gonna lose half it. Yeah. Fucking shit. Yeah. Oh, fucking Christ. What's this? Can I still just copy all that? I probably can, right? Oh, yeah. Who's on the other side? It's the question, yeah. A dragon egg be coming home with you, man. That'd be fucking... Yeah, I know. There's a couple things in that fucking shelf. There's a couple things in that fucking shelf that'd be definitely coming home with me, man. Holy fuck, yeah. It'd be, you know, like, I'm not a fucking thief usually, but a couple places, situation like that, man, no, fuck that, brother. Fucking, it's a little bit too close to the heart, right? It's like, it's worth the risk, right? They'd be like, oh, I don't know how that got in my pocket. All this got in my backpack. Oh my heavens. Probably don't have security there, so like I'm like, bud, you know, I'd be like, bud, like, what are you gonna fucking do better, really? Like, let's just be honest here. Like, you can just go fucking make another one of these little fucking pots. Like, you know, come on now. Like, oh, he's in the pantry and shit. Okay, holy fuck, huh? Oh my god, it's so cool. To have a house like this would be so sick, man. To have like a very kind of like it's very like rustic kind of vibe. Be very fucking sick, yeah. Yeah, he'd be straight in the invisible cloak cupboard, yeah, holy fuck. And then he's not screwed down and be coming home, brother, I know. If I can just be nicking that whole fucking place. Oh, God. But in all seriousness, 100%, that pipe would be gone. The pipe would be gone. So, if I do visit, they better glue that down to the fucking bench, because that would be coming home with me. We'd find a way to get it out of there. We'd find a way. It might be extremely uncomfortable, but we would find a way to get that pipe out of there, yeah. Yeah. Oh, they could probably got 30 of them. That's how we justify it, right, brother? We'd say, fuck, man, they got fucking at least 30 more of these fucking things lying around somewhere. Yeah. They got a couple dozen of these things around somewhere. They just put it out there. They say, who's going to be the first person to take this? It's a game they play every day, you know? They just do it. It's fuck, I just take it. Yeah. Fucking Christ, yeah. See the new animated Lord of the Rings movie? I have actually, yeah, man, I did. I thought it was okay. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I feel about the new one coming out with Gandalf and Aragorn. Or Strider, I guess. I feel like it's... I feel like Oh my God. I mean, Ian McKellen's getting fucking pretty old, but Aragorn's actor, what the fuck? I can't believe I forgot his fucking name. He's gonna be too old. Like he's gonna be. It's crazy to think that leaving alone. I say, yeah, that I'm kind of the same way, man. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. Viggo Mortensen, right, is his name. Viggo Mortensen is going to be the same age that Ian McKellen was when he played Gandalf in the original one. Like, I think they've crossed the threshold on that one, yeah. But anyway, yeah, I think they should just leave it alone too, personally. They were doing a good job of it. The Amazon show I knew was just gonna fucking suck one way or the other, because it just, although like I liked the idea it was a universe and I liked some of the visuals, but I just feel like the thing that really pissed me off in the end was that they brought Gandalf in. Like nothing followed properly, but it just didn't have the same spark to it. It's hard to describe. It just didn't really have the same spark that the original ones did. And I knew they weren't going to capture it because like Peter Jackson had a huge influence in that, I think. But yeah, he's going to be in the Army of the Dead soon. Yeah, fuck. Maybe that's what's going to happen. They're going to turn it around and that's what it's going to fucking be. They're going to debate us. Yeah. Fuck. Who knows? Anyway. Oh, well. All right. Well, guys, I'll probably end it there for now. But, yeah. Listen. Skinwalker Ranch at 3 a.m. Is that a Sora song? Will? Holy fuck. What is this? Sora GPT. Oh, my fucking God. Nice. This is it. This is it here. This is where we're going right now. Oh, is it a video? I can't edit prompt. Interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say this is where we're heading right now. Fucking 3 a.m. Thanks for coming around, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. I'll be back on again on probably on Sunday. Listen, when the Oblivion game drops, I'm gonna stream it. So if it drops over the weekend or something, I'll be on. So it probably won't. That's what I hope. It'd be fucking wicked if it dropped tomorrow. I'll stream it. But until then, everybody, listen, take care. And happy Easter, I guess. I guess on Sunday, me and Galen TV will be on at some point. It might be like around like 7 again, because there might be some kind of family thing going on. But yeah, we'll be back on for a Schizo Easter. Maybe we can do something about that. It might be kind of fun. But yeah, listen, until then, everybody, take care.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.